do, do. Do, 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 do. All right, listen, maybe I shouldn't be singing at the top of the stream here, but nonetheless, here we are. Let's kick it up. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So, I don't know if you guys heard. I don't know if you guys have heard. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the charts, the Steam charts playing to numbers. Everybody wants to talk about Call of Duty being dead all the time. COD's dead. COD's dead. COD's killed. Battlefield's dead, guys. Battlefield 6 player count is literally only 8,000 people right now. That's it. They peaked at 520K, and now they are cooked. So I figured what remains in the charred ashes of Battlefield's insane fall off. Some of you guys might still be down for the game. We can chat about everything that happened over the weekend. Hopefully, you guys all got to play. Finally got in on the game. Obviously, the streams were insane last week. Dead game OMG. Yeah, so it's sad. It's definitely sad to see such a quick fall off. But hopefully, you guys actually got in and got to play. Finally, you didn't have to deal with the drops and everybody spamming the chat.
While Battlefield lost all its players, washed game.
Washed. I think a lot of you guys are going to be are going to have a lot to say. And I already read some of the videos. I did end up putting up a video yesterday on just me and Tom and the Hilo, which we're going to look at some of the gameplay of to the start of today. I'll try and get some going in the background here. And yeah, I think we got to do some more of this style of gameplay, which I'm very excited for. But I went through quite a few of the comments here. I'm still going through them all. It's actually 1,000 comments, bro. Like, we have not had this much engagement and conversation about something in a very long time, which is super cool to see. Nonetheless, today we're going to try and recap. I've got some videos that I want to watch, some more Jet gameplay that, of course, we have to go through. Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good morning. Also, if there's any gameplay that you guys saw from this... Bro, how is chat moving so fast? Hold on. How do we already got 2,000 people here. You guys are coming back? I thought you guys were only here for the drops. I thought we were just an exclamation mark drops crew. We're actually here for some of the content? Yo, here we go. Wait a second. I thought this game was dead. We're talking, bro. Wait, what is the stream broken? Usually chat only goes this fast if the stream's broken. Tickle, thank you for the 1 year, man. Yeah, it fell off, Alex. We're cooked, man. Army, thank you for the sub. It's Chief. Also, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome in. There was also a couple of discussion points that I saw on X over the weekend.
Already. Sleepy face emoji.
Hammy, thank you for the 10 months. That's the question. That's the question, because do we go back? Here's the thing. I know you guys are going to be pissed. I think you guys are going to be pissed. I do want to see what the COD like Stadium Open was, because I'm not kidding you when I say I haven't seen a single clip of it. Like, usually COD is all over my feed. I haven't even seen it. Apparently Stadium was opened up. So we'll have to see that. Hammy, thank you for the 10 months as well. Jay Breezy, Rising Death, welcome in. I figured, though, I still got some gameplay we could rewatch a little bit of. I wish it was better. And also, actually, before we get to that, I wanted to know what you guys think of this. So here's the thing. I got a CO video. The chat's mad about the... Are you guys mad about the title? Are we actually pissed here? Welcome to the stream, guys. Here we go. Do I do the CO video I got? So here's the thing. Before you vote, this video, I ended up... The only way that I could do it was with the community. So this is with subs. I can't even put all the words. So I'll just say this is with the actual Discord community. I got some people in Discord. We ran like 4 or 5 different lobbies. So it's not like the random squad, but it is a squad all working together. And it was also it was actually pretty fun. Like it was more of like a squad working together. And I don't want to say we did abuse something within the video. Should I do it? Yeah, I guess it would be wait. because I'm kind of leaning on, like, I feel like a lot of people would be down to see the content. 1 or 2, yes, or wait. Do you guys want to see the yellow? It was all off stream, so nobody saw it. It was literally the only times that I played during this weekend myself was to try and go into random squads. And I am not kidding you. 1 or 2. I am not kidding you. There was nobody on the microphone. Did you guys have this same experience? Sarcasm's just going over people's heads? Yeah, you know what? To be fair, too, I do have probably a lot of new people that are watching the stream and the content at this point who may not be familiar with how I title some of my stuff. Usually I title my own streams, but my editors title my videos. They usually go relatively clickbaity, you know, but it's usually the meat of the content. You know, if you've heard me talk about stuff, you'll understand what I'm actually saying for it. I think this is a pretty good bait title, though, if I do say so myself. Amy, appreciate you, man. Jay Breezy Rising also. Jonathan.
Welcome to the squad, a brand new member of the Mountaineers.
Quilla Joe, welcome to the 3 months. Okay, so I'd say you guys at least want to see it. I think it's worth an upload, you know, get the editors, put it together and stuff.
Zombies map. Know you love zombies, lol.
I actually did like it. I don't know if you're saying this sarcastically. Gaston, you actually are telling the truth. Because we've done some zombies with Gaston before. But, yeah, wait, should I go to the... Let's go to the Hilo gameplay to start here. Yeah, me and Tom were ripping it in this chopper, bro. It's worth seeing it if you didn't watch the full video, because I know not all of you guys that watch my streams watch the videos anyways, so this was some fun-ass gameplay. We can look at this while we chat about it. Then we're going to get into some gameplay that I wanted to react to, as well as some of the news, some of the posts from developers, and the question, am I going to game today? That is the question. We'll see where the day takes us. Also, I need to know, and maybe I'll poll this later when we get to it, because here's our 2 options. We're either going to play Battlefield 4, and we're going to do some jets and tanks, or we're going to do 2042 custom games again, Portal games, and I'm going to get all you guys in. We had 128 players on last Wednesday or whatever before the beta came out. That might be our Tide Me Over gameplay, unless we go into check out the Warzone update that happened literally last week. I haven't even looked at it. I have not even seen a clip. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to want to see that. Yeah, this is all pre-recorded gameplay. We're just doing a recap chat hangout post beta. Beta's over. Beta weekend's over. It was a ton of fun though, man. I got to say, I wish I would have had the chance to actually play it more, but I spent so much time trying to record a video and get some people to talk to me.
F6 going.
It was insane, bro. It was insane. I could not get anybody to... Did any of you guys get good comms in your game? Like, just meeting random people and talking in game? I had to resort to using my Discord to find people. Never, not really, no, nah. Only with my own party, yeah.
BF6.
Oh. Do I need to put that in the title? Do you think people understand? Do you think are they not going to understand the title? I feel like they'll understand it. I think they'll figure it out. No one was talking. No chat. I heard 1 or 2 people. Voice worked good. You know what, though? Okay, to that effect, how many of you guys tried the in-world comms? I never did it on stream, but I did do it once it actually was, once I was trying to record a video. This should be the default. How is this not the default?
Every Warzone
I did. It's
game
awesome.
ends at stadium.
Does it? Oh, we got it. Maybe we should try it. Looks like I'm not going to play it. What up, Slater? Did you see the opening of the stadium, Slater? How's that looking? Is it worth it to go on to Warzone and play that?
VC was disabled at one point over the weekend.
So, the way I didn't see it... Okay, a lot of you guys didn't end up even trying it. It needs to be the default. I'm not kidding. The in-world chat setting is so good. All it does is make it so that when you're talking, and I was worried that like if I said it to my squad, if I was too far away from them, I wouldn't be able to hear them. What it does, if you go to the in-world chat setting, it makes it so that anybody in your squad, you hear them directionally. So like, you know, if my squad mate's over to my right, you'll hear them out of your right ear, obviously. But it also goes based off of distance. And it goes based off of reverb. So if you guys are in a building, it'll reverb a little bit. And then if they're out of your proximity to where you can't actually hear them because they're too far away, you couldn't hear their voice, you'll hear it in radio form. So
You start hearing them like this. Yeah, I'm working on Charlie objective.
it's so good. The fact that this was not even default and nobody even saw this is like such a miss for me. It was so good. I feel like they need to have that. But the biggest thing, if you guys saw my tweet from over the weekend, I tried to put it out everywhere, too, and get everybody's thoughts on this. So it's on X, it's on Facebook, it's on everywhere. Was this. Let me see if I can find it here, because it's just a single post. This was what I put. I need full team proximity chat in Battlefield 6. Not just the in-world element. I don't know how they manage this. A lot of people were comparing this to... I don't know if I see any of the top comments on it here, but a lot of people were comparing it to Arma Reforger. They were comparing it to Hell Let Loose.
Is the beta open
Those
all
guys have
week?
more advanced systems for it. But even if you guys remember BattleBit, at the beginning of the game, because it was proximity chat for it, so at the beginning of the game, you'd all be yelling, running in. It wasn't in all games. VoIP got annoying for squads, though I do think a lot of people will get pissed at it. But I think it's one of those experiences that is very fun. And even if they just reclude it to one playlist or give us the option to toggle it on in Portal so we can server browser and find a team with that or a lobby with that, that's all I'm asking. I think that would be a fantastic solution. I think it'd be a lot of fun for a lot of people. And then when you go in and you're actually like playing all in a group together, even if you don't want to team up with people or not everybody has mics, but this would probably bring people out that do have microphones. So you'd all be teamed up. You're inside the building at Charlie Objective at Cairo, trying to capture that thing. You're all sitting under the bus, sitting up in the window. You're yelling at the squad to drop some meds to get a deployable cover. There's a sniper second floor building across. Because your squad's not always with you. Your squad might be off doing something else, but the proximity guys would be with you. And you could calm them tanks down north side of the road. The other setting that I think needs to just be on by default is the compass on the top. I ended up turning it on here. You can see it at the top of my screen. Is that too annoying that there's too much UI with that? Is that why it's default off, do you guys think? Do you think it should stay default on? I'd stay here. Your viewership's going pretty good on Battlefield. Yeah, it's been good, man. I'm just excited for it. I do want to see it, though. Even if we take a dip in viewership for it, that's fine. I mean, I was playing 2042 before this, and even in Hardline and whatever. It'll just be off the content of what it is. But I want to see it for myself so I can talk about it as well. We definitely need it for the proximity chat, for the content as well. I need the compass. I turned VoIP off. Too many mouth breathers. I don't even know how you even heard a mouth breather squawk. That's insane. I didn't even hear a single mouth breather because nobody would talk to me. I would go into games and try and talk normally, and then that didn't work. And then I'd go into games and I'd try to start yelling at people, like the CO. But you know what? I think it might have been because there were so many new people. Because the other thing that I realized when I was playing, and actually maybe it was because you guys were on console too. Console actually prioritizes playing with other console players. Pin a comment saying recorded footage for it. I don't know if you can pin comments on TikTok. I could put a little notification here. I'll put pre-recorded. Does that help? Great meeting you at the event, brother. Hey, likewise, Hollywood. What up, man? Been sick. Haven't even been able to play COD. Well, there you go. I'm telling you, I haven't seen anything on it. My whole feed has just been flooded with everything Battlefield. the last week. Yeah, pretty much the last week. Will the game require ID to play? Imagine. That might be actually another deterrent, but no, the anti-cheat system that they're using is Secure Boot with the Javelin anti-cheat, which I don't know if you guys saw, but speaking of COD, Black Ops 7 is actually adding a Secure Boot requirement as well. So the next Call of Duty is going to require the same thing. So everybody who's cheating over there is also going to be screwed. Falton, thank you for the gifted, man. Top gifted on the day. Trig, Rob, Sidrone, welcome in. Cobb Sanity with the 2. You know what? I also might be able to now, I'll turn my alerts back on here. Let me see. Hopefully things are a little bit more tame today. Where was the sub voice? Here we go. Sub video sound. There we go. We'll see how that works. I thought 2042 not having VoIP sucked. Oh, 100%. That was one of when 2042 first came out, there was no VoIP in it. So they've already done a phenomenally better job for the fact that they also now have it
EA need
as
to
this
delay
in-world
Battlefield
system
until a week before BO7 and implement all fan feedback and give us a more refined game would be big W.
Yeah, I don't know how well the launch is going to go for the game, though, to be fair. As great as the beta was, now we got to see what the actual launch is like.
Stone, is the beta open all week?
No, the beta comes back on Thursday. It's going to be a long weekend. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is when the actual Battlefield 6 beta returns. They're going to be adding the rush mode. And I don't remember if they're adding anything else. I think they're adding one other map. But it might also be a smaller map within it. Like within a bigger one. Like a different area of peak or something. I'm not 100% sure. I remember I did see it. We can look at the actual post from them. It's Brooklyn is coming. You're right. Brooklyn wasn't there, was it? We only saw Cairo, Iberian Offensive. Is that what it was called? And Peak, this map. The Brooklyn map wasn't there with the bridge. We saw that from the first beta that we got to play at the event. So you guys have seen it before if you've seen some of the gameplay. We could take a look at that map. It's not super big. No, it's more like the Iberian Offensive map. However, this is a more connected central building. Whereas the Offensive was a lot of small, different, longer lane buildings. This is like there's big buildings, construction, multiple floors within a singular building in the middle. There's a bridge overlooking Charlie. You can knock it down. We can take a look at it in a bit here. It's the New York map. It didn't have any tanks on it, too. I think that was an infantry-focused... one. Speaking of maps... Dude, this chat is going so fast here. I kind of miss some of the larger ones, 100%. And that's what I was talking about in pretty much like my initial impressions video and even the thoughts and concerns that I have for the full game release. They kind of have seemingly gone the opposite direction of what 2042 was.
Predictions
2042,
about it BR mode? Will it gain traction tomb?
we can talk about that as well. We can talk
Thoughtful
about
face
that.
emoji.
But they pretty much went 64 v 64, giant maps, a lot of open areas and just terrain. And now they've brought that all tight. The biggest map is going to be 32-32.
That solves your problem in your post.
Wait.
Lol.
Hold on. Wait. Is this true? Let me go to the game. Settings, audio.
I googled BF6
voice.
beta map rotation and it said that Firestorm will be added this weekend.
What do you mean team? There's VoIP, there's position mode. This is the in-world setting that I was talking about. This is the way that you communicate with your squad, how the sound effect works. So is it flat? You just always hear them. Is it directional? You hear the direction that they're talking from, or in-world where you hear reverb and distance. So if they're too far away, you go to a radio voice effect. Did I miss something? Is there a team setting where you can talk to the entire team all at one time? Open mic, if you think open mic is talking to the whole team, you're out of your mind. Open mic just changes it from push to talk, or your mic is automatically picked up always. What are we talking about? No, you didn't miss anything. Is this guy stuck in Battlefield 3 on the Xbox 360 right now? Is that what he's trying to tell me? Because that was a thing back then. You could go to the settings, literally, what was that, 13 years ago? You could go to the settings in Battlefield 3 because the maps were limited to 16 versus 16, and you could switch your chat to full team. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. But all means, if you got any other knowledge screenshots, videos of whatever you're talking about, please let me know, because there was a setting change that I did see. During the first day of the beta, I was able to change the output device for my voice chat. They took that away. Now I could only change the input device. Dead game, by the way. Yeah, I beat you to the meme. Look at the title. I beat you to it. How are you playing it? You can still open it up. They just try to sell you the game now off of the beta, at least until until Thursday. So we have like 2 or 3 more days. Battlefield 6 is trash. Not as bad as 2042, but it's terrible. And realistically, I think there's a lot of people that are going to be in that mindset where they're not even interested in Battlefield in the first place. I still think Battlefield's going to be a relatively more niche game. And to my concern is, like, unless there's a lot of content. Do you think
October 10th is enough time to make the changes to the maps and weapons to make this a perfect launch?
No, I don't know. I don't know what the other maps even look like, let alone bigger maps, and how that's going to fare. I don't know. And I know we're going to be getting new content from it. It's going to be free content that comes out, I think, at least. They haven't mentioned anything of, like, premium. I don't think they would go back to like a premium pass or anything like that either, right? I feel like that would be highly unlikely. So maybe it is where they're going to try and stagger it and release it. Honestly, to my point of the concern of the content and how much volume we're going to get, let's say, you know, and even to the point of new maps, I don't know what the other, let's say there's one other big map besides Operation Firestorm. These are the 2 big maps that they do. I'm still going to want way more maps than that, personally. And I also don't know, are we going to get Portal at launch? If we do get Portal at launch, that would probably help a lot of the concerns with, like, big map stuff, because you'll probably be able to then make a bigger map conquest. You could probably make your own map off of it. You could tweak some of the lanes. People will be able to make things. I don't know how hard it's going to be to make things, but you should at least hopefully be able to customize, like what we did with 2042, and set it so there's like 10 little birds on each team.
BR predictions.
Air superiority.
Will it sail?
BR predictions. Yeah, somebody asked about that earlier. Was that you, Straight Dope? Yeah, it was. All right. Yeah, he wants me to talk about BR. So we are getting a BR. When is this? So the game releases in October, right? How many days do we have?
Did you hear my last comment, Stone, about Firestorm?
No, I don't know if I did. October 10th. The Battle Royale's Firestorm, though, so maybe that works. So we have 1 month, about 2 months, a little bit over 2 months before the game is out. We haven't seen anything on the Battle Royale yet, and that should be coming to labs first. The only thing we know about the Battle Royale for Battlefield 6 officially is that it's going to be coming to labs soon. Even in the reveal event that the creators were at, they basically said, we have one more thing, and then they showed the golf cart going into the pool. We saw the fire from the Firestorm there. We don't even know the name of what it's going to be called. Do you think it's going to be Firestorm 2.0? We don't need another BR game? Well, if you saw the post on X, one of the community managers for Battlefield basically tweeted out saying Battle Royale is coming to labs first. Yeah, and that was what we saw in the teaser, too. It said coming to labs first or soon. But we don't even know if this is going to be a thing that comes at launch. They could even do what Call of Duty essentially has done, since they are pretty much trying to copy Call of Duty's format with all of this anyways, where they release the multiplayer and the Battle Royale doesn't even come until March or multiple months after the release. Nobody really knows what they're going to do. Maybe it's a surprise thing that they launch at it, but if it's going to come to Labs first, and considering how long they spent with Labs, when Labs came out in like March of this year, right? So they've spent at least probably 5 or 6 months with Labs data coming in. Battle Royale fans are such dorks. The thing is, there's so many micro audiences now that, first of all, you really can't please everybody, but you're going to have a lot of voices coming from different angles on all of this. So let me see. What was the... I Googled Battlefield 6 beta map rotation, and it said that Firestorm will be added this weekend. Yeah, I would not go off of Google's information personally, but if that's a trusted source for you, then that's great. Usually, at least for my stream and what I cover and what I trust, is what the developers actually say and what, you know, the main information that I find.
And it said we get Firestorm.
Yeah, okay. I just read that one again. Yeah. I wouldn't just trust Google in a random search. It's the same thing. People send me a message of, here, I searched this on ChatGPT.
My main game for
and then they tell me how to do,
and that's how I found you. I might try BO6 because the ability to destroy buildings looks pretty cool.
It's insane. But people did the same thing for the Easter egg for when we were Easter egg hunting. This is the new thing, and this is going to happen again because there's probably going to be Easter egg in Battlefield as well. But when we're doing this for COD, they're like, yo, I searched ChatGPT. Here's how you open the bunker. And it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know what they're talking about. It's not actually... Anyways, if I'm wrong, I would be shocked if they did a Battle Royale for this second weekend. If they did that, I would be insanely shocked. But, yeah, what they've said, if you want to know what they've said from their own mouth, was that it will first go to Labs. Not beta. It will go to Labs first. So, anyways, that's what I would trust personally. Please surprise me otherwise, but I keep my expectations lower than that. I wouldn't go around hoping that. I think that's a big problem that we have in games right now anyways, is like it's so easy to just post an article like that. It goes viral, and now expectations are set so high, or people expect something to happen. And to be fair, like I do some crazy clickbait titles myself, but then I'll talk about what the meat of it actually is within the video. And a lot of people just go off of the title, and then they go and leave a comment, leave. They never even watch the video, to be fair as well, or even the stream. But it is what it is. Jonathan, thank you for the tips, though, my good sir. That's my thoughts on it, though. You know, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Just Bay, also appreciate it. Bjorn, thank you for the gifted. Lord Zano, also second month. Bass, appreciate you. Peter, thank you for the $5. EA needs to delay Battlefield. Do you guys think, from what you saw so far here, if the other maps are as polished as what we saw from the beta, which, granted, we saw 3 maps. We'll see what happens on the 4th map next weekend, technically, in like 3 more days. If it's as polished, are you getting it? Are you sold? Do you think they need to delay it? Do you think this is looking good with where it's at? I want 128 v 128. That goes back to, I think, the point of even people wanting BR. And I also think, to that extent, a lot of the people that are doing 2042 right now, and we're hoping that this game would be similar to that, because there's been some people that have been playing 2042 for the last 3 years. The current Battlefield audience, I think, is different than the older audience that a lot of people are coming back for. A lot of you guys are saying 100%. A lot of you guys are saying you'd be down. And realistically, I think this game is already, like, at least if it is to the state of polish that it is, it is a pretty done game for what it is. Even if we now get content.
Is there a possibility they extend the beta?
Continually coming up. I highly doubt it. Sometimes we do see games like, oh, we're going to make this playtest longer or whatever. I don't think Arc Raiders did that. I'm trying to think what a recent example of it was, but I guess we have seen it before. But I would doubt it. I think there's an extra element of the tease that will help them sell more copies to where they wouldn't do that. Right? Especially because they are giving as much content as they have in this actual beta versus what they've done in the past, where it's only ever been one big map that they've done. Now they have 3 maps. This time they're going to have 4 maps. If they let you play it too much, you're going to play too much of the content and not want to buy the game because you might get your fill for it. Now, I highly doubt that for most of us, especially if you're here watching a stream about the Battlefield 6 beta when the beta's already over. You guys are probably the exception with myself. We're going to play the shit out of this game or, a lot of games that come out. The amount of hours that I still have in COD and Warzone that I put into Arc Raiders, I had to stop myself physically from playing Arc Raiders. I uninstalled the game to stop myself from playing it because I didn't want to spoil more of the game for myself. Of course, now that game is coming out literally right in the worst window of all of these games releasing. Yeah, we are, exactly. So I don't know. But to my point on the BR earlier, hold on. Jonathan, thank you, Straight. John C. Soko.
Just put pic in general chat mountain Discord with BF map info from Battlefield. Empire is only new add in for this week.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I have also seen the BR map picture leak. If there is truth to that, I don't know. Was it something that was AI generated? We saw some of that with like Warzone maps. Of course, then we saw like the Avalon Warzone map leak, and then that ended up being true. So it very well could be true. We could look at that potentially. I don't know. That probably wouldn't get me DMCA'd, right? Probably wouldn't be an issue of it if we did. I don't like looking at any leaked gameplay because obviously then I'm going to get taken off the internet. But I occasionally talk about some of the leaked stuff. For the most part, I like to be surprised and experience it all when it comes out anyways, rather than... I'm not a super big leak follower, but of course some stuff pops up on my feed. Like, even with the Labs gameplay for this game, I saw so much stuff leaked before this thing actually came out. I saw videos with hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube. TikTok was popping off with content before it came out.
Once the finals, ARC Raiders and BF6 all up and running, I'll never see the lights of day.
Bro, I still want to play more of the finals.
Emoji, cool
Every season that comes out, we play it, and I always want to play more. I wish I was better at it. I really do. Ashley, thank you so much for the 5 as well. My main game for years is COD, and now that I found you, I might try Black Ops. I might try Black Ops 6. You mean BF6? Because of the ability to destroy build. Yeah, you must have meant BF6. The thing is, okay, so to the point of all of these different audiences coming over, this is like the craziest thing because I don't think we've seen a game go this mainstream for a while. Like, maybe Marvel Rivals was pretty mainstream, I'd say, right? That game hit pretty huge recently.
There is a setting in controller, I believe, where you can set previous version presets, like BFE, BF1, etc.
Oh, that's
good. Do you
prefer
standard or presets?
No, you know what? I like to just keep your thumbs on the sticks at all times. That's the most important thing. Whatever setting, bumper, jumper, I don't know what any of them are. I haven't played controller for a while, and when I do, I'm on my scuff with my back buttons.
You made? I like the heli, but the head swing is terrible.
Dude, did you guys see the glitch with the helicopter and the jets that you could do? I didn't do it. But my goodness, I wanted to do it. Oh my goodness. There was a clip. We'll look at it later today. I'll try and get some clips of this stuff that we look at in a bit as well. And try and put them up on all the content for you. But bro, oh my goodness. My settings for heli were all pretty default though. I didn't really change anything. I just changed free look. Mouse and key, vehicles, helicopter. Mouse 3 was my ping button. Free look was middle mouse. Those are the only things I changed. And then I changed X for flares because that's old school as well. At least in Battlefield 4, I think that was the flares button. And that's what we've been practicing in mostly, so yeah. But anyways, my point on the BR is that there's so many people that are tired of other games or in the BR community that want a new game to play. That's why there were so many people that wanted to see a Halo BR as well, right? And why I think there was interest at least for like Splitgate's BR, but that's a whole nother story. I did a whole video on that. But even from all the COD like buddies that I have and other streamers that I've seen, the amount of people and messages that I've gotten of even people from different game communities like, yo, you need a squad mate for BF6, hit me up. The number of messages I got is insane. And I think there's a lot of people from other games that are just always looking for a game. And so that's where I think there's these divergences of, like, the old school players want this. The newer, like, even 2042 players want this. The
Did you see
BR
the guy
players
that
want
got
this.
loose in Cairo?
I've even seen people say that they want an extraction shooter in Battlefield. And to that, I told them, they already did that, brother. Have you ever heard of Hazard Zone? They did do that. In fact, a lot of people don't even know that Battlefield has already done a Battle Royale as well. Firestorm was Battlefield's Battle Royale. More of you guys know that. But, yeah, a lot less know about Hazard Zone. Game Boy, appreciate you. Sarazi, thank you. Peter, thank you for the 5. But they are doing one. Battlefield is doing one. So that's the question. Is it actually going to be good? And I think if they have the mechanics, you know, regardless if you want it or not, I think having this level of destruction, you know, assuming that they could pull it off. Imagine we're playing like Verdansk and there's ATC tower and you can knock the whole ATC tower down. How sick would that be? I don't think anybody, you know, if they could pull it off, that would be insane. The question is, could they actually pull it off? I don't know. It's definitely promising what we've seen here, but we still haven't seen the full package. And then even for the sake of, I think a lot of people, including myself, just want to see a really good multiplayer again. And then I think we run into the same problem with what's been happening with COD, where, and this is what I've been saying for a long time now, is that COD needs to have Warzone as its own game so they can just develop and have
against Stone LFG.
Their own thing for that. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Everybody's hyped on the game, understandably so. But actually, way more than I thought they would be. I mean, we'd be chatting about all this regardless. But it's insane, man. Yeah, it's insane. L Rage Pay title. I'm beating the comments to it, man. Streamers will go Battlefield 6 mainly because of Portal. I don't know, though. I'm not sure how many streamers do, like, community games. I think there will be a lot. And honestly, I think there's going to be a lot of new streamers that come up during this game. But I'm not sure. This is such a large influx that there's going to be tons of micro communities even within this. Whether it's people that are like Assault mains, people that like sniping, people that like open conquest, people that like closed, people that like Portal. There's too many different ways. Mainly interested and excited for single player. There you go. There's people that like single players, people that are going to speed run single player.
What's your opinion on movement speed and sliding being like it is now? It just doesn't feel like BF4.
No, it doesn't.
My only other thing is we need more guns like we got in BF4. The limited selection is a letdown. But the game is awesome.
Yeah, well, it's definitely less. They're going to have 40 guns. Like, is that going to be enough for you late? By the time the game comes out, at launch, it's going to have 40 weapons. I think that's pretty good. Especially just at launch. To the movement aspect, I like the new movement better, personally. Battlefield 4 movement was okay. Like, in this, they have at least kept the aspect of there's no traversal sprint. But in Battlefield 4, I mean, we could boot it up. Maybe we'll play it later today. For example, the thing I always talk about is like the way that you jump. You jump, and while you're in air, you can turn in air around corners. Is that what you want to go back to? Because I don't.
Some homies don't want to play BF6 gonna split. Sad.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not going to be for everybody. I still think this is going to be a niche game, and I think a lot of people that get it are also going to get very frustrated. Like, I've seen gameplay of people trying to go on like kill streaks and play it like it's COD or play it like it's a different game, and even if it's not necessarily COD, obviously I play a lot of that for comparison, and get very frustrated and pissed off.
The only issue I had was auto spot for recon. Tugs isn't the spot issue. It's the aiming with recon that spots most players.
I didn't mind that, and I'll tell you why. Because in the past, at least BF3 is what it reminds me of the most, I would just keep spamming Q. I would just keep spamming the ping button everywhere I went, and I didn't like that. I didn't think that was very fun to do. And every class could do it. Now, at least it's limited to just the recon. And that's part of the reason you play recon, and it's super good to have a recon on your team to do that. The class balance for me felt pretty good. I was constantly torn between, oh, I want to run the double weapon. I want to pull a sniper out, get some recon, or even do an assault, do a carbine, even an SMG as a recon, depending on the map and what I was playing. I didn't seem to mind it. Use smoke grenades, it removes the spotting feature. Well, yeah, I also did use smoke. So if that's true, then maybe that was the element. That was the diff for me. I didn't even realize that game wasn't even going. My bad, guys. I was not even paying attention. Let's go back to some more peak gameplay here.
Happy your stream popped off this weekend.
Bro,
Question.
It's been crazy.
Did you ever want to take a break and didn't because the stream was going so well? Or did you genuinely want to play for as long as you did?
No, I mean,
Good indicator of how much fun you were having. I love the game myself.
I was definitely tired on... That was the longest stream I've ever done. It's 12 hours. But to the same point, it's not like an impossible amount. There's people that do 12, 16-hour stream, you know, or whatever, every single day. I usually keep more momentum going on my streams. Even right now, like we're just kind of chatting, but you know, usually we're pretty locked in on a game, and it's hard for me to keep going that long. I need food, but I did eat and stuff, so that kept me balanced for it. But no, for the most part, I usually leave myself wanting to stream more. For example, I didn't stream over the weekend. I don't stream on weekends, so I was dying to play and stream over the weekend a bit. Like, I was so excited to get back today and have the chance to finally chat. I still haven't even gone through all the videos and stuff that I want to do. But I saved some of the videos to watch on stream. Like, I saw another video from Silk. We're going to look at that. And, yeah, we're going to... Dude, I might just AFK for... I'm probably AFK for, for a lot of this. I wish I could have played more, man. I really wish I could have played more. But at the same time, that's what I think always keeps me, like, excited to game. It's the same thing with Warzone 2, is I don't burn myself out on anything. I always keep myself wanting more. Wayne also dropping a 20, taking the top spot on the day. Yeah, there might be a lot of split opinions on pinging. And again, I think a lot of it's going to be the old school guys being very much wanting the old school ways of the game. But I'm not sure if all of those are necessarily the best for the game. It's the same thing with, like, the way Battlefield 4 progression worked was loot boxes. I don't want to do that again. I didn't like that. I still don't even fully understand it.
They need to play it like Battlefield, large-scale war, mechanic heavier, teamwork, classes that have their pros and cons. Not COD point and click.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Do you guys think that it feels like that? Do you feel like the classes matter in this game and have an impact, and you feel torn between which class you want to take? No, it does. Yes. I'd say so. It definitely yes. 50-50. No. I wish I could break this down further, but I think an element of which mode you're playing might have a more significant impact for that. Because I would say having an RPG or even a C4 at times is absolutely critical, or having an anti-air launcher. If you are an assault and a tank drives up on you, or you are a support and a tank drives up on you, you feel helpless and like there's nothing that you could do. At least that's how I felt. And I felt like, damn, I really need a support right now. I really need an engineer on my team. And so having a squad split up and playing together made a tremendous help. I think it is there. Having the spawn beacon on your team, there was times when I was like, I need to switch to recon. Although they did say that should be for assault, which I feel bad that I made a tips video saying that was going to be for assault, was going to have the deploy beacon, and they didn't have it. But that was what they said they were changing, and then they just haven't done it yet, I guess. But nonetheless, recon is the one with deploy beacons, and deploy beacons made a massive difference. At least in multiple of the games that I played. So I felt like classes mattered quite a bit. I felt like having teamwork. When I ran out of rockets, having that supports ammo on the ground was incredibly helpful. I thought they really changing the stim pens so that the assault couldn't self-heal also was a big nerf to it. But I think it needed one. They also, in early play tests that I got to see of the game, I think I can say this, the assault class could use double of any weapon. So the assault could use SMG AR. It could use SMG sniper. Whereas now that even in the open class, the sling is limited to the carbine shotgun, which is pretty insane, I will say. That made a really good combo. And the DMR, but you couldn't pull the sniper for it. You couldn't pull SMG AR and stuff like that, to where I thought that really helped the balance of it as well, because that was all I wanted to play, at least in the past. And I felt torn in many situations. However, if you were just playing domination, now there's a lot less reason to play engineer. And I can understand you guys saying there's less class identity there, and there's less of a role to that aspect of what you're saying here. Let me see what the message said exactly again. Large scale, mechanic heavy, teamwork, classes having their pros and cons. I felt less of the pros and cons, and maybe that's everybody who was saying no. Maybe it was you guys playing the smaller modes. Would you say that's fair? This beta is hard to tell. Limited special gear. Maybe all classes feel about the same. How do you eliminate that? I don't know. Unless you change the feature for smaller maps and how some of these work, I don't know if you're going to get that same effect, because you're trying to build the game for big map. It's for two different styles of play, and then if you're also trying to balance it then for BR, I think that's going to become another big hurdle for it. Battlefield wants people to just be in teams versus just randoms. You feel great with an RPG. Yeah, I mean, RPG is still effective in close range. You can
all
break down vehicles.
Too many guns may water down the need for a good mix of classes in squads. BF is a strategic FPS.
Loving the engagement farm. Yeah, it's different than titling the stream, I got the best #1 loadout.
I played on Xbox.
Has a similar effect.
I love the movement. Is not overwhelming like other games, like you slide 20 feet. You can kinda dive and turn mid-air, but it does not feel up. Shotgun, well, love
no,
it
doesn't
that
feel
is kinda
OP.
a good second gun for assault. Can't wait for October 10th.
I don't know, too. I'm in a similar vein as you, but I don't know if I'm also in that mindset, because I've already played the faster, crazier aspect in so many games. Even like in the finals, the movement and verticality is so crazy. Even like Titanfall is like so crazy movement. More recently, even with like omnidirectional movement for COD is so crazy that this is not of that same effect. And notice too, I tried to break that wall there, it didn't break. I noticed that in a few spots. It's still very lane driven in certain areas. So that's another aspect we could talk about. But it didn't feel too crazy to me. I know a lot of people were complaining about the movement, or even saying it should go back to the Battlefield 4. But again, to my aspect, I don't know what was so different from Battlefield. The biggest standout to me for the movement from BF4 was like the gazelle leaping everywhere. You'd just be jumping and diving and like turning through the air with this nonsense that was cool at the time, because that was like how you would try to stay alive when you crossed the field or whatever. But I personally like to move like more of a real soldier and have more of the fluidity and control of the character. So I really liked it. I loved being able to just slide and to take cover, or slide into prone, and that if you try to drop shot or go prone and do that dive, you couldn't shoot while you were doing it either. It didn't feel too restrictive. Like when I landed, I could seem to start shooting very quickly, and maybe I need to test that more, because I would ideally, as soon as I land, I want to be able to shoot, and I think it was that way. I don't want like an arbitrary delay after that, but I'm fine not being able to do like a drop shot in this game. And I did see the way that you could kind of do like a jump shot was if you jump, crouch in air, and you're looking forward, it would make the reticle more stable. But I also saw a post from one of the devs saying that it's unintentional how much wobble there is when you land.
COD movement, this isn't the game. This is supposed to be more realistic. No
Yeah.
jumping backflip sideways 720 no scope into drop shot
Exactly.
falling sideways the opposite direction with a quick scope bull.
Yeah, this is the version of like trick shotting in Battlefield, at least in my eyes, of what I always remember from the clips that got me excited and what I saw and featured in like top play shows is long range sniping, dealing with the drop and lead and hitting some insane shots like miles away, which you would just be called a camper for in COD style of game. But I do think there is some crossover. Like, I'm very much a crossover player. There's some people that are just one or the other. And in fact, I'm seeing that more now again than I've seen in a very long time. Because back in the day when I first started playing Battlefield, so many of the COD people were mad at me for it. Of course, I didn't have a big audience or anything back then by any means, but the few comments that I got were people like telling me don't play Battlefield. And then same thing when I was playing Battlefield and I went back to COD or I went even to Tarkov, whatever. It's pretty much universal. There's always going to be people who don't want any crossover and people who just play the one game that they play. That might just be all the time that people have to play as well.
Sorry, Stone, but the fish and chips got held at customs.
I was waiting for that.
Beta got
You told me you were
wanting
sending
more.
it.
I haven't had this much
What
fun
the
in
heck?
a game since Warzone 1.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to do the best job at reading chat either because we've literally, like, I don't know. It might take me a bit. I don't know if this is going to drop back down eventually, but the viewership is absurd, guys.
One last thing that I wasn't a fan of, but I really hope sniping goes back to the old sniping of having to arc the round and having bullet drop.
So
This
it is in the game.
Point of impact sniping doesn't feel like BF. Arcing a round across the map for a headshot was a special feeling.
So I think you're seeing this from the eyes of the map size
Had
is
fun
skewing
jumping
this.
in with the CO in some YOLO action yesterday. Can't wait for the full
Hey, big
release
love, man.
and some top tier content from
Yeah,
you,
we
my
did
guy.
some YOLOs in the Discord, so I was just inviting people in from Discord, and we ended up doing some YOLOs. Oh, we'll talk about sniping that in a second.
I'm fine with the movement in the game. It's supposed to be realistic to a point. We don't need advanced warfare movement.
No.
Love you, Stone. Keep it. 100 emoji.
The difference, though, with sniping in this, I think people think that the velocity is too fast or whatever, but it actually... That's just the delay before the bullet hits in this game, because in Battlefield, you zero your snipers. So for this clip in particular, you may not notice it, but I'm actually using the target finder to set the zero distance as well. But the problem is, in previous Battlefields, you would have sniper ranges of like 1,000 meters.
How do you feel about the idea of sniper glint
you could only
showing
zero so
when you
far.
are being directly aimed at? Hard to be stealthy when the scope is a lighthouse.
No, I understand that, but I think for the amount of chaos that is in this game, you kind of need the sniper glint to be there. I don't know though. I don't know. Maybe there's a world where there's no sniper glint, but I think it'd be too OP.
Commentary could boost it on a team-based level.
A team ladder with broadcast and commentary. You mean like a competitive ladder?
Back
Team
for
ladder?
more.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I have seen some people saying that they want some type of competition or something in this. And there's some people that even used to compete in Battlefield. I know like X Factor used to do competitions and stuff. I never saw any of it, so I don't really have any context for any competitive Battlefield, though. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Oh, shoot, I just skipped all the way down here. Tater, appreciate you, man. But yeah, I mean, there's still drop on snipers, though, right? Like, if you go far enough and you don't... Like, I was doing 200-meter range sniping, not zeroed. I think even in this clip, in this gameplay here... And I wasn't zeroing it now, so I'm zeroed for 100.
I'm a sniper. My longest in BF
Boom, right there.
1,486 meters.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's range, brother. 1,486 meters. You had super big maps. You have range. I don't think any of the maps we saw have that range. Now, Operation Firestorm does. Should I see if I can find one of the clips? Hold on, give me a second here. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see if we can find an old one with the range snipe. I don't know if I could even find it. All my videos are too old. I was not as organized back then.
Teamwork make a dream work.
Yeah, regardless. On Operation Firestorm, you would take a chopper. You could even take it out to the edge of the map. Actually, let me see if I search by name. Because I remember the guy who uploaded the clip's name. Sniper. Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, anyways. Let me try
Thanks
one
for
more
being
thing.
the best
Last
gaming
thing.
streamer out there. Keep it up.
Here's a community montage from Battlefield 4. Let's see this. There's got to be at least one
Have you
long-range
noticed
snipe
that
on it.
C4 doesn't require a resupply box? The recon can hide away from everyone and C4 automatically regenerates into their inventory
did
up
notice
to
that.
a max of 4.
I did notice
Unless
that, yep.
that's a bug, it's super broken.
I felt like the C4 wasn't as powerful as what it used to be as well. Like, it took more C4s to actually destroy the vehicles
In
than
the
what it used to be.
BF6 beta Discord, someone said a BF dev tweeted that there will be a server browser at launch. Server browser
really?
and ProX chat are essential emo.
Now, if that's true, that would tell me that Portal will... Oh, what a shot that was, bro. Holy shit. That would tell me that Portal's going to be there at launch, if that's true. Which would be insane. These are some of the clips. I did a Battlefield 4 montage back in the... But these are all from community clips. I used to have all community members send in clips, and I'd feature them in top play shows and stuff like that. So see, these are some of the best. I want to see if there was any crazy range snipes, though. That's a crazy deagle shot, though. Holy jeez. That's how you used to do the JDAM. You'd have to put it into first person. Oh my god, he landed it on the vehicle.
Do you
don't
notice
even
the
remember
color
these.
change of rifle glints to let you know on the receiving end if you're in the sweet spot?
Somebody told me that, but I never noticed it. I never saw it. I'd love to see like a breakdown of that if anybody actually has a clip or video of that, comparing the scope glints and proving that there's one-tap headshots. Or no, one-tap body shots. Oh, here we go. Perfect. This is the guy, Big E, dude. This guy is a legendary long-range sniper. Like, you guys don't even know. Big E 1293. This guy sent me so many clips. I have so many clips of this dude literally hitting the longest range shots I've ever seen. So this is what he did. This is what he would do. And other people would do this too. It wasn't just him. But you'd get in a transport chopper, fly it out to the edge of the map, park it, and then snipe. And so I don't think... Does it show you the zeroing of the sniper anywhere here? I think it only popped up for a second when he actually zeroed it, but I don't... Oh, yeah, right here. So he's already zeroed for 1,000 meters. He's got a 40 times optic, zeroed for 1,000 meters. But this shot's further than 1,000 meters. He hits a collateral. Guys, 3,900 points for one shot there through the smoke. This is the cross map on Operation Firestorm. So you could do this where you fly out to the absolute edge of the map and you could snipe like a madman out here. It was wild times. But this is so much further range than what this is that you're not going to see the drop unless you're past the max zero range. And usually people don't zero guns in this, but you can zero them. So it's not like COD sniping where it's like, all right, bullet drop goes to here. You got to put the head over here at 144 meters. You aim overhead. Sub 120, you aim right at the head, whatever. No. This is zeroed for 100. You can ping on the ground, see the distance, and then you account for drop based on what your gun is zeroed to. The bullet velocity determines how long it takes to get there, and it's more of a detriment for lead. That's determining your headshots on moving targets, which I didn't do much sniping of. I hit a couple headshots while it was moving. He's using aimbot. Okay, yeah. There, let's just call it. There you go. There you go. Welcome to the 2025 version of looking at clips, right? Air Avenger, thank you. Welcome to the squad. Steven also with the 2. Wayne, thank you for the huge 20 taking the top on the day back there. And let me catch up a little bit. I'll try and speed up. Angel dropping a double gifted out to the community. Appreciate you. Debbie with the 1K bits. Want to make sure I didn't miss any of these questions as well. But it's going to be a little tough to keep up with chat today, I think. We'll see how it goes. Angel as well. Appreciate you. Thorn with the 5. There was one other note. I was trying to take a couple of notes of things that I was going to come back to here. Talked a bit about the BR. Okay, we should be good on that then. Funk also with the 5-pounder. What's going on, man? Noob also with the 10. Appreciate you. Big Bob with the $20 as well. That was earlier. My goodness. Joe with the 5. Late night. Appreciate you, Captain. Good games in the YOLO. Death, thank you for the 5. Chat was voting earlier. They wanted me to post the YOLO as well. So I think we're going to at least do one of them. The thing is, we kind of didn't do the best in the game, but it was still some good comms and some we abused some interesting things that I think not everybody saw, which we actually might look at one of those today. Fusa, thank you for the 5. Tater with the 4. Jamie with the 10, 20 on the day. Seth, an anonymous 3. Have you noticed C4 doesn't require a resupply? Yep. Kelly, thank you for the 5. But not all equipment was like that. The bipod didn't auto-recharge. You did need the redeploy beacon didn't auto-recharge. You would actually need a box in order to get a deploy beacon back for your squad. Joseph, thank you for the 5 as well. Cut 70, also welcome to the squad.
A brand new member of the Mountaineers.
Unfortunately, I wish I had better gameplay for you guys from the actual thing, but I didn't do super great when I was doing it, and I was obviously reading chat for so much of it that I didn't get a ton of great gameplay, and I was not on over the weekend. I did play over the weekend, but all my time playing over the weekend was trying to get random lobbies, so it was literally me backing out of games for hour on end because nobody talked in this game, unfortunately. So OP, we need proc chat. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
Where they have a commander who can spectate everything and tell the squads where to go.
So that was something that was back in BF3 and 4.
Off. Helicopter emoji.
That was in Battlefield 4. Actually, I don't remember if it was in 3. I think they had some version of it in 3, because I feel like I remember seeing it on Metro. But that might have been in Battlefield 4. Because they brought Metro back for Battlefield 4. Meadrary also, welcome to the squad. I feel like voice chat was bugged. No one talks. I think the first day it was, and then I think they took off the output option. But it was working because I did find a couple people that had mics, but it's very few.
That was fun last night. Now I know how
Demir,
to climb
thank
the
you for the
bridge
3.
in Battlefield.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hopefully you guys will see that. But you know what? Should we just talk about that now? Miss Metro. Let me see if I can find the. Should I just show a tease of the gameplay? Maybe I'll do that instead. Let me get my file from yesterday.
The only thing I want them to copy from BF4 is the rangefinder mechanics. I hate this BF6 rangefinder. Also, people need to understand that BF is for taking a break from all the sweaty games and have fun.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an element of it. There's here, let me see, hold on. Don't watch any of this. Hold on. Track 2, maybe this one. No. Audio. Track 3. There we go. But you're still gonna hear the comms. Whatever, it's fine. So yeah, did you guys see that you could get up here? Did you guys see that you could get up on top of the bridge here? Did we, how pissed off were we about this? How many people were very upset? I'll just mute the comms so that way you can at least see that when the video comes out. What did we think about this? It made the level playable. Hate it. You can scale a bunch of buildings from that one jump spot. I found 3 different ways up onto this building, up onto the top of the map. There was 3 different spots at least. There was probably more. Loved it. Not gonna lie. Find friends or making friends. Always be good in a squad. Way more fun in clips. Yeah, it's way better to play with people usually. For most people. Loved it. Wait, really? Yep. Hate it. Hate it. Now, parkour. Hardcore. Now, a lot of when you're on the roofs of the maps is pretty busted. And I think this was pretty busted as a whole. That being said, there was maps back in the day that you could get on top of things in very strange ways. I forget the name of the map. Was it Tehran Highway or Highway something? But it was similar to this where you would get up on top of essentially this freeway, and it was a sniper's paradise. And the way that you would get up there is you would put an MAV drone down, you would jump on top of the MAV, and then you would drive it up. This would bring your own character up, and you could jump on it there. It was another way you could get on top of the Caspian border tower as well. And that highway actually had some really good line of sights for long-range sniping. And so I would get into sniper battles up there. I would not be playing the objective. I would literally be on the roof with a sniper battle, 4 snipers versus 4 snipers during the middle of the match, and we'd just be sniping at each other, fighting, trying to get headshots. To the point of what Noob was just saying, you know, the game's not really about sweats, mechanics, about whatever. I talk about it as like, it's a lot of fun experience in this game. Whether you're a jet pilot, like when I fly the jet, I'm stoked to get 3 kills. You know what I mean? I'm not always having a big impact. Now, there's games where I do have a big impact, especially as like a chopper pilot or whatever, but there are some things that are kind of fun. Now, this one was a bit busted, how you did it, but it was still kind of normal climb ups. And I will say, every single time I did this, I lost the game. The parachute mechanic was the weirdest part of this, but I'm not, you know, to the point of the MAV drone floating yourself up in the game. It's also not the, this is not the most absurd thing. You know, using a parachute to cross a gap is not the most insane thing I've ever seen.
Why don't other squad medics don't heal outside of their own squad? Ladders will make more of the map accessible, as this was announced at the event.
They announced that there's going to be ladders on this map? Is that what you're saying? Or they're going to put ladders in the game elsewhere? I didn't see anything of that. If you got any clips or info, feel free to send it into the Discord. I'd love to see it. So is this PTFOing? This is the opposite of PTF. Now, you could do it. There was definitely a way to do this in the aspect of you were actually helping the team. I would just say I would get up there and I'd get so many kills. I felt a bit bad and I didn't really abuse it that much. I was kind of having some fun when I was up there, but I didn't really use it to try and secure like wins, if that makes sense. I didn't really care enough about winning, though, to be fair, especially during this time. For everybody saying that the game being dead is lying as well, what do you call this? There's 0 players on the game. There's only 8,000 people. The game literally peaked at 500K. The game is dead. All right? There's only 8,000 people playing now. The game is dead. Oh, Steam's down for maintenance. Here's the other Steam charts. Okay, now there's only 7,000 people playing. Might as well be 7 people. Get a grip, people. Game is dead. It's fried. All right, let me pull the gameplay back up 1 sec. I don't want to show you that full gameplay because people said they wanted to see the video of it, so we'll probably roll it. We'll probably roll. I'll see if the editors can get going on it. But we did have some gameplay. Let's see. When was the last time I played full? 8/10 was the weekend, right? Must have been the 9th. Is that the gameplay we're looking at? No, the 8th. All right, perfect. Here's some raw gameplay. We'll look back at some of the chomp gameplay. I think I had a gameplay with Yeah, this is the one with Aculite too. Let's look at this one since we already saw the one with Tom. Oh, I don't know. Dude, there were so many bugs too, I realized later. Not like anything super game-breaking, but I guess we can talk about this now since we're getting onto this map. Actually, I think Silk might even talk about it. I do want to look at his video in a second. But the repair station. I found at least the other side of the map, which I don't know. Which side are we on here? Is this NATO? Pax Armada.
It would be hilarious if we can beat COD's player base by all of us just sitting in the menu waiting for Friday.
Hey, I will be your cushion of viewership here. If you would like to pad my stats for said endeavor, watch the stream. No, there was a bug in the game that if you were on the Pax Armada side, it looks like it's this side, you could not repair nor reload your vehicle, because this is the side I was on when I was playing with Aculite. And then I switched over to the other team, and I was playing with Tom in my chopper seat. And every time we went back to the repair station, it gave us our ammo back and it repaired our vehicle almost instantly. It was busted. How, like, if anything, if the most differentiating bug that I saw was this in the game. Well, also, and the jets, which I'll talk about in a second. The fact that you got your health back instantly, rockets refilled instantly, you could just go here. I didn't even get a great gameplay with it. I could have done twice as good. Fly back, instantly get your stuff, fly back out, dump your full load, come back instantly, full heal, full repair, full ammo reload, and you could just do fast-ass strafes like that. You could do so much damage if I had known this was actually the case off the rip. NATO can repair on pack side too, and so I also learned that you can not only repair on this side, but if you flew into the enemy spawn, you could repair off of their base too. You didn't even need to full land. You just had to go over by the backside here. You see me and Tom doing it here. So when you come back over by this power pole, actually, I think it's the one further back in our spawn. We dip back and watch my health. My rockets are already full, but you'll see when I dip back over here, boom, full. And this, you know, I didn't have full health, a ton of health missing at that time. But versus what I was doing when I was on the other side, when I was on the pack side, right here, you would go back to your base, you'd park it next to the repair station and it wouldn't repair. Sometimes it would, but it was very slow. And I don't know if that was just like an auto repair feature that was on the helicopter on that side or what was going on. But you know what else was weird? If you flew out to the north side, it would also trigger repair. But the big thing, though, and I didn't get any footage of it, but I do have a clip of it that we can look at here. The jets and the helicopters actually locked on off of the free look camera. This is one of the biggest bugs that I didn't abuse, but it must have been a bug, right? There's no way this was intentional. Let me see if I can find a clip here, because I did not organize this stuff very well. I put a ton of stuff down. There's so much that I wanted to go through today. We really haven't even started going through the stuff that I wanted to talk about yet. Let me try this one. This one. This one. Right here. Look at this. Let me get some audio here.
AGM missiles around. So as it turns out, we're using the AGM missiles around. I thought you switch to your air-to-ground missile, find your target, lock on, and go away.
Yeah, you look at him, you lock on, right?
But boy, oh boy, were we wrong. As it turns out, in Battlefield 6, you actually switch to your AGM, go into free view, lock onto the target you want to kill, and fucking kill it. You literally can use this after a bombing run, even backwards. If you didn't know, smash that follow button. I'm Fishy, you're welcome.
He's locking on backwards, dude! This is so busted. And the crazier thing, too, I think he had another video on it. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it. Hopefully, it's got some views on it.
Did you know you can...
You could do the same thing with a chopper!
Let me explain. If you did the heli once or twice, you definitely know how the rockets move towards your crosshair.
The rockets, when you shoot them, will start to travel, and they kind of arch with wherever your crosshair is looking. Not fully. It's not like a TV missile or a tow missile, but...
Did you know that they also hone in...
Look at that. Look at where the explosions are happening. When he free looks with the camera, it goes to where he's looking with the free look.
In crosshair?
So you
That
could
definitely makes up for.
usually you had to be tipped down going in for a strafe. You could be backpedaling out. I could have done so much more work with this. I think that's busted. There's no way this is intentional, right?
Some weird kill angles. But it also lets you play the chopper in a whole new
Way.
Let me know if you think this is a bad
Airlock on as well. Look at this.
Like I do. For now, experiment.
No, I don't
with
think
it.
it's a
Kill some
feature.
people with it. Let me know. Tag me, please. It's fucking great. Fish you out. Thanks for watching. Bye. Love you.
It would be good. It definitely would be good, but I don't think it's legit. Anyways, I saw these clips from About 9 Fish. If you guys want to check him out or see any of his stuff. Shout out to him for posting that. I don't know if you guys did any of you guys see that? Only in Battlefield, brother. Here I am flying around like an actual proper pilot, trying to actually aim and look at targets and lock on. Did you guys see that before? Or was I under a rock? Is that am I old to that news? Let me go to actually the other audio channel here as well. Tracks. Here we go. I saw it. Yeah. Realistic as gimbal lock works. Not fun for gameplay though. But would it go directly behind you? Like if you're flying off with a jet and you lock onto something behind you, say with gimbal, whatever, would it go out of the jet and turn around and go down and actually hit that? Would it be able to turn that fast? I feel like it wouldn't. Even if we're trying to go for realism's sake, I don't think that's true. Maybe. I don't know. I did see it. Yeah, I saw it. It does. Watch Silk's new video. Oh, shit. Okay, well, you know what? That's... should we just go to that now, then? Noob, thank you for the 5. Funk, also, thank you for the 5-pounder. Late Night Waffle, thank you for the 200 as well. Depends on the missile being used. Yeah, I don't know. As much as I know about the AH-64 from working on them in the military, I don't think a Hellfire will turn around like that. Well, there you go. Either way, that would make the gameplay insane if they did do that, if they did keep that, if that was intentional. So the jets not do bullets to infantry? I think it was the spread was so big that it didn't really hit enough shots to get a kill. I was really hard for me to kill infantry with it. But I think it was also... The Clickbait Master, Spartacus, dropping a 10 gifted subscriptions as well. My good sir, Spart the Legend. What up, man? Yo, W Spartacus, guys. Heck yeah. You gonna be playing this, man? Mostly for suppressive fire. I think the difference, though, is that there's different types of cannons that can be put on the vehicles. And I'm guessing that we just had one that was better against vehicles. Because even if you notice, the cannons that you would shoot from the jet at ground tanks actually did damage. And a lot of the cannons in Battlefield 4, maybe it's the 15 mil or 20 mil or whatever some of them were, it didn't actually do any damage to tanks in the past, at least I believe. Only if you use like the right ammo, but then there's, depending on the ammo that you use, there's different variations of what it'll actually kill. All right, let's take a look at Silk's gameplay. I think it's time. We'll start here. I don't know if he uploaded another new video, but let's see. This is the one. So I don't know if he does it in this, if he uses the glitch or the feature, let's call it. If he uses it, it's a feature. Let's do that. But let's take a look. This is, okay, for some context here. Silk, we watched some of his gameplay from the actual event. This dude is probably the best pilot that I have seen yet on the game. And we now have some gameplay of him actually on the game. The thumbnail showed he had 60 kills with this. If you guys got the chance to try to fly jets, I've got some ideas to help get you at least warmed up to it, because this was not a train. This was not the place to train. The number of jets that I saw going straight into the wall, or even dogfighting against it, didn't know what the hell they were doing. I'm assuming we're going to see somebody who doesn't know what they're doing trying to take the jet against him here. But I wanted to see his actual gameplay. POV, you're watching the deadliest pilot in Battlefield 6.
Jets recently. I mean, arguably probably too much. Spent 5 hours straight the other night, just jet after jet after jet. But thought we'd fly one out today and kind of see what we can get done. Today we are playing on the NATO side, which is the team you want to be on. You can actually rearm your jet on the NATO team.
Yep, this is what I was saying.
Can't do it on the other team. Not sure what this guy is doing, by the way.
So if you go back to your spawn, for some clarity, if you go back to your spawn side, if you're on the Pax Armada, you cannot repair your vehicle over here. If you're on this team, you can't repair your helo nor your jet. Maybe sometimes it will work, and there was a spawn way up in the mountains that sometimes seemed to regenerate. I don't know what was happening, but if you were on NATO on this side, you could repair at this base or repair at this base and also refill your ammo.
He's trying to take me to the skybox. Thing is, I'm still behind him. Anyways, as I was saying, NATO side of the map is
or maybe he explains
massive
it here.
advantage.
I haven't watched this yet.
Game. You can repair on both sides of the map, so I can fly over my base and get more bombs. But I can also fly over there.
Watch his ammo.
Yeah, so
Great, have a great streaming brother.
Oh,
that didn't repair. Okay.
That's a bit cursed. I'm gonna come up the mountain here. I spend a lot of time up on this side of the map. Just has a lot of cover from everything. Got an attack Kelly as well. We're gonna get him dead.
It was
You're gonna get one or two
so
kills
fast
every
to
time you go
kill
for one of
these.
those, so it's
The
free
jets
money,
as
really.
well. But see, he is getting locked on.
Resupply as a NATO jet, so
yeah. See, did he just
my
get
health
all his
back,
bombs
but
back
I'm not
there?
gonna get
Or
all
did
my
he
health
not use
back.
them? Let's see.
because there are kills to be had on sea.
Every
The
time
sea
you
is-
flew over base, I think it was about 30% of your health that you got back.
Where
I didn't
you're
even
gonna
realize
make
you
most
got
of your
bombs
money
back, though.
as a jet pilot, at least on this map. I think a massive thing about flying jets in Battlefield is like finding the routes to fly. I fly like the
See,
same routes
his bombs go all the way back up. I didn't even notice that. I thought it was just repairing health. I could have sent so many more bombs. So he's just doing a route. I did like this path though. I'd fly in here and then take it tight on the mountain here to just get out of LOS.
on Battlefield 5, for
That's
example,
crazy.
which has a similar rearm system to this, and it's definitely going to be the same in BF6.
Yep.
So got more bombs.
This is
guys here, actually.
insane. Oh
Yeah, I was
my
gonna say, I thought I was not gonna
god,
get
bro!
any kills,
Triple
but 3 is
kill.
about right there. And this valley is just so nice for evading
The
missiles.
value of having him on your team.
I'm gonna go for the infantry instead of the
gotta be
jet,
insane,
but we'll
right?
Get the jet straight after. So
Look how he's dropping the bombs too.
surprised that wasn't more kills.
He's
but
not putting any lead on it.
gonna
It's
get
right
more
where the
bombs,
angle that he's
flare,
coming
and
down.
then have a go at this jet.
He's keeping the circle right on the dot where he wants to kill it.
When it comes to dogfighting, a lot of people have been asking me as well, like the speed control value in this game. I don't know yet, but I think around 350, maybe up to 380, 370.
Silk
Around
was
there feels
ridiculous.
pretty
I
good,
remember
so
losing my mind trying to
I'm
take him out back in
Dude,
the
this guy
day
is
in
ridiculous.
BF4.
Here's what I've noticed to add some context. He probably knows more than me, but what I found is that like still 320, 330 is a really good turn speed, but it seemed like the movement was way faster. The way you accelerate and decelerate was much more difficult in this. So if you already had a steep dive going down and you try to pull back on the throttle, you actually didn't decrease speed like you would in the past. If you were already going if you were already going 300 and you're even pulling back on throttle the whole way down, by the time you get there, you're going to be going like 360. So it felt like to me what the ideal way was to drop my speed as much as I could vertically. So I would already be like 260, 250 when I started my dive in. So I didn't go too fast as I was on the entry. And then to drop your speed was much more difficult. When you went up, you
Why
dropped speed
isn't the
very
game out
fast.
yet?
But you'd still have to hit some afterburners sometimes, especially if you were going front rolls, which I like to do, which I don't know if this is the best way to play. I don't know if I'm going to get the most kills doing it, but this is what I found. Like if I was doing front rolls, I lost a ton of speed. The screen would go red because you'd get a head rush for it. I thought that was a super cool aspect too. But when you were front rolling, you had to kick in the afterburner to get even more speed unless you were going down. When you were going down, gravity gave you a lot more speed on this. And that seemed to affect your turning more so than it's ever felt in Battlefield. But it was not like 2042 at all, where it was just you hit the afterburner and you get a sharp turn.
Trying to use a lot of afterburner at the bottom of my loop to overspeed just a bit, so that when I got to the top, I still have enough speed to keep a good amount of turning rate. That seems.
Let me see what he said again.
A lot of afterburner at the bottom of my loop to overspeed just a bit, so that when I got to the top, I still have enough speed to keep a good amount of turning
when you
rate.
go up, you lose so much speed.
That seems to work for me, but definitely let me know what you guys are finding.
That's what I'm finding.
Bomb should be good for 2. It's going to resupply at their base as well, which is crazy that you can do that.
That's insane. Also, the thing that I'll note, too, is that the attack jet, at least from what I remember in Battlefield 4 and what I played recently, they didn't even have afterburners. So I think that also adds to some of the differences in trying to control your speed with it.
They've definitely bugged out the game. You're meant to be able to resupply at your base only. I know that's the case.
Yeah, there's no way you're supposed to reply at both.
Unfortunately, NATO can use both sides, and PAX can't use either. So they're really buggered it now.
See how steep of an angle he comes on to?
A nice 2 more kills, though.
That's a difference. That's a big difference in how
another bomb rearm.
How to use it. Good
so you guys
LOS.
are probably seeing the flow here. It's more or less use either spawn to rearm, fly up here, and then go bomb something. I'm gonna hit this guy with a combo. The combo is very strong, by the way.
So he's not addressing the free look cam either. I don't know if he doesn't know about it or if he's not using it, but I gotta say, W Silk for not using it and being able to pull off a gameplay like this.
Infantry. Nice. That should have been 2, at least.
There were so many times that I put the circle right on an enemy and I didn't even get a kill, though. And I think it was because of the angle that I was coming in at.
Too much. Then again, he's kind of slow. We'll have a go at it. What is he doing?
Oh. Sorry, my screen's froze. We're good.
Yep. Well, I can't aim at him if he doesn't even know what he's doing.
He crashed into the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, he crashed into the ground.
What is he doing? Yep. Well, I can't aim at him if he doesn't even know what he's doing. That is brutal expectations. That tank looked like it was alive. I'm not going to waste my bombs there. I'd just rather have another strafe at it while I have them up. Probably could have dodged that missile too, but...
Yeah, I'd say he was already out, especially over the dip.
Come back pretty quick.
But you know what's crazy? He is getting locked on. He is getting shot at. But he's breaking line of sight, and he's so fast out of the battle. He stays low on his exits to where he's just not getting shot down. He hasn't showed in the scoreboard yet, but... or I haven't noticed it yet.
Almost like I'm hovering up here, just like looking for kills. It's pretty cool.
Because they got to be pissed at the other team.
This is really dynamic.
See, he's locked. He's already locked.
Insanely fast.
But his flares are out.
Like slow when you're patrolling up there.
Yep. He's getting locked again. Incoming, but he gets out of LOS. He cannot get hit. He's making himself an unhittable target. Wait. There was the scoreboard again. Let's see. He only looks at it for a second. I feel like I'm trying to get a loadout at the end of a TikTok video right now. There it is. 18-0 right now. Have you ever even seen a jet go 18-0? The gameplay's not even halfway done, let alone somebody that's in the top half of the leaderboard who's using a jet. You know what I mean? Juicy Potato also, welcome to the squad. Arda, 1 year on the sub.
So there's 1 or 2 there.
Wolf, thank you for the gifted. Jay, Tarkus, thank you guys.
I really like bombing in first person as well. You guys will notice I'm doing that almost every time. I just think you get more zoom. You get to see where the enemy is a little bit better. Really left that one to the last second.
One other thing, though, with that is if you ever right-click, just another side tip if you're newer to flying, if you ever, so what you see him doing is going first person here, but if you have the bombs out and you right-click, that will take you to that thermal camera, and you might be asking, why doesn't he use that? When you switch to that camera, it automatically flattens your jet out. If any of you guys know if there's a way to turn that off, let me know. But to my knowledge, it always does it, and there's no way to change it. It'll flatten the jet out, so you're no longer controlling the angle, and it's just kind of like an autopilot while you're using that, looking around the map, but that doesn't let you lock on. I think a lot of people, including myself, when I first got on the jet, right-clicked or zoomed in, left trigger, whatever it is, and we were trying to lock onto ground tanks with the camera. But that's not how it works. It's just for intel. What was nice, though, I learned, if you were with the other camera, the 20 mil cannon or whatever the auto cannon was, and you right-clicked or left-triggered, you could zoom in even further. That would be nice if you could do that little bit of zoom in this camera, but it's different with how it works, and that's why he doesn't use it.
I think you get more zoom. You get to see where the enemy is a little bit better. Really left that one to the last second.
Half-man, welcome to the squad.
ended up
Most
finding a
recent
kill.
sub on the day.
I find I'm very rushed when I'm strafing in this game to spot a target. If they're not spotted, I end up spotting them like last second and then dropping bombs on them. Anyways, got one more bomb for this guy.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to hit. That was a
Surprised not
late.
Kill. See if we can pull up on this jet.
So
that is
fast to
satisfying.
kill
it
these,
kills
man.
way too fast.
It's
but
so
it's pretty
fast.
satisfying.
If you get a jet on your 6 and they're half decent, you're dead. Which,
back around. We got a
maybe that's
tank
how it
here.
is. I don't know.
We'll see if we can hit this guy with a combo. So rocket, cannons, bombs.
How do you do
We
that?
can hit this guy with a
How does he combo it that hard? I'm telling you, I tried to control my speed so much. Let me see this one more time. So he flies up, he afterburners up. He's probably dropping speed right here, but he's still afterburnering. He's not first person, so we can't see the speed. Maybe he'll show it to us in a second. Okay, he is. He's going 380 right now. And I'm sure he's holding back on the throttle to try and decelerate, but you can see his speed is increasing. Now he's up to 400 already on this. My problem was whenever I tried to do a lock-on on a tank, by the time I got the lock and shot it, there was not enough time to swap to the other cannon or the other bomb and drop it. I could never do it fast enough. There was a delay between those things. How does he do this so
got a
well?
tank here.
He's going in. He's up to 420 speed.
We'll see.
Maybe it's because he's at a flatter angle this time on the entry.
If we can hit this guy with a combo. So
He shoots the rocket.
the rocket, cannon.
Maybe it's because he switches to the autocannon first. I never did that. If he switches to the autocannon, it could reset the cooldown timer on dropping the bomb. Because there was always a cooldown on dropping the bomb that didn't let me do it.
Bomb.
But look at this. He swaps over to the bomb and drops it. He's already dropped it. The number's already gone down. And note where he's also dropping this is before it even gets to the tank. Watch where the circle is. I'm going to slow this down.
Cannons, bombs. So rocket, cannons, bombs.
Bombs. Right when he said bombs is when he did the drop. That's when the number goes down here.
Another combo. So rocket, cannons, bombs.
It's slightly before the target that he actually dropped it. That's insane. Boom.
Bang.
Boom,
There we go.
dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This guy
You get
cooks.
good at that.
This guy freaking cooks.
Get some
Silk.
serious tank destruction.
Come on. Are we going to get World's Best Clip of the Week again?
The
I'm
helicopter
not
here.
sure. I feel like the clip appetite is different than what it used to be. Realistically, I think we're just going to watch some on stream.
AA in this doesn't seem to be that good so far. Had a lot of luck just almost ignoring it. The Stingers, though, they're really, really good. So
The AA seemed really good for me against the helicopters. It did not feel as good against the jets. That being said, I'm talking about the stationary AAs. The AA vehicles, I didn't really get to drive one myself. Those were definitely still a pain to the choppers, but as long as you have a good second seat gunner, you could easily outplay them with their lock-on missiles. The gunner second seat on the helo was so powerful, those lock-on bombs. If you just play in the ravine, pop up, launch it, go back down, pop up, launch it, you could counter them pretty well.
I guess it all balances out.
Beautiful.
Should be plenty of kills there.
Yep, that looked beautiful.
Is that 3?
Double, triple!
Nice.
All right, I'm having withdrawals, guys.
27 kills, 0 deaths so far.
I'm having withdrawals. I need to go play.
Absolutely blitzing in this jet.
Oh, he's got a vehicle. That's a
Another few
triple.
Kills here. Gonna get down low.
Oh, it's a 5!
All right. Look, down low.
Hold on. He was too busy looking at that feed. This is an understandable death right here. You see a feed like that in the jet, if you didn't see what happened there, he bombed a transport vehicle, which those are the dream ones to
Kills,
bomb.
0 deaths so far.
Watch this.
Absolutely.
Transport vehicle right there. You see somebody in the gunner seat. This is mouth-watering right here. Look at this.
Blitzing in this jet.
Bombs away.
Should be another few kills
Oh,
here.
baby!
Gonna get down low.
He's looking at the feed. Boom, straight into the tree.
All right, look. It happens. That tree was not there before, I swear. That's a new tree.
There it is. First death.
All right, I didn't die. No
That's
one saw
the
anything.
best way to die in the game.
That camera is really awkward.
You get
actually.
a 5 feed like
Good way to
that.
start,
That's the
though.
way to go.
Get a couple heli kills.
That's a balancing. That's a balancing of the scales when you're 37-0.
Come back around to C. C has so many people on it. I've just been looking at them spawn as I've been waiting for the jet.
Triple kill.
Okay, that's 3. And there is so many more. They're all going to revive as well, I think. So, see how many we can get. C flag,
They're just
though,
all defibbing,
on
bro.
this map. That is where you're gonna
I
get
want to
kills.
play this so badly right now. Oh my
A few
god.
more here.
People were getting mad at me though
Another 3-piece.
for spawn camping the
Here we
jets.
go. Another big tip I've found as well is just keep your speed up. Like,
And I banned them all.
Just hanging off
Second on the
afterburner.
board, bro.
You may as
MB
well. You're
also,
not fuel
welcome to the squad.
restricted in this.
Brand new member of the Mountaineers,
The
welcome.
faster you can get around and get to the kills, the better, really. Okay, that felt like it should have been at least a few kills. I do not know where those bombs went.
Let's see.
Okay, that felt faster you can get around and get to the
Yeah, it definitely looks good.
Do you
This
think
guy's
Fast
full sprinting
Squad
left,
is gonna
though.
play Battlefield as main
Kill.
game?
kills.
I don't know. I hope so. I mean, I'm going to be playing it. We haven't had a game that we've all been playing for a long
The better,
time.
really. Okay, that felt like it should have been at least a few
Occasionally we
kills.
play some
Been here
Warzone.
for
I don't know
a
where those
while.
bombs went.
Just card expired. Smiley face emoji.
My man.
That was just
Hey,
unlucky.
welcome back. There it is. 12 months on the sub. Yeah,
On the back there.
YouTube's weird with the resub like that, but appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Thought I recognized the name. Hold on. Why is this lagging now? Is this his gameplay? We're at 8:22.
That was just unlucky. Run it back, though.
There we go. No, okay. Yeah, it just must be his gameplay. That's fine.
Should we give it 2 there? Oh, it's good for 4. Okay.
Quad, bro. Quad feed.
At first, I really thought that the ground attack on this thing sucked. But I tried to reserve my opinions until playing things more, and yeah, this jet is doing work now. I've figured it out, at least to an okay level.
Oh, okay, he says. He's just doing okay, guys.
It's a 5-piece, wow.
What?
4-piece on a 5-piece back-to-back there.
You know what, though? His team's still losing.
My
So-
team is still just struggling this
Yeah.
game,
There's that.
despite all of our work.
Imagine you have a jet like this on your team, though. My goodness. But I guess
Come
that's
back
why
into
he's
C.
able to farm Charlie so much and get so many kills.
Just 1 kill. Humble 1 kill.
But you know what? If this was a more even game, he would get way more kills because the game would go on longer. This game's about to
I
end.
look forward to playing some other maps as well. I feel like we've
I hope we
almost
get enough
optimized
big
this map
ones.
now. Just a few days in. For jet farming, at least. See if we can get this jet as well. Damn, that would have been a clean sequence still. Should be able to clean that up pretty quick.
I also wish this
There is
ring
a,
wasn't bouncing all over the place.
CCIP or a PIP, like a constantly calculated impact point with the guns on this. But I just don't know how to aim with it. I always just aim manually. Gotta get better at using that though.
Is that what it is? Are
Honestly,
you
I'm a big
supposed to
fan of
use
those
the
kind of
ring?
Mechanics. I've always enjoyed just leading the shots in. But it is realistic, so
Is that what it is?
kind of cool that they have added it, but
I
I'm
don't
not a
know.
fan.
He's in first place. Have you ever seen a jet in first place on the leaderboard? I haven't.
Z is looking strafeable. Probably swing the jet around and strafe that in a second. Just gonna
I noticed he uses third
Get my
person a
flares back.
lot as well.
Come
I just
around.
enjoy first person.
get some speed on the jet. We do have some people.
He goes
spotted at
into
B,
it for the
though.
dive, though.
I'm gonna try for C.
I love this, man. I love
Yeah, that was
this.
a bit of a flop.
He doesn't even need to flare.
the rudder or the yaw in this is so weak. So
yeah, I noticed that too.
In your initial kind of aim, it's hard to snap on with the rudder.
Don't like the health recovery for the vehicles. Well, the jet only heals about 30%.
I mean, we didn't die.
At least from what when I did it.
The trees in this are no joke.
But the bomb refill is kind of insane. For good players like this is going to be insane.
Through them, so it's taking me some getting used to.
You know, you can use the Apache helicopter with Sea View and the rockets free fire. Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. And so that's what he's not even abusing that right now. If he was using the AGM, the lock-on air-to-ground missile, he could just look with the camera down while he's going out on his exit path, while he's flying away. He could turn around and lock on with the free look camera. It was a bug that was in the game. At least I believe it was a bug. And hit a shot on his exit. So this could even be crazier. Granted, he's doing that without abusing the free look on it.
So the game has given me the username Ghost Demon, which is honestly pretty freaking tough. I can't even lie. I might have to rebrand the channel to Ghost Demon.
Wait, what did he say he got?
I'm also running streamer mode in this, so the game has given me the username Ghost Demon, which is honestly pretty freaking tough. I can't even lie. Yeah. I might have to rebrand the channel to Ghost Demon. Anyways, Ghost Demon is getting locked on.
We were looking at Silk's gameplay before Battlefield 6 came out here, during the first early access thing.
So good for dodging missiles.
So see, he's half health. He could die right now. He's killable.
Them, but I'm going to come in for another strafe here, pop my flares, get into the mountain. We should be all right to get a couple kills.
And see the repair. Maybe that did 40%.
And a lot of these times,
not
I
full
would be
heal.
surprised if I was dying, if I didn't keep my
Talk about air
so
superiority.
High, so you can take
Wish we could get more realistic controls.
I think the rearm abuse, which is what I'm doing a lot. Having a nice route to fly. Keep your speed high.
I think this game gives you way more control of the vehicles than your typical like arcade type game. 63 and 1, dude.
Insane game. I think the most anyone's got is 67. So for 14 minutes, that's not bad.
That's the thing, though. If his team wasn't so bad, his game would have kept going on for another 4 or 5 minutes, and he would have easily crushed that. And meanwhile, was he just talking the whole time? I assume this was a live commentary that he did. This is as he's playing. He's not even sweating here. Craziness, man. Anyways, I'll link his video again. If you guys haven't subscribed to him yet or checked him out yet, I'm telling you, I'm watching all of his videos. I'm studying the tapes, boys. I'm studying the tapes. I'm going to be piloting like a maniac when it comes. This is my
worldwide number 2 chopper player
here.
from BF2 here.
Yo!
It has been sad to see the constant decline in chopper agility after BF2. They feel like flying trucks now. Black Hawk was the best team play vehicle ever before it got nerfed to hell. Also missed TV missiles.
Yeah, well, I think those will come back, and I think we'll also still have more movement on a Little Bird, I would assume. But we'll have to see. I don't know. But yeah, you guys tell me what you think of the jets, even the helos for that sake too. I'd love to see some more helo gameplay. I got quite a bit of it. That was one of my favorite ways to play. But to your point, they're definitely heavier and definitely slower. Yeah. Battlefield 4 chopper is unmatched, so responsive. We even noticed that when we went back and played Battlefield 4 on last Wednesday. Maybe we'll do some later today. Definitely missing the Little Bird. We'll have to see what we have to see what those are going to be like. And I don't know if there's going to be... Maybe there's other ways that you can customize it to... I don't know. Probably not increase the movement efficiency of it. You might be right. It might be super heavy. Too heavy. I still managed to get some great gameplay with it, though. I had a lot of fun. And this was just me, like, I didn't put that much time into it either. I think I put a little bit more time in. I think I'll be doing good. But for sure, if you... Which I wasn't doing here, but if you were abusing the free look, I could free look right now, lock him, and shoot. That would be busted. But maybe, I mean, I would make it more enjoyable if you were good, for sure.
I upgraded to Win 11 and turned on Secure Boot after no load. I expect it to be a common requirement soon. EA said they stopped 330k beta cheat attempts.
Did you see that? How many cheaters they said they stopped? Crazy, bro. And they are already doing that. So Black Ops 7, it's already been at least reported or posted. I'm pretty sure it was by Call of Duty said it themselves that they're going to be requiring secure boot for Black Ops 7 for the new Call of Duty coming at the end of the year. 300,000 cheaters is crazy. Bro, the highest peak that they had was 517. Of course, this is peak. We don't know how many total players there was, etc. But yeah, it is kind of insane. So this is the gameplay with Aculite when we were on the pack side. So you can see we can't repair. So when I go down to base here, I'm not getting my ammo back, and I'm not repairing. I think there's a slow repair that happens, so you can hear the wrench going, but it's very slow. It's almost like they were trying to test 2 different versions. Maybe this is what they were doing secretly, and it wasn't a bug, but they were testing how the system worked for whether it was like this, where you had to actually go down and repair, versus go to your base and you instantly heal up, like on the NATO side. Which would you guys prefer? Let me poll
it. Is the F-16 replacing the A-10 as the attack aircraft?
It's a good
if
question.
Yes, I'm going to miss the BRRRT attack runs.
It's a really
also,
good question.
F-15 or F-15E still MIA lol.
NATO side, which is instant repair, ammo refill, or PAX slow repair, no ammo. For air vehicles, which do you prefer it to be in the game? Where on the NATO side, 1 or 2 in chat. You prefer like just you fly back, no waiting, maybe like 3-4 seconds, you're fully repaired? Or do you want to land and tell people, you have to actually land and repair, no ammo from it? You still have to wait for the cooldown of the repair, or maybe slow ammo, if anything. What do you guys think? Obviously, this is a relatively smaller sample of only the more sweats who are literally watching Battlefield 6 gameplay on the day. There's no Battlefield, but it's actually teetering relatively 50-50 here. Becomes too OP, too fast to repair. To the point of the gameplay that I think we just watched with the jet, I think if you know what you're doing, you're going to abuse this so fast. But it does probably become helpful for newer players who aren't that great, because then they can just keep in the action and get more reps in. But I think realistically, this is not how you should be practicing and learning how to fly. Relatively close from those of you who are willing to contribute to the poll here. Appreciate y'all. But it is edging out on the slow repairs, no ammo, which is the gameplay that you're seeing pretty much here.
I wish they'd bring back artillery/UAV stations like in BF2. Was great for giving squads additional targets in between capture points.
Artillery and UAV stations like Battlefield 2. Yeah, I'm not even familiar with that. Was this like a point you captured that wasn't even a objective point? So it wasn't like Alpha Bravo for capture points, but it's just another point you would capture to give you additional buffs for the game? It sounds familiar, but yeah. Mike, also, thank you for the 7 months, pushing us 50 subs in a day. MB Blurb Effie, thank you for the 420 as well. Subi, thank you for the 310 bits.
Myself, this game slaps. Flex bicep emoji. Video
there
game
it is.
Emoji. Made level 20.
Nice. Nice, brother. Hey, appreciate you. Drew, thank you for the 5-pounder as well. Rogue with the 5er. Freeman, thank you for the 5er. Zhao also with the prime sub, most recent sub on the day. Willis also with the 2. Michael, thank you for the 2. How do I get a code? You guys are trolling me, right? You're trolling me, right?
Fast repair on flyover. Ammo restock on landing.
That's, you know what? That's a fair middle ground for it. It does kind of suck, like, if you ever spawn as a support and you gotta sit there and, like, you'd have to wait for slow repairs if you don't have the repair torch to hop out. Plus, when you hop out of the vehicle, it makes it so that somebody can steal it, which really sucks. If you hop out and your gunner hops in and takes the chopper and then just crashes it into a wall, That sucks, dude. So yeah, to that point, I would be fine with that. I think that's a fair middle ground. At least repairs go when you're back at base, so you don't need to get out, but you can repair at speed of, you know, your self-repair. If you did hop out and have it. Maybe ammo's still slower to reload. I don't know, though. I don't know. I can tell you what, when I swapped over to the other side, when I swapped to NATO and got all my ammo back instantly, I was loving it. I absolutely loved it. It felt so good. Of course, I usually had most of my ammo even here when I was flying packside, but I was mostly trying to give my chopper gunner the best eyes.
In BF2 you had a commander for your team that could deploy UAV and launch artillery to bombard an area. Squads could kill the UAV and artillery to prevent the opposing team commander from using them.
Ah. Yeah, you know, I didn't use the Battlefield 4 commander enough either, but was there any benefit to, like, capturing points and then you got more utility and stuff like that for the commander? I didn't really use the commander mode much. I like to play the game more so. Commander was in Battlefield 4? Yeah, but he's talking about something else from Battlefield 2. But that is interesting. 2 spots, one for repair, another for ammo. Gives the game a bit of strategy and not just spamming. It's a good idea as well. See, if I could free aim right here, if I was free looking, locking onto stuff, that would be ridiculous, dude. That would be ridiculous. Let's see how I'm just giving angles for my passenger. I'm flying over the mountain, giving him angles so he can actually lock on and get some, take care of their tanks, any transport vehicles that are trying to get into flank positions. Take care of any of their tanks that they have. The AGM off of the gunner seat for this was incredible. The driver only had anti-air rockets, which were still great against other choppers, but I could never get a lock onto the jet because the jet would fly by and I'd have to like angle up. I wasn't using at least the free look lock on that people were using. Chopper gunner really needs some possibility to improve. Go to level it up and choice if you want to play TV missiles or another weapon. I'm fairly confident they'll have that. I think it's just right now, because it was the beta, we didn't have anything to unlock. There was no progression for it, and it was just a set thing. But at least I would expect that. I would expect when it comes out, I would expect there to be like some type of ECM jammer or stealth coding you could swap the flares for, some type of passive trait.
What about a designated
I don't know if
area
it's gonna be the
away
case.
from the combat zone where you could loiter, recover health/ammo, but it forces you to go away from the combat zone?
I mean, that's essentially what the thing is in the back of the map here. This is where I got a bug where this beeping never stops.
Teamwork make a dream work.
I mean, maybe you could argue it could be further back. Sure, I don't know. I don't know if they'd ever actually make that change. Love the Battlefield 4 commander still. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people like that. I don't know. In practice, I thought it was cool for a little bit, but I never wanted to actually play the commander role. And most of the time when I played, the commander spot was open. Nobody was playing commander. Keiko, thank you for the 5 as well. Fish, thank you for the sub. It's good to have you in the squad. Most recent sub on the day. The game is down this week. Yeah. The title's just a troll, guys. Look, the title's just a troll off of the Steam charts. Off the player count. There's nobody playing the game anymore. There was 500k people. Now there's only 7k people. Game's dead. Look at this. 0. Nobody's playing. Game's washed. Just a meme. Not Lil. Thank you so much for the gifted. Hooking up dope. Welcome. No drops today. Drops are going to start again next week. How are 7,000 people playing? Well, they're not actually playing. They're like me. They're just desperate. And we're just sitting on the menu doing nothing. Looking at our challenges and settings. I do kind of wish they'd let you at least go into the firing range here. But, it's probably healthy that they don't, you know? Otherwise, I'd be sitting in a firing range shooting dummies all day. I want to play, dude. And that's why, though, I don't think they're going to extend it. I think they want to capture that feeling of, look at how good it is, play it, want to play more of it. Boom, you buy it and come back. I think that's what they're trying to capture with it. That's typically what marketing and betas are. So, see, this is what we were doing. Me and Aculite were both getting out and double repairing it since we were on the pack side, and we couldn't repair. Merkal is also thank you for the 5. All right, let me go through a couple tweets as well here that I wanted to show you guys.
In 2142, Commander wasn't a separate mode. You got to be boots on the ground playing too.
See?
They butchered it in BF4.
That's what I want. And I didn't get to play either of those. In Battlefield 2, 2142, to my knowledge, those were PC games as well. I don't think it was until Battlefield 2 Modern Combat or whatever it was called, then it came to console, right? So I didn't get to experience any of it. But that's what I would want. Then I would play the Commander. If I was actually boots on the ground and could play the game, but then also like calling UAVs, whatever, that might get a little messy, especially if you're just playing with a bunch of randoms, it's matchmaking you in, whatever. That would be very interesting though.
BF4 Commander wasn't as good as BF2. Everyone
There you
knows
go.
about BF3 and BF4, but BF2 was truly great. Most
Free saying
gamers
the same
nowadays
thing. There it
didn't
is.
play it because it was 2005.
Yeah,
A lot of people still had dial-up back then.
yeah.
Teamwork make a dream work.
Here, I'll put this back on too since we're looking at this gameplay again.
To keep it realistic, land and resupply, otherwise pass through area for resupply.
Yeah.
Looks fun and all, but it's just not COD.
I don't know if that's a troll comment or if it's serious, but I am serious in saying that, yeah, obviously it's not COD, but I do think there's still a massive market for COD. I know everybody's like the meme, COD's dead, whatever. At least back in the day, I could tell you that there were so many people that just were not a fan of Battlefield and this, like, style of game. Like, playing Conquest and just getting destroyed by vehicles all the time, not wanting to put on an anti-air rocket or an anti-tank rocket and wanting to actually play the objective. They just want to go for kills. You know, they want to get, you know, a nuke or a 100-kill game or whatever, and getting pissed off by building crumbling, falling on your head, or some random rocket killing you, or a jet dropping a bomb on you. Piss a lot of players off. And that's where I still don't think this is necessarily going to be for everybody. And I don't know. We'll see. The fact that it's already as appealing as it is to the amount of people that have been showing interest in the beta, though, I've been very surprised by. That being said, the game also does feature a lot more that is like Domination, TDM, King of the Hill, which is basically just Hardpoint. And it is a lot of these other modes that maybe that's what's helping to bring in some of these other players. I don't know. Dude, how sick was that chopper kill there? That was sick. But that's also why I'm hopeful, or I'm wanting more of the bigger maps. And not even like, oh, I want bigger map like 2042 big, but just like Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4 big. Caspian, Firestorm's obviously coming back. But even like Davidin.
Any RPGs on the radar after BF fails?
RPGs, no. I haven't really played too many RPGs. Some MMORPG style games I've dabbled in recently. Not too recently though, as of now, but last couple years. I don't know. No. I mean, the closest thing, there are RPG elements in some of the extraction games that are coming. I think Arc Raiders is what I'm most excited for outside of, you know, the classic multiplayer Respawn. I'm not super interested in COD this year either. I mean, even for Black Ops 6, there was no ground war, so I wasn't super interested in that either. I mostly was just playing it to level up guns for Warzone. then, of course, we're going to have Battle Royale in this game, too. So, who knows? Who knows? Lil Oof also. My man dropping a gifted sub. Got you. Merkiles. Free. Thank you. Also, new top on the day, by the way. Digital. Thank you. Oh, Jamie Garza actually coming up with a 10. Taking the top. There it is, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Rusty also with the 9 months in the subbage. Tiger also with the 5 months, most recent sub on the day. Got you, man. Andy also with the 2. I don't think Battlefield is necessarily going to fail, but I have a feeling that it's still going to be a smaller niche that ends up staying on the game longer term. And I think the biggest determinant is going to be how much content that they drop for it. But I also don't know what that Battle Royale is going to look like. I don't know what the content roadmap looks like of how much they're going to be dropping for it. There's still a lot of questions we're going to have to wait and see. Skip back here as well. There was Twitch drops for skins over the weekend. I don't know how many people noticed that. Most people were just looking for the keys the first couple of days. And we'll see as well what they do with next weekend, because I think there's more drops that are coming next weekend too.
If
No,
you
I'm
were
not
just
playing right
getting
now.
into streaming or content creation right now, what advice would you give?
I put in the
Also, do you
bottom
think
corner
Portal
there
will be successful?
that this is just pre-recorded gameplay. I was not on over the weekend, so we're chatting about everything that happened. I was really curious because obviously so many people were watching the stream from the early access days. What it would actually be, and like the pre-beta gameplay, and people are hyped on it. How do you feel now that you actually have the game on your hands? So I wanted a chance to chat about all of that and actually have a chance to read some comments.
Forest map in Portal.
Of course, I can't read everything. I'm trying to read as much as I can, but you guys are like, this is insane, man. This is absolutely insane. So I'm trying to read what I can. Tips on content. Differentiate. That was the best thing to help with my top plays show.
Looking for new content. Thoughts?
Especially for Battlefield. I think there's going to be a lot of creators that come up during this new Battlefield, especially with the amount of interest of
I played for
people coming in right now.
My take.
Massive opportunity.
I suck, but I want to see the BR. 89 months.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are on that. I think a lot of the existing Battlefield players are more timid, more nervous, don't want to see it. But I think there's also a lot of people, especially outside of Battlefield, that do want to see it. We'll see. On the Portal mode, if that's there at launch, we have massive potential.
Few games genuinely
I'm not sure if it
fail.
will be.
BF want. In several months the players will experience a burnout just like all games. A large chunk of pool will leave.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, that's pretty much always the cycle, and especially if there's not like tons of new maps and content for it, there's going to be a hardcore amount that stay. There's going to be a massive amount that leave.
On BF. My favorite feature of a past game was an in-depth leaderboard for all stats in 2142. I used to hunt down the top players in the server browser and collect tags. Yeah, that was a big part of it, right? It was collecting dog tags. They even had it where there was creator dog tags, and then if you went and assassinated creator, you'd get their like this special dog tag, or devs if you assassinated BF2 had no red zones
dice
on
dev.
main bases, no 3D spotting, no sniper glints, 6-player squads, and a way higher focus on team play. Air and ground vehicles could get very powerful when investing in team play and working in a group.
Yeah. Get a gameplay going here. So this is I could even bring back should we look at one of the maps that's coming next week? I'll go back to some of my footage from the event. Show you guys the Brooklyn map. Hold on, let me just get this set real quick.
Have you heard anything about people not being able to play BF6 because they can't get into their EA account? Is there any way you can bring attention to EA about this?
You
EA
know,
support online is trash.
Yeah, I've seen people complain that like they even tried to put an early access code in and they got banned from the game. The thing is, I don't know, like, or did they do that and they log in with hacks and then Javelin caught them and then they're just saying that too. So I don't know what's going on with any of it. Obviously, they have so many players right now that it's probably not going to be the best for support as a whole. I don't know. I don't know if they even have good support as it is normally for the game, honestly. But I don't know, man. I also saw some people saying that there was they were having disconnect problems on Xbox and lag issues on Xbox and stuff. But I'm not sure. All right, we're going to look at one of the older gameplays here, but the nice thing is this is going to be the map that's coming next weekend on Thursday. This is it then. So this is the Brooklyn map. Let me switch tracks to, I think it's track 3 here, so you don't hear me talking here. You will hear the other people in game chat, but I can't turn that off. But this is going to be one of the maps that's coming, as well as Squad Deathmatch, which we didn't get to see. Now, this was a smaller... actually, was this... yeah, this is Empire State. There was 2 versions of Empire State that we saw. One was... I think it was smaller than the other. This is the small version of it, I believe. And then the Conquest was the 5 points, and it was much bigger. Because this was only... yeah, this is only the middle of the map. But this map has got, like, this big central building area here that you can kind of navigate through. Anyways, this is what's going to be coming in a couple days. Yeah, this is all pre-recorded gameplay. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome. We're just chatting about the game. We'll be back playing it on Thursday. Tomorrow, we may catch up on some of the COD stuff as well. Or we might do some 2042 custom games, Battlefield 4 custom games, Portal, whatever, for 2042, and see if we can find somebody who owns a server.
Forget BF6 when we opening up Mario Kart lobbies.
Mario Kart lobbies? Don't you get in trouble if you're playing Nintendo games? Like they claim all the money that you get from that anyways? I don't know. Maybe not on Twitch. I don't know how it works. Rich, thank you for the 5, man. I'm making a big extra lush forest map in Portal. Rich, when you make it, send me the key, send me the code, we'll play it. That's one thing we haven't seen yet. I'm assuming there's going to be one, because if you remember the first concept art that came out for Battlefield 6, it was like, I believe it was Gibraltar is what they were saying it was, but it was like the big forests with the firestorm coming in. Now, that could have been, at least people are saying that it's going to be LA or California or something like that for the Battle Royale. And we did see that with like the palm trees and like the golf cart and stuff. Maybe that was that map and it wasn't Gibraltar, so we'll see if there will be a forest, because that's not really forest. But I think that... anyways, we'll see. We'll see what it ends up as. We'll see if they let us use that as a canvas as well to create maps on, and how big the map editor is, and if that's even there at launch. I'm not so certain. Diego, thank you for the 2 as well. Andrew EOD, also 1 year subbing in over on the Discord. Appreciate you, brother. 89 months total. Insane. Played it for a bit. My take is I suck. You know what, too? Apparently, they are bringing the AI back. Now, I don't know if that's going to be in regular matches or if it's going to be only in Portal and you enable it or whatever. But that will at least... that'll be something. Did any of you guys see AI in the beta at all? I didn't see any. But maybe if you were in, like, Australia or a lower pop region, did you guys see any AI in the Battlefield 6 beta? No, none in the beta. Only the training start game? Yeah, I didn't even try that if there was one.
I'd love to see a forest map on BF6 like they have in Hell Let Loose.
Reopen the beta! I'm pretty sure my team was full of bots. No, you know what? At the beginning of every game, you knew it was real people, too, because you'd go into the game and there'd be 10 people AFK, clearly just tweaking their settings. I noticed that way more as well over the actual weekend, the last 2 days when I was playing. There was so many people at the beginning of the game that were just standing there trying to fix their settings. They definitely should have had some type of, like, they had the firing range, but you can't customize, like, throwing your grenades or even, like, testing the weapon swaps and stuff. I feel like that would have been really helpful to have a place like the Battlefield 4 training range map that you could go on and fly vehicles around and just practice, like, hitting stuff would have been super helpful for this. My settings reset every game as well. Okay, that's chalked. That might be a problem with your computer settings in your config file. I had that happen a couple times in COD, and it was like the file was locked, so couldn't actually write to it every time or something. I don't remember. Merciless also, thank you for the 10. Effie with the 420. Appreciate you. Banjo with the 10. Yeah, thank you, man. I don't know. Hopefully you get the EA account. I don't know. Hopefully it works. I had some problems adding people, too, because I was playing with people in the Discord server, and so trying to figure out how to add people was really weird, where they would send me their tag, but then there'd be 3 different versions of them. It just didn't seem super clear with how eventually, like, I added them, and then if I sent them a message, then I could get their name, and then I could send them an invite. The invite system didn't feel super great to me. But again, I think a server browser would fix some of that, at least for the sake of, like, getting other people to join. But maybe not, because then it wouldn't be in your squad. Because I also didn't see team switching. That was a setting you could set in 2042's portal. We did see that. Dan Muffin also.
Welcome to the squad.
Appreciate the sub, dude. Welcome in. Do you think that the Phantom Edition is worth buying for Battlefield 6 or just the Standard Edition? I don't even know what comes in it. I know there's like a cosmetic bundle with the black and red outfit. That looks kind of sick. But I don't think there's any extra content from it. Does it give you like a season pass or something? I haven't actually looked at it yet. Bad joke, Lamau. Clickbaiting for views is wild. What do you call this then? What do you call this? Nobody plays this game anymore. Yeah, it's the battle pass. But yeah, I do have enticing titles. I do clickbait a little bit. I do. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully y'all don't hate me too much. We'll see how the stats end at the end of the day, though. I think most people got the joke, but yeah, some people might actually be really mad at me. There's 7,000 people staring at the menu. I'm one of them, brother. I'm in the game right now. I'm contributing to the stats. I'm not letting this game die. I'm going to be in this. I'm going to be in this for at least a week. We're going to be sitting on this lobby. Yeah, it was a top post on Reddit, too. That's what Alex sent it to me this morning. He said, game's dead, and then he sent me that. I was like, oh, that is too good, bro. That is too good. Nah, I'm not playing right now. I put it on the screen, too. It's pre-recorded gameplay, but if you guys got any questions or anything, we're just discussing some elements. And then there was a couple more posts that I wanted to get to as well on X and on YouTube. There was also a video. I don't know if we want to even do this today, but there was a video about 2142 because I know almost nothing about the game. But this was from a couple months ago that I wanted to watch, and I was thinking maybe we could watch this on stream too, if you guys are down. Because I imagine a lot of you guys would be interested in seeing this too. But it popped up on my feed. I was like, I want to watch this. Maybe I'll save it and watch it on stream. Especially since we can't play the game right now. Best we can do. Thoughts on them introducing a hardcore mode for limited HUD and health? I think they should definitely have it. The community of hardcore players is quite large, and it will be in the game, but it's going to be a portal mode, which theoretically should be there at launch. So we'll see, though. We'll see. Somebody mentioned earlier that they saw a post from a community manager within the Discord. I don't know if they sent me a screenshot of it. I'd love to see it. Tag me on X with it or put it in my Discord server, of them saying that the portal mode, or no, the server browser will be there at launch will be there at launch. But that tells me that portal would be there at launch because portal is where the server browser will be. If that makes sense. I try to just follow all of the official information. There's some like leaked stuff that's out there, but I try and clarify if I'm ever discussing like leaked things or supposed things, because some of the supposed things about the BR as well was that it was going to be a gas cloud. I saw a lot of people saying BR is confirmed, official post. It's going to be gas. Here's the map. And then at least what we've seen, it looks like it's going to be another firestorm. So I'm not sure. Big Nasty, thank you for the subbage as well. Let's TCB, also 5 months of the subbage. Good to have you in the squad. Do you think there's going to be a limited amount of servers so that they don't get overwhelmed with capacity? I don't think so. I think they'll limit it to 1 per person. That's what
BF6
Portal
beta
is
felt
right
like
now.
BC2 BF3 and BF Hardline hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, BF Hardline felt a lot like Battlefield 4, honestly.
I will
It's just
always love you as much as
different
I
look.
love feeling my own freshly shaven ball sack after a shower, which is a lot.
Oh, there you go.
Teamwork make a dream work.
The map looks like the map editing
Started
software,
the stream
Godot,
late.
is a whole game
Strong
dev
video
tool.
title, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
It's very similar to Unity. I predict that it's going to be wild. Jeff coming in with some intel. That was what we saw. If I'm not mistaken, Jeff, you were saying that that was the tool that we saw from like the trailer about Portal. Because if that's the case and we can get that level of customization, that's actually insane. Facts, that is. Bro, that would be... That makes me more excited, okay? Because I don't know what's actually going to be the potential of this, but that makes me a lot more excited. Godot. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Let me see. Godot. Godot engine? I don't know. That's the first thing that came up. Yeah, I feel like I need somebody who knows about this stuff to do a video so I can watch it and learn about it. So this is what they're using for it, it looked like to you. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to make that. But we could definitely play it. It's the same thing with game development. People ask me sometimes, Stone, you going to make a game? I'm really good at telling you what I want in a game. Like even the customs that we've done for PUBG and what we try to make work with Warzone. Like the Stream Sniper Showdown, the death races that we've done in that game. Even in PUBG, like zombies, we got everybody naked and we were running around 50v50s, Battle Royale, stuff like that. I'm great at that, but I'm not making it. But my hope is that they teach AI how to do this stuff. Because what I want to do, even with Portal in 2042, I try to do it with ChatGPT. I said, how do I unlock the B-2 bombers? I couldn't figure it out because they have a whole rules editor in 2042's Portal mode. It's actually pretty good, but I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to utilize it. And so I need to just tell an AI, how do I do this? And it does it, or it tells me the steps to create the mode. Because I got a lot of ideas for modes that I would love to do in Battlefield and like do some community games on, do some videos, tournaments, drop that code out so then people could play it and whatever. But I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But once a Metro comes out, I'm hoping that people are smart enough and they spend enough time that they can recreate some of the old maps. If that's the case, the potential's insane. But I don't want to even expect that. My expectations are much lower for what the launch is actually going to be. Rob, thank you for the subbage as well. Welcome in. How's your software going, Stone? Still resting after the marathon? It ran Thursday to Friday. No, systems have been improved. They're running
Was that
phenomenal.
too much love?
Dan TL! Also 13 months of the subbage! I don't know. Just so people know, Battlefield 4 servers have been up and populated since Battlefield 4's launch. There are servers that still require a queue. Yeah, and actually in Battlefield 4, and I think it was in 1 as well as 5, maybe. Maybe not 5, maybe those are when they switched. But if you have premium, then you got to skip the line for the queue as well. Because people will create servers. But back in Battlefield 4 and 3, you had to actually buy a server, and then you'd run the server off of that. We're looking at gameplay for the map that we did not get to see this weekend, but will be here next weekend. It should be here for Conquest and Squad Deathmatch, I believe. But just so you guys can get an early look at the map here, if you didn't watch enough of the gameplay at the event, get a feel for it. But you can see how much more open the center buildings are. It's definitely a different style of map than the Iberian offensive map. How come I couldn't play last night? The game is shut down now, so you can no longer play. If you open up the game, all you see is the main menu here. All right, let me take a look at a couple more of the notes now that we had from the weekend. Did look at this one. The bugs. Saw the roof there. That's fine.
So as it turns out,
We saw this one for the AGM. Did anybody see how to do this? I saw a couple of clips of the infinite XP from defibbing a dead body, but I never saw any explanation of how this was actually happening. It says Behemoth Res. I think that's the accolade that he was getting, was Behemoth. He just keeps defibbing a dead body and it never reses, but he still gets XP for it. He's on a 13,000 point chain. Did any of you guys see this? I saw 3 of these. I'm not even kidding. Somebody had a 30,000 point chain on one of them. Never give up. You're going to come back to life. I killed an enemy with the defibs, yeah. It must have just been a bug on certain individuals when they try to res it and they didn't res and then they just kept doing it. But this was the way to max score, max level up in one game, max level. I don't know how they triggered it. But yeah, that seemed like an efficient way to level up for your next level up, for my next level up guide. And then what was this? Old tricks still work.
Teamwork make a dream work.
The C4 Jeep stuff. I didn't actually do this. And we did look at the clip of somebody trying to launch a vehicle. And that was not possible. But this was another, classic. You throw the C4 on, drive it into a tank, typically. It'd be good for a good tank kill. I love the split perspective, though. You got the person who put the C4 and the person who's driving. This is there's the tank! Right up to 6! Beautiful. These guys are cooking. Yeah, there it is. Now, this was a more heated debate. Let me see. Was this the final post for it? I think there was something else for it, but let's see. This is what Tom posted on X over the weekend. You guys tell me what you think as well, and we'll see what else there was. Really enjoying Battlefield 6 so far, but these infantry meat grinder maps are becoming quite fatiguing. They play well on most modes, but legacy Battlefield fans returning this weekend will surely feel the pacing is too much like its competitors and not what sets Battlefield apart with its moment-to-moment gameplay and tactical decision-making. Even the biggest maps in the beta, Operation Peak, is a 2-lane cluster with very little room to play as a jet or heli. We've now seen a jet gameplay where this dude went 63-1, as well as the heli gameplay, 2-seater. I was even with Tom for a couple of those. We did get some good use out of it. It's a bit busted because one team has a massive advantage over the other team because it was bugged in the beta. But you guys tell me what you think. Bigger maps in an open beta right now. These are relatively smaller maps that we saw. But he says we need more all-out warfare options, but I guess it's too late to throw a larger map into the mix for the beta, question mark. We are getting one more map that we haven't seen, at least at our home setups. We saw it at the event. That was the Brooklyn map. But that one doesn't even have any tanks. Even for Conquest, it's infantry only. If the devs are considering weapon balancing and taking feedback from these small maps, how is that balancing going to transfer to maps like Operation Firestorm when the average engagement range in the Battlefield 6 betas or less, or 50 meters or less. The longest range fights that I got into were on peak, specifically for Outbreak. There was some sniping engagements that were like 100 to 200 meters pretty continually. I know a lot of people, even on Conquest, are getting up on the mountaintops using RPGs or anti-air in combination with snipes to hit some long rangers. Just thinking out loud here. What do you guys think of that? And I think this is a very fair point. My question is, how many big maps are we even going to get? We had like the large 128s in the last game, and so the maps were absolutely enormous, 100%. But now we're going back to much closer quarters. A lot of the maps that we did get featured were, you know, like even the King of the Hill mode was essentially, what was it, 8v8? Like domination, TDM, much, much smaller maps, modes, super fast respawns. And I think in those in particular, you didn't even have vehicles. You didn't even have jets. And it didn't feel like, oh, I got to go play engineer now because I got to counter this tank that's driving up on me, that you would feel by playing a Conquest in an all-out war. Now I'm going to lose this fight because I'm a support who doesn't even have any way to deal with this tank that's right in front of me. And now you feel stranded. It's like, yes, now I do want to play as a team. I do need to have the engineer with me. And you respawn so fast, you don't need the support to resupply your ammo to get you back into the fight. Can agree about the pacing. Not enough risk versus reward when it's instantly respawn. You get right back into the action. Played the mode once and got rolled by a shotgun squad. We should at least be vocal to get the big maps. I know it's beta still, and this isn't the final product. I'm sure Operation Firestorm works. But even if we have Operation Firestorm, I think it's still going to be pretty limited in the sake that, let's say that's the biggest map, which I think is a big enough map, honestly. But how many of those are we going to get? Is it going to be one more? Is it going to be two more? And then for the people who like to play vehicle mains and do the big all-out warfare, to the point of what he's saying here, which I'm guessing is what Tom wants to do. He wants to play the big Conquest feeling stuff. Will there be enough of that? And I think a big part of that is we'll have to see what actually happens with Portal once Portal's out. And will that allow people to make big enough maps for those bigger experiences, throw on extra vehicles, balance it however they want to? How difficult is it even going to be to do that? My guess is that it's going to be pretty in-depth, at least from what we saw from the actual trailer of the gameplay for it. There's nothing wrong with the chopper controls as long as you change the right things in the settings. Conquest maps are Battle Royale or else. Well, there's a Battle Royale coming too, and that's going to be a larger map. And if you use that as a canvas for it, that could be interesting. We need Operation Metro and Rush again. Even Metro for Rush is a relatively smaller map. That's more similar to what we were even playing on this one. Because there was no jets, there was no helos on that. There was no tanks either. Maybe there was a vehicle in the last sector or the first one. I don't think it was for Rush in particular. Some people would do Metro with like no explosions even. So they would take frags out and all those things. Or they would ban it. So if you use that equipment, it would kick you from the server.
Salem Freeze also, welcome to the squad.
In my opinion, if I wanted COD maps, I'd go play COD. Thankfully, the game runs smoothly. It looks beautiful and it's fun. I do think there is an element that even if you're playing COD maps, it'll be a different style to it because you're going to be able to destroy lanes. Like if there was a wall in COD, those lanes are so locked in and you are never going to change that. If there's a tree in the way, that's to block the LOS there. If the window's shut, it's to block the line there so you can never look down that. But in this, you just blow a hole open in the wall. So I do think there is an enticing element for that may pull people from the other games. Same thing with BR. I think that's the biggest hope that I have for a Battle Royale for Battlefield. It's not even necessarily the vehicles, it's the destructible environment. The closest thing that we have right now is in COD or is in Fortnite, really, if you're doing no build. That's where, like, somebody's hiding in a building, you can blow the whole thing up with an RPG. You can't build another wall there. It's just gone. Battlefield doesn't really have a looting system, which is essential for Battle Royales, isn't it? Yeah, and even the system that they had for Firestorm wasn't that great either. There was a lot of problems with it. That tweet is exactly why I'm kind of disappointed. Yep. There is larger map, but we won't see it in the beta. Yep. And so I think the concern then is if they're balancing everything based off of the smaller maps, how is that then going to feel when we do get to the bigger maps? Operation Peak was a terrible map, in my opinion. Look at the 9 map. descriptions of Battlefield 6 website, we are only getting 3 big maps, maybe 4 if considered Operation Peak is a medium large size map. Okay, so then let's say we get 3. That's still pretty good, but you know, there is also going to be a lot of smaller maps as well, which will be more infantry based. And if we don't have a lot of new maps off of future DLCs, off of the portal, then that might not be enough for a lot of people. And this is usually how it goes for like multiplayer games for me, is I always love them. Like I usually have a good time with any of the new Battlefields that come out, especially, you know, I played the heck out of Hardline. I was doing daily videos on that game back in the day. For Battlefield 1, for Battlefield 5, I started to fall off a little bit more. 2042, I didn't really do much, but I play through all the games, the maps, the modes. I try a couple of the vehicles that stand out the most to me. And then, you know, if there's no other new maps after that, then I'm good. And I enjoy my time when I'm on it, but I'm also not going to play it for like 1,000 hours or 5,000 hours of a game. That's where I need a lot of new content, new maps and everything for it. Maybe Portal will be the solution for that. I don't know. I had a decent enough time playing each of the different modes as well. The destructible environment was half horrible for this game. It looked like a piece of foam falling. Then the rubble would disappear. It's not supposed to disappear. So it's definitely better than what it was. It's not full, like, all the rubble's there and stays permanently, to your point. Definitely not. And they called it tactical destruction. I think visually it was very cool. But not every wall was destructible as well, to even the point of the COD and certain lanes staying up. Even in this game, there are certain routes and lanes that do not open up. You can't completely topple a building, at least not on all maps. There was more on the peak map, even for like the domination, where you could level most of at least entire buildings around some of the objectives, like the Bravo objective, the building that was towards the ravine side. You could just flatten pretty much that whole building and open it up. And you could expose the exterior walls, even on like Cairo, the second floors, the first floors, but the stairwells always stayed up. So you knew to nade into that kind of pocket there. Love those tactical decision making. Half the map full of snipers who delete you the moment that you spend 20 minutes enjoying the scenic emptiness of the open map. People hate Hardline, but it was a great game. And even that had some good massive destruction and like levolution effects on it, with like the crane coming down, or on the grow house map when the tank blew up in the back and opened up the different routes you could take. This is insane. Listening to you people have such strong opinions from the from a free beta. There's definitely some strong opinions. There's definitely some strong ones. I think a lot of people want the game in a different way. And going back to my point of like, I think there's a lot of different micro communities that want different things out of games now. Hardline was underrated. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to have to see what the bigger maps that they do release are. How the new maps that they create are. I do think them bringing back more old maps is like a no-brainer. If it's something that even the community can easily build and recreate, if there's people that are good enough and they can create it in Portal and bring it back, I think that'll solve a lot of the problems of big map, as well as just being able to Portal set up like closed classes and you know, being able to set the vehicles and everything. I think that'll solve quite a bit. But I do think new maps are better than old maps. I think the old maps are free wins that I got to imagine isn't as hard to do. Maybe it can even just be recreated by the community. But I do think the new maps are important. I got to say, I enjoyed Peak. It was definitely a smaller map, though. And to that point, I do want to see what the bigger new maps that they're creating, what they're going to feel like. I'm hoping that it's not just on Firestorm that we got to actually take off with the jets, for example. Or go out and do 1,000+ meter sniping. But we'll see. Battlefield 4 version 2, copy-paste. At some new maps and reskinned guns, don't even care about the new guns. And the maps just reskin them. And this is what I've been saying for ages, is they just need to release new maps for Battlefield 4. I think I would go back and buy those maps And I would go back and play them if there was new maps coming out for just old Battlefield 4. Is Peak really that much smaller than Firestorm? It is. Yeah, it's quite a bit smaller. I think the objectives were just more spread out in one line on Firestorm. And maybe it felt bigger too because it was so much flatter. But even the spawn base, so like in Firestorm, you had the base way back in the distance, and then there was mountain range, and then you got to the battlefield. So there was even like 100 meters of running or vehicle driving you would have to do to make it out to the battlefield on Firestorm. That wasn't even in this. Like, you were pretty close to the battle in Foxtrot objective or Alpha objective on Peak, right there. And when you flew out, you'd come back around, you see all those points pretty clustered up. Firestorm had like 3 points that were kind of close in the middle, but then there was an extra point out further, and then there was mountain ranges, and then there was the bases all the way out there. So there was way more landscape to actually kind of fight across. And then to the point of like even decision making tactically of where you're going to go, there was more decisions of like, all right, if you're going out for a flank, you could really go out into the desert and try and like flank all the way around to an objective and get a back cap. You were kind of more pinned in the routes that you could take, the 2-lane system that he's even talking about on Peak, where it really was like you could go down the main lane, you could go down the low mountainside, but you were limited. You couldn't go down into the ravine where the forest was down there. That was off limits. And you couldn't go up onto the mountaintop either, which I don't necessarily think you should. You could get kind of up the mountain, but you couldn't go as high, if that makes sense. I'm a beginner player into vehicles. They look, specifically jets and helis, very easy to destroy. As a new player, any other Battlefield series, do you think that it feels the same? So if you want to practice the jets right now, I think the closest thing is Battlefield 4. But those jets do have more health, I would say, when you're trying to gun them down. They still die relatively quickly if you get a good angle on them. And the momentum is different. Like the way that the jets work in this, when you're climbing, it's a lot harder to gain speed, even with the afterburner on. And when you're going down, you get a lot more speed. Gravity gives you a lot more of a boost in Battlefield 6. But I would say that's the closest. Helis, I don't know how the Little Bird's going to feel in this, but I've been practicing more of my Little Birds on 2042. Because the heli controls are pretty much the same either way. I think some of the more futuristic helis on 2042 probably wouldn't be the best to practice in. Some of the air superiority helis, though, felt a lot faster in Battlefield 4. Like, they're a lot easier to control. They're a lot more, like, you try to turn or whatever, you try and pull up when you're going into a mountain, it's more forgiving. You can pull up faster in Battlefield 4. Probably in Battlefield 2042, too. They're heavier in this, but you can at least get a really good sense of the controls with Little Birds in 2042. So that's mainly what we've been doing on stream. Granted, we've only done it one day, but we did 20 Little Birds in a match in 2042 Portal. We might do that later today. We'll see how quick we get through some of the conversation here today, though.
Chief Frank, also welcome to the squad.
Good to have you in, brother. Made the go into the PC. Oh, shoot. Good luck on it. Jets in Battlefield 4 felt better than the Jets in Battlefield 6. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll have to see how the stealth jets feel. This jet felt more like a stealth jet, surprisingly. It didn't feel like the attack jets from Battlefield 4. Because, well, it didn't have like the old jets didn't have afterburners. Did you prefer it when the jets didn't have that? And had a bomb in first person and no third person free cam? I thought there was a lot of improvements to the jets in this game. Granted, I don't think we got the full effect. Because the terrain that we got to even fight on, we were very limited in those mountainsides. What I want is like jet gameplay, like on the Night City. If you guys remember I forget what it was even called, but the downtown with all the buildings, there's plenty of cover to weave between. Or even on like the China DLC, there was really good mountains that you could actually line of sight and cover. And so it made the jet battles and the gameplay a lot more dynamic. You had some of that with the peaks, mountainside and slope, and like the valley that you went into, but that's what I would love to see from more of the maps as they come out. Something more that you can actually fly around. And I think the buildings are just like a no-brainer, because if you could fly around the buildings, and like that's just sick as a whole. But that's just what I think. How do you feel about the breakthrough mode on Liberation Peak? I think it needs some balancing on the offensive team. It felt like all of the And you guys tell me, it felt like almost all of the breakthrough games went to the very last point. There was a couple where we held them off on like the first point, so maybe it was a bit team dependent, but it seemed like most of the breakthroughs were designed to go all the way to the end, and then that was the big holdout point, which I'm fine with. I thought that was pretty fun. Sometimes you stop them sooner, but for the most part, it goes to the end. Would you say that's how your breakthroughs went? Breakthrough on the attack side for peak sucks. First point can be hard to cap. People don't use smokes to break line of sights enough. The attack side, if they're somewhat competent, they should be able to push through, I think. That's how I kind of saw it. If you had somebody in a tank that was at least semi-decent with a couple repairs, you had a couple squads, maybe even just one squad, using deploy beacons to push a flank, you could pretty much take the objective every time, it felt like. I didn't play that much of it, to be fair. And it definitely was a bit of a grind. Attack side is, Pesley in the chat too said attack side is easy if 50% of your team isn't sniping. That's true too. A lot of the team just resorted to sniping 24/7, and then nobody was playing the objective. And that's also very Battlefield, I will say. I spent a lot of time, just off in the corner of the map sniping somewhere. I don't think everybody... There's a lot of people who are the mantra of PTFO, but then sometimes you just get in a jet and you drop some bombs or you just do some sniping. It's very much felt like the reality, especially with 32 people on the team. It was very RNG if you were ever winning or losing. I never really considered my stats in this game like a priority, per se. This is going to be the map that comes out on Thursday, guys. This is the Brooklyn map. I hope my negativity is very wrong when the game officially releases. There you go. And to be fair, like, I'm keeping my expectations still pretty relatively low for this. I still feel like I'm going to have a great time playing this. From what I saw, I think I'm going to have a great time playing it. The maps, I think I'm going to have a lot of fun in the jets. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun in the helos. If the little bird is responsive to, I'm going to have so much fun on that. I hope there's some good little bird gameplay. I'm not as keen on the boats. I know a lot of people are like, yo, give us naval combat and stuff too. I'm not as... hopeful on that. I don't even think there's going to be boats. We haven't seen anything about it. Maybe that'll be a pleasant surprise, too. I'm not expecting it. Like, I'm still keeping my expectations relatively low. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun in this game for a decent amount of time. But with 9 maps, let's call it 3 large ones, I think there'll also be a point where I don't think this is going to be like 1,000 or 5,000 hours. Unless Portal is, like, super sick, and then that's where we get a lot of the customization. Then we could go crazy with it. But that's kind of where... I'm at expectation-wise for it. Have they announced the file size for it? No, but the beta was about, what, 39 gigs? Have they announced anything fixing game crashes on Intel chips? No. I also heard some people having problems on Xbox. But I haven't seen any other blog posts or community posts from them. Whenever they do them, we will read them and cover that info as it comes out, though. Game's going to die after the beta. Yeah, I think realistically... all of these games, they've got a couple months life cycle. And then it depends on the DLC, or the not even, is it DLC? I guess it is. It's just not paid DLC, right? It's just free DLC that comes out. And historically, the thing is, Battlefield, in the recent games, has done a terrible job with releasing new content. Like, even with Battlefield 5, I think it was 4 months before we got the first DLC and new maps came out. 4 months is a very, very long time for a multiplayer type thing. Or maybe it was 2042 that I'm thinking of, is 3 or 4 months, whatever. We got 1 map, maybe it was, but it just was nowhere. They spent, at least for 2042, most of the time just fixing the game. And then once it was fixed, then they started to release some more content. And I've gone back recently, like when we were playing it the other day, at least for Portal, that was a bunch of fun. So I think we could find our own fun in it for sure, especially with Portal and being able to set up servers. Now, I did have a server for a short period of time in Battlefield 4, but that was ran by my community manager, Alex. And he pretty much did all of that. We had like a clan setup or a platoon and all that stuff, and I would just hop on and usually just play it with everybody, and that was fun, but also it's a pain in the ass to buy a server, to rent a server, and all that stuff. Just having it built in with what they've done with 2042 is at least nice. Why is there only 8,000 people on Battlefield 6? Because the game's dead, dude. Didn't you read the title? Look at this. There's nobody left playing the game. It's going down. It's still going down. There's nobody playing anymore, man.
For the boats.
Yeah, Haven, it's off. You can't play the game anymore. For the boats! The bits for the boats. It's just 7,000 of us sitting in the lobby right now. I have the game open. I'm one of the players on. You can go through the settings again. That's all you can do. It's only weekend. Where do I get a refund on my free open beta? Careful, Stone. There's global people. Dude, the amount of people, I don't know if you've been reading all the chat. The amount of people pissed at me right now for saying that this game is dead is insane. I'll be right back, though. Give me 1 sec. You guys can watch some of the gameplay. And we'll come back. And I got a couple more posts that I wanted to go through. And then I think after, you guys can help me decide if we go to Battlefield 4 or 2042. We might end on some of that today as well. Do some more flying in practice.
Yeah, I feel like just keep
1 sec.
pressure Charlie.
Yeah.
I think B's too separated.
We're gonna try to take D right now.
Stairs.
I'm down.
Okay. One also behind.
Are you down? Oh shit, we're all down.
Dude, is he just running
We're
around
all
with a
down.
shotgun?
Oh, I'm back. Okay. Where was he? Okay.
I'll come back.
Alright, get ready. They're gonna come from C, same area.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna attack me.
Oh no, he's on me. I'm down. Shit.
Oh, wait, are we losing or are we getting?
You know what I saw, too, was some drama.
It's working.
Did you guys see that, I only saw Merc Music got banned from Twitch for a day because he was streaming VODs to the Battlefield category. Is that what happened? Did any of you guys see that? Can you not do that? Because I've seen, there's a bunch of other streams. I've seen a bunch of 24-hour streams that we're doing to just farm drops. Like, I think there's people that have VOD channels, too. Like, I think Tim has a VOD channel, and Shroud, I think, has a VOD channel that was just sitting in the category. Can you not do that? It makes sense that you probably wouldn't do that. They do that. But he was the only one that I saw get banned for it. But I don't know if other people got banned for it as well. Yeah, Tim's VOD channel is the #1 on... before I got on today, he was the top category. But it's just a 24-hour stream of gameplay. For drop farming. I don't know. I thought that was really weird. I don't know. Now there's no drops. Right now there's no drops. They resume, I believe, on Thursday. And there's a new set of cosmetic drops. So if you were watching the streams over the weekend, there was a couple cosmetic drops that you would only get from watching streams. I unfortunately wasn't on. I think you got them on Thursday and Friday last week too. Everybody just wanted the code. There is still drops? Or are you guys getting drops right now? Okay, well, there's still cosmetic drops right now, so enjoy. Little did I know. Yeah, I didn't even clickbait off that. We're just going off of the game being dead. I got 2 drops while waiting. There you go. Okay, well, there's that. But I think they're doing new drops next weekend as well. I would assume that these end, but maybe they're just going to keep carrying over for the next couple days. Not sure. Cut. No, this map was not on. This one's coming on Thursday. This is the Brooklyn map. The Brooklyn Bridge in New York. This is called Empire State is the name of this map. What makes you say the game is dead already? It's just a meme. It's just a meme. It's like the #1 post on Reddit right now. And it's just because people are trolling that Call of Duty's dead and showing the number comparison. But now there's no players on Battlefield, but it's because the beta's closed. So obviously there's no players on it. But it's the clap back at for Call of Duty, I guess, that game's dead. Manning Football also, welcome to the squad. But listen, to clarify, just in case there's any confusion that people don't understand the title or think that I actually think the game's dead, if you've seen any of my 10,000 videos that I uploaded on this game, hopefully you understand that I actually like the game. So yeah, hopefully you guys can understand what I'm going for with it. But I also understand if you don't. Technically, nobody playing it means it's dead. People say game is dead with 1 million players. People say COD's dead and it still has millions of players. You know what I mean? Dead is a relative term for people. It's all what they think about stuff. That's the truth. It's if you don't play the game anymore, none of your friends do, the game is dead. Nasty also coming with 10 gifted subscriptions, ladies and gentlemen. Insanity, brother. Appreciate you. Welcome to the squad. Z, Masovnia, Wood, Aim, X-Corn, Shadow, Fork, Bad, Dad Bad, Shrimpy, Mir, welcome to the squad. What was your favorite class to use? I felt very torn, at least playing the big map, the conquest maps. I always felt very torn, and I was trying to play kind of the role that made the most sense of what I needed to. I really like the submachine guns, though. Engineer was always the class that was like, I need to play Engineer. Mainly because I was always trying to help deal with the tanks or repair my tanks. But also, I loved the submachine gun. I thought that with the hip fire was just so good. The PW7s, if somebody just said MP7 hits hard, it was pretty good, but I don't think I got enough attachments to really give it the full run that it needed. The SGX was just, I had that one kitted so well. That thing was so good. PW7 I was having some problems with, but I just don't think I played enough and got it fully leveled up.
What do you think of
Hey,
the
appreciate
TTK?
the kind words, man. TTK, you know, I think a lot of people think it's probably too quick, but tell you what, once you play hardcore, you're going to be crying. Battlefield Hardcore is a whole nother experience. Especially with no HUD, you get a flank 13 kill. I kind of like the faster time to kill, or I don't know if it was necessarily even faster than what it was in the past. I don't really know. Because I've been playing so much Warzone and like higher TTK games, which isn't that much higher. Like the TTK in this was basically like 250 to maybe 400, 450 MS. And like in Warzone, you're looking at more like 500 close range, 450 to 500 MS close range. We'll see what their BR is, but from range, maybe you're looking like 600 to 800 MS. But I don't really play COD multiplayer either, so I don't know how it relates there. But I like having a little bit lower, so if you do pull off a flank, you can get a couple kills. I like having headshots that actually matter, too. And I felt like there were some guns, especially like the DMRs, didn't seem to matter at all. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like, you land a headshot, it didn't even change the TTK at all. It's just hit him in the chest. Don't even aim for the head. Didn't matter. I like having some of that. So, like, you know, more like Tarkov-esque. You hit the headshot, they insta-die. Whatever. Having the snipers insta-kill headies, which worked at any range. I did at least like that. I don't exactly know how the torso sweet spot worked, if that is a thing on here, or how it's exactly going to play out. The headshot damage is really laughable. It didn't seem to do anything, right? There were some guns that you could change the attachment and have it actually matter, though, which I thought was cool. So some guns, like I think it was the NVO, had a ammo type that you could spend 15 points on, and it made the damage do two times headshot. There's some for a 1.7 times multiplier, and there's some for a 2 times multiplier. Maybe there's going to be another DMR in the full game release that's going to be nasty. And it's going to have a headshot multiplier that's really going to matter. Could be the case. We'll see.
Dribbles, also welcome to the squad.
Charles dropping the 2. Friendly Explosion. Welcome to the squad. Also,
Clicky Buttons, welcome to the squad. Brand new member of the Mountaineers.
the NVO with the 1.7 multiplier shreds, as well as the AK-205 2.1. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe the NVO went to 1.7. I don't think I like that one as much, but the AK-205 was so steady on the recoil. It was absurd. but it did get a ton of hit markers unless you put on that headshot multiplier and landed a heady. I like that, though. I like that, because then it becomes really accessible for a newer player to come on, get some kills. You don't have to hit headshots or aim really crazy. You could still get some kills. You do have to hit more shots, but then you could really like master gun by start hitting headshots and putting on a multiplier for it. I thought that was pretty good. I also, what did you guys think about the suppression now that you like actually have played it? Suppression in the past, if you got shot at, your aim was inaccurate while you were suppressed. You would have bloom. You would miss shots for no reason other than you're suppressed. It'd be a way to counter. You could just lay down with an LMG, spray rounds, and now your bullets don't go where they are supposed to go anymore. I liked having that not in the game. The way that suppression worked in 2040, in Battlefield 6 rather, was if you were suppressed, it stopped your auto health regen from working. I liked that change. I enjoyed the suppression, but that's the thing is I don't like missing my shots if I put it there. Now, I was still missing a lot of my shots when I was suppressed, and I was blaming the game until I realized that wasn't the case. But, oh, look at that headshot, brother. So you missed a shot in the middle there, missed another shot, and then I get defibbed for it. Which, by the way, too, the defibs were awesome. I thought the defibs were awesome. Because even if you were trying to defib a teammate and so an enemy runs up, you could just kill them right away. I think those need to stay as they were. Those were great. I like the kill with the defibs. It was great. Boosted Foz, and I didn't even get a kill with it.
Thorgrim also, welcome to the squad. Brand new member of the Mountaineers.
Most recent on the day as well. Appreciate you. Yes, definitely yes. So why would I aim perfectly? Yeah, you gotta aim. That's what I was saying. I don't know what you mean. Defibs are great for sure. Suppression should mess with you, the player, not the effectiveness of your character. Like a visual effect. And there is visual effect. You get silhouette.
Weapon fulfills the role better than sniper. Helps your squad keep pressure on flag with respawn, mark enemies, and C4.
Okay, we got to talk about this too. By the way, Free, thank you so much for the 5 new top on the day. There was another post about open and closed weapons I think I saw. And if I can't find it, we could talk about it anyways. But that was another point I wanted to bring up. Yeah, we had a shot fired from an ex-COD CEO as well. Yeah, I don't see what I wanted to talk about on it, so we'll just keep looking at some gameplay and I'll talk about it. Let me see. Did I have any other maps on gameplays on this? I might have had actually some gameplay on this map from the day before. Let me pull it up here. This was from the 29th? Nah, 30th. It was one of the later games we went on to. This was peak.
I'm gonna come to you guys.
Peak.
Domination. Yeah, there's a tank down, but yeah, far.
All right, we are Cairo. Cairo. We had a squad deathmatch on Empire State. I thought.
Oh wait, oh we tab B. Oh, we got it.
Is this Empire or is this these
Yeah, which one?
or Iberian offensive? I think this is Iberian offensive squad.
On this as well with the laser that I have. I kind of built it so I can aim steady aim movement speed as well.
We can look at this one. Give you guys something interesting to look at while we're chatting here.
This just got good. We've joined another match that's
anyways,
already ongoing.
oh, here, let me turn my voice off as well. Audio tracks 3. There we go. Basically, that's the question. I think Recon played with a CQB weapon fulfills the role better than Sniper. Helps your squad keep pressure on flags with respawn, mark enemies, and C4. How did you guys feel about the closed versus the open? The only way that you played closed weapons was in Conquest. And actually, I think a lot of people didn't even know what that meant when they were going into it. Essentially, closed meant that if you have a submachine gun, you can only use that on engineer. Sniper rifles can only be used by snipers. It limited the way that the weapons work. It's awesome. Only played closed weapons. Recon was super strong with open weapons. Most of the modes, though, allowed for open weapons. Open for the win, closed all the way. It just meant that I couldn't rock an LMG with a shotty. There is an exception there where the assault didn't have an option either way. The assault's gunsling never allowed for two primary style weapons. The assault sling only allowed for the carbine, shotgun, or DMR on both modes, which I think is actually, that's probably the best balance of the whole thing. Open to me, I was surprised by, I actually kind of liked it. To the point there from Free is that I was playing Recon often, especially with how small a lot of these maps are. I didn't want to snipe on any of it. None of this felt like a proper sniper map. And then being restricted to the carbines, which I will say the carbines were pretty good. Still felt pretty good, but I mean, having a submachine gun as a Recon felt great. I could actually kind of push the objective. Also, because of in the beta, they had the spawn beacon. Kind of made sense for that. Like a couple flanks on Cairo that I was doing. I did like having the spawn beacon, playing as a more aggressive Recon. Being able to spot was huge, I thought, for the team. Spotting the tanks,
Closed.
keeping those pinged.
Recon with M4A1 was divine for squad play.
Yeah, and I did do both. I did do the M4 and the closed weapon with Recon. That felt pretty good too. But it kind of gave me more options for how to play, which I didn't mind. At least, like, playing-wise, I was like, oh, I'm glad I could try this out. Maybe that gets broken over time, but honestly, I don't mind as well if they do limit it to closed. That was the way that I played Conquest most of the time when I could. And I will say, that was what forced me to actually use those weapons. I was not using the carbines, the DMRs, nor the shotgun. Really, I used the shotgun a little bit more. But unless I was playing the closed Conquest, and then I only had the option to run the Recon with the carbine. But, like, I liked having that SMG for the close range as well. And I was still always pretty torn across all the classes of what I was going to play. I can't find anyone in the close class. I couldn't find any of the peak maps. That never queued for me. I liked the closed weapon Conquest. Why don't more people revive you when you're down? Welcome to Battlefield, brother. Only medics can revive if you're outside of the squad. If you don't know. And that's still not an excuse because there's a lot of medics standing around not rezzing as well. But that's just a welcome to Battlefield moment, I'd say. What do you think about melee taking 3 slashes to kill, 35 damage per slash? I'm good with that. I don't want people to run around necessarily like meleeing me in the face and winning the fights, unless they're assassinating. Assassinations were instant and they were pretty quiet kills, so I was good with that. Hope COD goes into the trash. After I did the challenges, I maxed out all the guns. On this map, on the D and E side, they need more lanes because there was plenty of times where the team on the side would get stuck in the spawn trap. Yes, 100%. And that's part of the smaller map where it's hard to get past them and get to the flank to be able to do that. I will say I successfully pulled it off with the vehicles, and I think a lot of people just didn't understand that. Because once I spawned in one of those Jeeps, I beelined it right through their line, and I made it through pretty successfully. And if you make it through and back cap one of the points, I think the problem is a lot of people are just in the push straight forward to the first point and don't do any other decision making. And they all just are spawn trapped in, all fighting for A, thinking they need to cap A to then go to B and then keep going, and not flanking. Because if you get a flank cap, if you're spawn trapped at A and you get the D or E objective, now your whole team can spawn there and you're free. I don't know if it was people just being dumb or what, but I successfully back capped them a lot and got us out of the pins. I did that quite a few times. It was hard to get through sometimes because there was a limited amount of lanes, but I felt like there was enough lanes that I could make it through when I did try it. Again, maybe I didn't play it enough as well, but I think that was more of a limitation of people understanding how the game worked. Shotguns up close were supposed to be strong. Yeah. Like the closed weapon conquest. Recoil on shotguns on Iberian effectives holding C felt disgusting. I held that down so hard. Yeah, there was a couple good roof positions you can get on too when you blew the holes open without like going up onto the top of the map. There's like some like mid-floor, second floor areas you can get up on to hold the chokes from like A and B where they were funneling through together. It was pretty good. LMGs on recon was super fun as well. Nah, keep weapons locked. I noticed the teamwork enclosed was more prevalent. Yeah. I'm going to be interested in what their data says, but I do think it was a bit of a limited run of what they did. The fact that they made it so it was only Conquest had a closed option as well felt like a... I wanted to see some of the other modes closed as well. Yeah, I never noticed, like, if I was playing Conquest and dying to somebody that was playing out-of-class weapon. I didn't really notice that much. But that's because I'm so good and I don't die.
45 kills per match with Spec Ops Recon. Being last man standing and dropping the building on them is chef's kiss. Spec Ops is overlooked.
Well, especially because you had recharging C4s. That felt really fun. I don't know. Maybe that's busted. That was like one of the fact that I could swap Recon's weapon and I had the recharging C4 was one of the reasons that I ended up enjoying Recon as much as I did. Otherwise, I think if I was just limited to sniping and, well, I guess I'd have like a carbine or something too, right? I don't know. I don't know. But that was nice. Being able to just blow stuff up, make holes, break cover, and even help with the tanks actually was pretty big, especially with smoke nades. And it seemed like there was enough of each class. It didn't feel like anybody was going like, every player in this game was assault. I usually had ammo packs on the ground. There was a couple guys that I had to keep spamming and shooting on the ground that were teammates just to tell them to drop me an ammo pack. I did kind of wish that I could just grab ammo off of a support, not just health, but I'm at least happy that I can get health off of teammates from it. Looking forward to the campaign, definitely. Yep, I am too. Players down 99%. Yeah, nobody's playing it. Nobody's playing it, man. It's sad. I need proximity voice. That was the big post that I said over the weekend, man. I'm completely on board with you there. I think the last couple games that we played on this were... Oh, yeah. That was Domination. Maybe we didn't get to see Empire State for Domination. Now we are... I'm pretty sure we saw it for one of the smaller maps, though.
Can I still get my gun?
Maybe it was on the actual stream day we did it. That's Cairo. Maybe it's different. Oh, can't res him. This is Cairo's squad deathmatch. We could see this for a bit. Now that we have some of the context of what the bigger map is, we can see what the smaller map is, because this was not in the... I don't think this was in there. I didn't play too much of the Domination, though. Oh, no, we haven't even seen squad deathmatch yet, so yeah. This should be good to look at. There we go.
Recon does need Spec Ops traits when not sniping.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, there's going to be other Spec Ops trait, or there's other, like, spec trees that you can go into. That might solve all of those feels. Same thing with Engineer. Like, if you're spec'd for anti-tank, which is basically what the spec was for Engineer in this beta, but there's no tanks to even shoot at, the extra effect that you get of shooting a rocket and disabling the traction on the tank for a longer period of time doesn't really matter if you're going into squad deathmatch. To where if we have another one, maybe even two more spec trees that you can go down, that might make it so it's more enticing without necessarily the weapon aspect to it as well. That could be the thing that differentiates you outside of just the weapons. Is like, all right, well, I want this spec tree. Like, oh, I want the UAV. Obviously, that was a big reason to go recon as well. Oh, this is the what is this? The M14 style gun? I forget what it was even called. I set it up canted as well. I tried it at the beginning of this game for a while. Or maybe this was my secondary. I did AR. This is the M433 set up as a sub. So I had the smaller 20-round mag with hip-fire laser, and then I got the EBR whatever for range. M20, was that what it was called? I don't remember. M39. M39, is that what it is? Yeah, I forgot the name of it. I think I tried every single weapon in the game. Fortunately, I got to play them all with all the attachments during this event, so I got to play a lot of them for that.
Rich, also, welcome to the squad, brand new member of the Mountaineers.
Rogue, thank you so much for the 2 as well. 11 on the day. Brammers,
Welcome to the squad.
most recent sub on the day as well. Appreciate you. SVD was the DMR choice. I think you're right. That thing 2-tapping was crazy. I just wish I had more time to play. Next weekend we're gonna game it. Thursday, Friday, thank goodness. I'm happy they're bringing it back for 4 days at least. Achilles, also welcome to the squad. Got a couple weekdays, couple weekend days. I'm not gonna have time to play on the weekend, unfortunately. But I might do some off-stream stuff. I just don't stream on the weekend. So hyped for the game, bro. I can't believe the response for it. It has been insane. Like, this is the most mainstream I think I've ever seen Battlefield. Like, the amount of people that are interested in it is insane.
Doing another beta code giveaway.
Don't do exclamation mark anything. No exclamation mark drops. I'm pretty sure we banned all of those phrases. We got about 200 of them banned now. I miss it already. Yeah. What do we do this week, guys? We're cooked. All right, we'll look at a little bit of gameplay here. I'm gonna eat some food and then we'll go through a couple more of the tweets. Then I think we'll go into I don't know which game we're gonna play yet. I'm thinking we do 2042 Little Birds again. Finally take a look at some Little Bird gameplay. Master some of the helo. Because the Jets felt more different to me. But yeah, we'll see. You know what? Delta at the end of this month is getting controller support. Or is coming out on console, rather. It already has controller support on PC now. Hope we get 3-round burst gun, like the M16. I'm fairly confident we will. We haven't seen one yet. But that's pretty much a staple. Even in 2042, that burst gun that they have is insane. I really liked it, at least, when we played it the other day. I'd be shocked if they didn't have one, especially with 40 weapons that are going to be there at launch. Yeah, hopefully you guys have been enjoying all my coverage of the beta, the launch. It's everything I would... I try and do my content as what I want to see from it. See, even built as a submachine gun, this gun was kind of insane. Granted, we're also playing 16v16 here. Or 8v8, I think. No, this is 16 players total, but squad deathmatch is a team of 4. So it can get a little overwhelming where you need to get 3 or 4 kills and you don't have the bullets for it. I usually play a variety of the modes when I play games, though. To a degree. Yeah, squad deathmatch, man. That'll be interesting to see. But it's still more small map showcasing. Let me pull some of the gameplay from day 2 of the event again.
You did see it. Well, guess what? You're also in for a treat.
I'm gonna record as well locally.
See if we have any more Empire State. I swear we played a small map Empire, but maybe we didn't. Maybe it's just in my head. Yeah. Guess it was just a big map. Because we ended on domination, and then we went back to conquest on here for some jets. Yeah, I guess this is the only place we saw Empire. Why would they nerf the shoddy? Yeah, we'll see if they do. Why is this scrubbing so fast? What's going on? Oh. My food is on the keyboard.
You did see it. Well, guess what? You're also
Oops.
I'm gonna record as well locally.
Yeah, I think we're Empire State.
More people are back.
I got you. Demon, sorry, not gonna lie. It's pretty freaking sick, dude. Birdie
Oh,
sick.
there we go. There
Battlefield is usually like a rock, paper, scissors
We were playing this
match.
Before, right? We were playing the other map before. This is the one with like the raptors and stuff. Yeah.
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 This was different.
So there's always counters to everything.
Alright, here we go.
If you go into a close range fight with a shotgun,
Here, I'll just type GGEs right
you're gonna beat a sniper, my man. You're not getting quick scoped.
Let's
Maybe there's a chance, but if you're sniping, you'll win from range.
There's another? Yep. Okay. I don't mind that.
people in the building above us. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Fought with the secure boot thing until it finally loaded. Black Ops 7 is switching to secure boot as well.
Azui King, locking in 3 months as a member of the Mountaineers.
Good to have you in, man. Continuing for a long time, too. Hard LA, also welcome back. 13 months in the sub, your most recent on the day.
And respawn.
Beta returns on Thursday. Report NCO. How's the game so far?
Oh, there's so many options.
I loved it, man. I just want more.
The pavilion got scored.
Oh, nice try.
More time on. More maps.
Alright, let's just
Re-engage, boys.
Oh, my most sets are still there.
Bad aim.
Why not? Oh.
I got one.
Do you think there's going to be different weapons to unlock
Oh, yeah, the
in the Hellion Jets? I sure hope so.
too.
Listen, I was talking about I have lower expectations. Or I'm trying to temper my expectations for launch, but I do expect some type of progress for vehicles with unlocks, customization, different ways that you can build it, TV missile, whatever that means. Like different options to build build the vehicles how you would want to.
Holy fuck, Stone.
Oh, the shotgun time.
I don't know if they're gonna have the like specialization trees like they have for the different classes, and I'm okay with that, but at least having different attachments you can change and progress the vehicles.
We're gonna get him.
Teamwork make a dream work.
I don't know how much stuff they have set though. We didn't even really get to see like progression window screens. We had to progress the weapons and the not the classes, right?
Foolish.
but at least the weapons and our overall level, we're leveling up. John Ratto, welcome to the squad. Also,
Woo Soldier 36, welcome to the squad.
but we didn't have like a menu where we could see it. We could only see it in between games. And I did think the overall menus in the game were not that great anyways.
Oh, there's more from behind too.
Of course.
Okay, there's a plank. They just like whatever.
Especially like the keybinds and the settings were such a pain in the ass to go through.
But that's a nasty respawn.
Even finding the jet setting for like camera roll, I did a video on that, and so many people did not know how to find that or even know about it. The menus remind me of the old, older CODs like MW3. Yeah. Yeah, and they went away from all those things too.
All right, I like this floor. I like this floor.
Germ, ladies and gentlemen!
Let's loop around and see if we
Coming in
can
with a
get,
huge
if
10
we can
gifted
off.
subscriptions.
Yeah, let's go, Tara. Come on.
W Germ, man, appreciate you, dude. He actually joined in some games for a YOLO video yesterday.
Ceiling.
Oh, shotgun.
Great squad member.
They're coming up.
Great squad member. If you ever see him in the Discord looking for games,
See him. I see him.
get Germ on your team, boys.
Can I get to you?
Close. Oh, that's dead. One more, T. Come on, baby. Run it.
Use your Germ X. He hopped in a squad with me yesterday. Answered the call.
This spot. I like this spot.
It was great.
This is the spot. We hold this. We hold this. I sold. I went down. I'm coming back
Oh,
up.
yeah,
I'm
there's
coming back
one.
up. This is the spot. This is the fucking spot.
Here, here. I'm putting.
I haven't felt super rewarded yet, but it is a beta.
Here comes.
I did at least.
One's in here, I think.
I thought the progression was pretty generic, but I thought it was pretty good at least. You know, we were getting attachments at a decent rate.
Hold this. Do not jump off.
It didn't feel too grindy to me. It's still not my favorite way to progress stuff. I think it'd be nice, but
Oh, maybe I dropped.
yeah. How do you get rid of the red kill silhouette? I couldn't find the setting for it. Somebody told me that there was a setting to get rid of it, and it just kept tracking the players' bodies how it was in olden times. But I did not see that setting, and I looked everywhere for it.
Top of the balcony. Nice.
I don't. Did any of you guys find that? Was there a setting so like if you died, you know how it like left that static red icon? Was there a way to get rid of that and it just tracked the player? Did anybody see a setting for that at all?
Oh my shit. I'm down though. I'm down. I'm gonna respawn it.
Should be more below.
I unbound crouch and changed C for a gadget, and it still made me crouch every time as well. So if you rebind it, it lets you double bind in this game. So you had to go find the crouch button and unbind it from there if that's if you didn't do that. There was some things that were limited, low, like the 6 button to call in your ultimate, like a UAV or whatever. You could not change that bind. That was disappointing. They need that added. There was some things like that in 2042 where we played the beta and the binding didn't work for like helicopters or for jets. I couldn't get it to update or change at all. Or the bind was just flat out wrong. And then when the game came out, I was like, oh, surely they'll fix this when the game comes out. And the game came out and it still didn't work. So I never really got to fly stuff at the beginning. What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Azuzi King 07! With the 50 gifted subscriptions. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the 5 to a 55 up in the top on the day for the gifted.
No chance.
Yo, you are insane, my man. Incredibly generous of you. Huge love from me, from the chat, from everybody who got a gifted there. Holy bro.
1 sec. I'm gonna give someone else squad leader.
Are this the maps we gonna get next week? This one is. We're gonna get Squad Deathmatch next week on Thursday. And Empire State is the map that you're seeing some gameplay of here. I was just showcasing some of the gameplay for you guys while we got it. Let me go grab a drink, then we'll take a look at this tweet. I think there's like 2 more, and then we might go play some 2042. Server browser next weekend? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. I don't think so. Somebody was saying, too, that Google told them that that Battle Royale is going to be tested next weekend. I would not anticipate that either. They said that's coming to labs first, and that would be my guess, is that they're gonna do a very gradual launch, just like they did with Battlefield 6 for the multiplayer. They test it, they iterate, they change some stuff, early version, and then it comes out. I don't know when it's even going to come out. I don't know when they're going to drop Battle Royale. How about a large map? No, this map is infantry only. There's no tanks on this map. You're watching the gameplay here of what we're going to play next week. And then this is for Conquest on Empire State. I'll be right back. Random question, can you change the colors of the center dot? I didn't see that setting. But you can change like the colors of these, which I didn't change, but in 2042 I changed and it made me like the game way better, sadly. I just don't like all the cyan in it. This is still a little cyan. It's not as bright and it's just weird for me. But I didn't see a center dot change, no. Graphics, gameplay. It would probably under accessibility, right? Let's see. Controller, chat, tutorials, hints. Camera effects, color presets, color profiles. Warning color, accent color, neutral color. No, I don't see that. Was there crosshair settings on this? I didn't see that either. UI, keybinds, no. Advanced settings, maybe? No. No, I didn't see anything for it. Graphics? Yeah, there was. Yes. Okay, hold on. Graphics, is that where it was? Field of view, display, infantry, and HUD. Okay, maybe under this. Advanced HUD settings. Horizontal padding. Show kill feed stuff. Map size. Big map. Opacity. Vehicle HUD. Compass. I did like turning the compass on. That felt good. The settings menu is horrible. Oh, it's one of my biggest complaints about the game. This is really bad. That's what I told them in early feedback too, is this needs to be better. Or at least there needs to be a search feature like what COD has. I don't think we're going to realistically get it, but yeah, there's that. Yeah, I don't know. I think the kill feed is the one where you turn off the death cam silhouette. Dude, I looked through this so many times. I don't know. What was weird is like under the mouse and key, this is where the pilot setting was. Under control settings, pilot, this is where the third person camera roll setting was. Yeah, I'm not sure. HUD percentage indicators. There was like objective markers you could change. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait. Hello. Oh yeah, I hear you.
I'm back.
Definitely wish the minimap was up top. It took me a couple hours to adjust looking at the bottom, but once I adjusted, it was fine. It would be nice, but COD made it so you could change the layout of the UI, and they already reverted that. They're like, oh, this is a new big feature that we're doing. You can change the places where the UI is. And actually, we need to talk about UI. That was another post we're going to look at in a second here. But they did that, and then they reverted it. Now you can't customize it. At least in Warzone, you can't customize it.
Never mind, I'm not gonna res you.
It was so buggy, they just took it out of the game. Allow us to move the minimap? Yeah, that would be pretty nice, right? That was something else I did at least bring up. I thought that was something that was really cool that COD did implement, so you could customize it to how you're used to playing. Like, if you could put the minimap in the top left. Is it that big of a difference? I don't know. Major Gnarly, also welcome to the squad. Would be a nicely customize the UI to whatever location people want. I don't mind the minimap where it is.
Oh, God.
Is this a recycled stream? Yeah, this is gameplay from the event. We were looking at some from the weekend as well.
Foolish, what are you doing over here, huh?
Just trying to...
Capture the flag was not featured. That's not going to be, at least for this. I don't know if they are having capture the flag in the actual event though. In the actual game rather. I know they got TDM. I know they got King of the Hill, Domination, Squad Deathmatch is the only one I think we haven't seen. Maybe there'll be a version of it. I'm not sure. Have you tried the graphics, icons, indicators, crosshairs? I just don't know exactly where it is. If you tell me exactly where it is, maybe I could go look. But people are saying you could change the color of the crosshairs, so maybe you can. I don't know. I don't necessarily need to change mine. What might have been helpful is if I can make the crosshair a bit bigger in the jet, because that I did notice I was losing that center crosshair quite a bit because that internal ring that showed the overheat kept jumping around everywhere. You can, and the thickness of the crosshair. So yeah, I'll take your guys' word for it. If anybody wants to send me the exact place of it, maybe I see the message, I'll go look. Oh, 17G also welcome to the squad. Was still mapped to circle also, so I could even crouch every time I knifed. You could set up keybinds for controller as well, right? I saw somebody do that. I saw somebody... Did any of you guys use the instantaneous 180 feature? Was that good? Are you going to main Battlefield 6 on full release? I think so. I don't see how I could possibly not. There's too much to play. I can see myself at least playing for 2 weeks. If Portal's good, probably a month, maybe 2 months. And I think it's going to be a great time playing it. Assuming that it actually works and it's good. I'm going to clock 250 easy on this, 250 hours. My initial prediction was I'd probably play like 20 to 40 hours. Now that I've seen it, I think it's going to be pretty easy to clock at least 50 to 100. And realistically, I think I'll probably pull like 200, maybe more. But I don't... Again, unless there's like Portal or like a lot of DLCs, which I would not anticipate the amount that I would need to put 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 in. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And the thing is, the truth is, I don't need every game to be 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 hour game for me to enjoy it. There's a lot of games that I play for a much shorter period of time, and I still have a great time doing it, and then I move on to the next thing. I have a great time. After playing, I'm hyped for Battle Royale as well. Dude, if they can pull this level of like polish, destruction, I think a lot of us will be very, very happy with it. I'm hoping it's a big map though if they do it. I don't know though. Look at the body launch, dude. Holy. Real gamer take for sure. What up, Wicked? Hey, when people try and turn one franchise into every other one, what kind of games are needed? Yeah, that's the benefit. And I think a lot of people want it to stay like true to Battlefield. I think that's what a lot of people wanted with Halo as well, though, right? Was like, we want Halo to stay Halo, no Battle Royale, no Battle Royale, and then the game came out. I don't think that's the reason the game did bad, to be fair, though. I think it was because it wasn't even Halo. We weren't even at the Halo state. It's like, we want this game to be the game... And then maybe you could put other things on top of it, but we want the game at least first. Like, where's SWAT? Where's all the modes that we know? I think a lot of people are going to feel like that if they don't have hardcore at launch. If they don't have Portal at launch, they don't have hardcore, they don't have a lot of stuff that people want and expect to be there, there's probably going to be a lot of people let down by it. So I'm hoping that they deliver on that. We have enough big maps. We have customization and progression for jets and helos and deliver. I think that's the most important thing. And if you want to bring in other players from other communities, you could probably pull that off too, but...
In Worried the BR will be 64 players.
Yeah, it might be. The thing is, if they're going free to play with it, and if they're making this as big, and these are all leaked things here that I'm talking about. Leaked, rumored, we don't know if it's true, is my main point. But if that is the case... And let's say it is 100 players or whatever. I would think that they would do a bigger effort this time than what they did with Firestorm. For those of you guys that played Firestorm, you already know this. But they came out with the Battle Royale. that was for Battlefield 5 that was limited. You'd have to buy the game in order to even play the Battle Royale. It was capped at, I believe it was 64 players. You would have to wait 5 minutes to get a game. Then you would get in the game. There was an arbitrary 2-minute wait period to get into the game. And then you'd have to wait to fly in. And the looting systems mechanics were bad. There was so much that was bad with it. The coolest thing, honestly, was the destruction. And I did a video about it not too long ago where we went back and revisited it. And the destruction was sick. But it just wasn't enough, especially being like a World War II Battle Royale. It was the weapons, the way things, it just was not, it was not great. That realistically, though, is what could turn this into 1,000 for me or more, if that's good. And honestly, I don't even think it should be out at launch. I mean, if it's done, sure. If it's polished, sure. But I think they should, same thing even with the game. I don't think they should launch any of these things until they're done. This is a problem that COD has, especially because it is this multifaceted thing, and why I always say that COD at this stage needs to just separate Warzone out and be its own thing, because they have to push an update. They have to push a new game for, like, Black Ops 6 comes out. That's what happened last year. Black Ops 6 comes out. They have to push this game. Clearly, the map's not done. They have to revert the map to an old map, which is probably where they branched the previous game off to make Black Ops 6 with a new perk system and whatever updates that they had in that, like the Omni movement and stuff. So we lost Superstore, we lost the change to pop-off power, and regardless, it reverts everything. The graphic, everything looked way worse. Everything was bad. But they had to push the update through to get Area 99 out and to do everything there. I hope that doesn't turn into the same result with this, where it's like they're just pushing stuff out because they have to deliver on some arbitrary thing and it's not done. Clint, thank you for the 2-pounder as well, man. What's going on? The Coolio Julio, welcome to the squad. Project 92, welcome to the squad. Most recent sub on the day. Appreciate you. You have to stay true to what makes your game special while innovating on top of it. Adding a BR doesn't betray the series. People don't need to be too afraid of it. It's all in the execution. That's where I agree with you. I think you can do both. And I think, to many regards, I think COD has done a pretty good job. Like with Black Ops 6's Zombies, wasn't all the way, for everybody's cup of tea and whatever, but I played through a lot of it, especially when it first came out, the Easter eggs, everything. I had so much fun with that. I thought that was great. Playing Search and Destroy felt pretty good. I missed Ground War, but we had some aspects there. And then once Verdansk came back off that relaunch, that was good. I enjoyed that. While still having, like, search for it. But I think they kind of have a different model. The way that I think about COD is, like, they're not trying to keep you on 24/7 forever. I think there's grinders that'll be on forever, but I think they're more of a nostalgia. Every couple years, they take the thing away, and then they bring it back. And then they pull people back in that are more casuals. But I think that's how Battlefield is, too. Battlefield's a little bit more of a casual game as well. And that's why I think they could benefit so much from bringing back... I think it's just so many free wins for doing all the old maps. I hope there's at least a way for people to recreate that in Portal that is actually fun and not too, like, bad-looking. Imagine, too, they create a... Because Apex Legends just did this. I don't know if you guys heard the news on this, but Apex just added a creator code. Support a creator code. Like, Fortnite has this. COD had it for a little bit. I never got a code. Sadly. Maybe one day I'll get a code. Maybe Battlefield even have a code. Who knows? There's no word to that right now or anything, but you could create maps in Fortnite, and there's people that make literally millions of dollars a year off of creating maps for this because they created the infrastructure in a game to be made quickly to where you can create new games easily and quickly on Unreal. If that is the case, like, now this is huge speculation at this point. Don't keep your expectations set to this, right? But there could be a world where they set it so that you could create something. Maybe somebody creates a Metro. You could play on their mode, give them support a creator code, whatever. They could make money off of it. And now we've got like an ecosystem like Roblox has or Minecraft has or a lot of these other games have. Fortnite, that then creates this other community that then there's a whole engine of content that's not even reliant on the devs anymore. I think that's one of the, like, pinnacle high level. That's how you get, like, 100 million players on your game. The point of they want 100 million players. Ozuzi! Current top of the day, dropping another 10 gifteds as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we even doing?
It's clear.
65 subs gifted in. You're a madman. Ozuzi, thank you. Huge love. Then imagine, now this is again big speculation, there's no indicators that this is actually going to be even a thing, but me just spitballing here. We have a world where you can create your own map within Battle Royale as well. What if they have Portal for Battle Royale? Create your own map, create your own mode, create your own rules. I've been literally telling Call of Duty to do this every single update for 4 years, for 5 years. I've been hoping for this. 25 gifteds now coming in on top of it. Ozuzi! What are we doing? Hooking up some of y'all hanging out. Some of the hardcore Battlefield people here right now. With some gifteds out in the community. Welcome in. The man. There he is. Okay, now we're getting out of hand, brother. Now we're getting out of hand. Dropping a 50 gifteds. It just followed. Welcome in. Maybe you'll get lucky from Ozuzi here. I don't know. These are still divvying out. Paul, Blue, Payne, welcome in, guys. Wow. Wow, drop him some hearts, guys. That's 120 sub train here now. What the heck, brother? What the heck? We're gassed up. We're gassed up for some Battlefield. We're back. Thank you, dude. Massively appreciate it. Insanely generous of you. Holy W's from everybody in chat. Everybody who's getting the gifted. There you go. Damn. Battlefield 3 with the BR would have blown COD away. Or Battlefield 3. I think they could still release old content for that. It would still do good. People would go play it. It's the same thing even we've seen now with Battlefront 3, right? Now that the game is good, people are like, oh, shoot, this is good. They go back and play it. Of course, the game's full of hackers, so I can't play it, but nonetheless. All right, let's take a look at another one of these things I wanted to look at here. 1 second. Let me pull this up. We had... Oh, here we go. Speaking of some of the Call of Duty... versus Battlefield drama, this apparently is an former president of Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard, Activision, obviously, Call of Duty, said Battlefield will boot stomp Call of Duty this year. Damn. And look at what he says. But the real win here is COD won't be lazy anymore. He's calling Call of Duty lazy. This isn't just some fan on the internet, right? This isn't just some player of the game. Who listens to the players of the game these days? F them all, right? That's the motto. But yeah, this is that's a pretty big statement. I don't know if you guys saw this over the weekend, or I guess just before. This was on the 7th. Maybe this is during the reveal. And we'll all get better FPS games for it. Let's see. There was a couple replies that he did here as well. Let's read these. Back in 2016, Infinite Warfare was clowned in hard, and Battlefield 1 had major hype, and COD still outsold it and didn't matter because COD just keeps coming out yearly. COD has gone downhill for years since then. It's a mess. Cheating, heavy UI install, rainbow colors. People are sick of it. And this is the thing. There's still a lot of people that do play COD. It still has a massive audience. But there's also a ton of people that are just over COD and they're done with it. They hate it for any of these reasons or more. They're just tired of the game, whatever. And I think this is why there's so many people that are like looking for a different game, that are looking to Battlefield. I think this is one of the reasons that Battlefield is going as big as it is right now versus what it was even in the past. Because this is what I always say is like Battlefield always has been way more niche than what Call of Duty's been. Like it's never been as big of a game as what COD is. This has been The craziest numbers that I've seen, at least, for Battlefield so far. And I still don't think it's going to capture all of the COD guys either. I don't think... There's a lot of people that I think I've even seen the sentiment that it's just another Battlefield game. This looks like all the other Battlefield games. And especially if you don't play it, you don't know the nuances of closed versus open weapons. It's the same thing even though for COD, where you see like the difference between Warzone 1 and Warzone 2, where they make it so you can't sprint while plating. They put a backpack system in the game. They make it so you have to have 3-plate. You find a 3-plate armor on the ground. It was a complete divergence of the game and the core game loop for Warzone, or even when Vanguard came out and they put planes into the game. It still looks exactly like the same game to an outsider who doesn't play the game, but gameplay-wise, it's very different. Battlefield has always been a little bit more, I think quite a bit more niche. And I still think there's going to be a lot of people that don't even make the shift over to it. COD shit right now, yeah, a lot of people don't like COD. But that's also why I think we see a huge divergence of people that are like Battlefield people that say, F it, I don't want to see a battle royale in this game. I'm not interested in any of that. Just give me my Battlefield game. I want my niche. I want my game for this. But then we also have a massive amount of people that are interested and do want to see a BR or do want to even see extraction shooter. I've seen people say they wanted, which of course they already did with Hazard Zone. They've even already done a BR with Firestorm. But I think there's so many people from other communities that are looking at it, and that's why it's been so mainstream off this next one, and why also there's so many micro communities, even already within Battlefield, the people that want hardcore, that don't see hardcore, that want server browser, that don't see server browser, although that is going to be here at the game launch. So anyways, he said, COD has gone downhill for years off that. Mike, you're bitter, and it's causing you to say nonsensical things. People have been saying this for the last 10 years, and here we are.
Some design choices to entice COD players, especially with movement. However, my concern
and
is
map
there
sizes
won't be enough to entice SBF vets from the early 2000s.
Byron
Won't
Beatty,
know until release,
as well as Vince Impella, both COD guys. I mean, Byron worked at, he was like one of the head guys around Warzone's launch and like that era of COD, I believe, right? I think they brought him over for that. They took a lot of the talent from Call of Duty to make this game in the first place. And they're clearly showing a lot of emphasis on the smaller maps and trying to pull some of the audience from that for sure. But anyways, he's saying a lot of nonsensical things. Let's see what his response was. COD will get better because Battlefield will be great. I think this too. I think there was a bigger push back in the day when there was this big rivalry. Like, I'm seeing this like I have never seen in at least a decade of people on the disagreements. Like, if I even mention, if I'm talking about Warzone or even going playing Warzone, I think a lot of people don't want to see that anymore. They're done with it. They're like, nah, I don't even want to see it. Whatever. Like, they're pissed again. I think this rivalry is starting to come back that I literally haven't seen for 10 years. Back when I switched over from COD to Battlefield back in the day, it was a huge thing, even with a very small audience that I had. And there was also less people that were even watching for any of that, all of that time ago. And then the same thing happened, you know, when you transition out of any game or play any new games in general, especially making content on it, there's people who only play one game for it. But this is a bigger heated debate. Now, I still play a lot of different games myself. I'll probably still play COD. I'll still probably play the campaign when the new COD comes out. We'll see what they have to offer on it. I have enough time that I get to enjoy a lot of games, though. And I think the limitation really is a lot of people don't have that much time where they just stick to one game, and then that's their world, and any game that they don't play is just a dead game. Like, how many people think Fortnite is dead right now, but it still has millions of players? You know what I mean? Freeman, thank you so much. Current top tip on the day as well. Also, GG Scrubbins, keeping the sub train alive. Absolute freaking legend. After Free froze the train. Much love. Most recent sub on the day. Bro went to a gambling company and said, burn all the bridges. Yeah, is that what he did? What does he do now? CEO of Prize Picks. Okay, so yeah, he works for a gambling company. So maybe that's the approach that this guy is coming at it from. No, glad I'm not part of the end of Xbox. Upset that they can't lead teams to make good games. Yes, because they lay off all the people for leadership mishaps. Yeah, I do think, though, to his sense, I think he is right. I think the more competition, and if Call of Duty does see a decrease in player count, which I will say, they have at least on Steam. We don't know exactly how let me see if I can find. I don't know if I got a picture comparison, but there was a lot of these of like the peak player count for COD. You know what? Let's just pull it up myself. And for Call of Duty, was it Black Ops 6? Or is it just Call of Duty? Volt Pack. Let's just see Call of Duty. Granted, again, just Steam charts, but this is just kind of a representation for it, right? This is the side-by-side. The Battlefield 6 open beta, I've seen so many comparisons of this online. The all-time peak player count was higher than Call of Duty's all-time peak player count. I would argue more people use Battle.net, though, than use EA's launcher. Right? Like, I play Call of Duty on Blizzard launcher. A lot of people have played other Battle.net games, probably do. But I don't know. Maybe a lot of people use the EA launcher, too. I just think the EA launcher is really bad. I think this has been pretty bad over the last few years when I've tried it versus Activision's one. Especially like joining games with people. Bro, we just try and play Uno on this launcher, and it is a nightmare playing Uno. We can't get these things to connect. We spend 30 minutes just trying to get Uno to connect. It's the saddest thing ever. There's 4 of us. It just drives me insane how bad Uno is. So maybe I'm jaded from that as well. I don't know. But that is a thing. That is definitely, it is a sign, I think, at least, and people are using it. And we'll see, though, because this also, here's another big caveat that I haven't seen mentioned, is that this is just beta, this is free, this is people buying the game. So we'll see if these numbers actually pan out when people have to actually buy the game. And we're still 2 months out from the launch of this game, and we've seen how the launches go for Battlefield, at least in recent history, and even the older Battlefields, like Battlefield 4's launch. I think on PC, I had a lot of problems. I was late to join PC. I played on the Xbox 360, and then I did the transfer up into the Xbox One when that came out. And for the most part, it was okay for me when I played it. I still managed to play it enough, but of course, I was in college at the time and such, so it was a little different. Zuzi, thank you for the 1K bits as well. Okay, let me go back to the tweet here. Was there any others that he replied to? I think that was it. But yeah, I mean, still relatively big call out. And I do think he's right. At least I hope that he's right. I hope Call of Duty steps it up. And here's what I think. I don't think Call of Duty is going to go anywhere. It's still got too big of an audience. It's still got too big of a player base. And they even said in some posts that they're too big to fail. Now, I hope they get some number hits here that actually hit the bottom line off of it so that it does force them to kind of actually make some adjustments. But realistically, we're probably still 3 or 4 years out from COD making some significant changes to the same effect of what Battlefield has done, if this pans out. Because this was after 2142 came out. This is now 4 years later from that, because that came out in 2021. So that is a long time to adjust, and that's them purely focused on it. They weren't even doing anything else either. They didn't have a game they're coming out with every year. This is just them full hard shifting into one big game launch. Maybe that means COD's going to take longer for it, but or maybe they don't. Maybe they just keep taking the short-term successes, which it feels like that's what they've done more of. But we'll see what they've got cooking up for Black Ops 7. We should be getting that reveal at some point here. But yeah, Battlefield clearly dead. No players. Everybody fell off. Nobody's playing anymore, so game dead. RIP. Okay, that was one other thing I wanted to talk about. Next thing, this goes back to some of the UI. Let's just go straight into this as well. Actually, should we do this first? Let me see. Talked about Tom's tweet. We hit this.
Stone teamwork.
Oh yeah, did you guys see this?
Stone teamwork.
Look at this movement tech. This happened to me a few times where I was trying to vault over something and it gave me like a lot of air. This guy figured out how to actually do it though. He's actually doing it on repeat. And it looks like it was off of one of these walls. Now this clearly looks like a bug. I don't know, this looks like a bug to me. But he is launching in the air off of these walls to get to different heights and fly on people. It's like we're playing Titanfall. It's not quite a wall run, but I mean, he kind of did in that one clip, though. He got up on the edge. What do you mean? Soldiers do this IRL all the time, Stone. Oh, my bad. Titanfall 3. I mean, this is we're looking at Vince's game here. Vince Zampella. Respawn. He secretly put it in the game, guys. Here we are. I thought that was insane when I saw it. Okay. Now, I wanted to know what you guys thought about the controller gameplay on this, because obviously I've been on Warzone for a long time. That is a very heated, very controversial talking point, whatever, gripe between the communities who are on controller, who are on mouse and keyboard. And Battlefield, of course, originally was a mouse and keyboard game. This was a PC game. And they've always had really good experiences for mouse and keyboard. Maybe you could even argue this is a mouse and keyboard game first. I don't know if that's actually true per se. There is no aim assist. I'm pretty sure there is aim assist on this game. But there's definitely not the same level of rotational aim assist. And that was a video Hecksmith put out here. I've seen him post other things on breakdowns for this type of stuff for COD in the past, and he did one for this. So you can see this guy right here in Call of Duty is only engaging the left stick. He's not actually aiming. This is the game's aim assist. This is not anybody hacking either. This is the built-in aim assist. This is just what's in the game by default. You can see he's moving his left stick. Left stick is for moving your character. He's mounted the weapon, so he's not actually moving, but he's mounted onto something and moving the left stick to activate rotational aim assist. That essentially keeps on the target. So if somebody jumps in front of you or anything, you just automatically track and stay on target. It's essentially what's been in Call of Duty for the last couple of years now. A lot of people that even on controller, even the pros are like, this is way too strong because there's no real differentiation in gameplay anymore. And everybody calls everybody a hacker in COD. Maybe they haven't played the game recently, so they don't realize how crazy it is. If you go back to like Infinite Warfare gameplay and you've seen some of the recoil and the ways that it is to track on that game,
you don't give a shit about your viewers. Stop the cap. You're a fraud.
There you go. I'm a fraud, guys. Am I a fraud or not a fraud? Let me know in the chat. Thank you for the 200 bits, though. But within Battlefield 6, the same thing's not happening. So you can see he's moving the left stick to activate it, not moving the right stick, and let's see what happens. Not a fraud? Not a fraud? W, not a fraud. Or, yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. What am I a fraud about? I don't know. Maybe if I'm good at the game, maybe. But yeah, no, this doesn't even move. I don't think there's any... Is there any rotational? So he's doing rotational. You can see he's up against the car, and he's activated the left strafe for a potential rotational aim assist. And nothing. It just stays completely stationary. To my knowledge, there is aim assist on this, though. And how? So then the question from you guys that I have is, how does it feel to play controller on this game? Did you like it? I will say, I saw some gameplay even from Scump. I saw him drop a 100-kill game. And he's on controller. Granted, he's one of the best controller players on planet Earth, but seems like it's still pretty good for controller. It only affects when you aim past the player and it slows down. Loved it. Loved it. Love Battlefield. Feels balanced. I prefer aim assist off of it. The other difference that Battlefield has is that you can have multiple inputs. Because it's balanced better, I would say, from what I'm reading from the chat here, it's balanced better. So if it is, it makes sense that they allow the multiple inputs and the input switching. You can't switch inputs in COD until you're out of game. Even out of queue. You can't even be queued and switch your input. In Battlefield 6, you can. You could be playing on mouse and key, and then as soon as you get into the jet, just pick up your controller and start playing with it. You don't need to go into settings and change what's activated or anything like that. It's just free to do. But I will say, it took a while to fix my binds on the game, but once they're fixed and it's like feeling good, it felt really good. And that was one of the things that got me into mouse and keyboard in the first place was Battlefield Hardline. And I know a lot of people hate Battlefield Hardline, even when I mention it, whatever. Now there's more people, rose-colored glasses, I think, looking back, that do like the game. But I can tell you firsthand, reading the comments of everybody hating me when I played that game back then, A lot of people did not like it, called me a shill for playing it, whatever it was. But I got to experience for the first time, because I played Battlefield 4 at the very end on mouse and keyboard, and I started to kind of get the hang of it, but I played a fresh mouse and keyboard my first time playing with Battlefield Hardline, and I loved the game, dude.
Stone Mountain
I think it helped me like it a lot.
Stone Mountain is a real man.
But it was a good experience.
Hi, Stone Big fan, love the
Jokers!
YouTube
Thank you for the
videos.
1111, man.
I am curious, have you seen Shroud's take on the aim bloom being broken?
No,
His video
I haven't.
showing it off was crazy. Sorry in advance if you have already talked about it, I might have missed it.
I haven't, no. If you have a clip, we could take a look at it if you put it in the Discord server. But yeah, I'm not sure. I know that the, at least according to the devs, the recoil or the suppression did not add bloom like it did in previous Battlefields. But I was talking about that earlier. I actually liked that. I liked where my shots were kind of going where they were. It seemed like the way that it worked, though, was the longer that you shot, the less accurate and the more bloom occurred, or the more spread. But yeah, I'm not even entirely sure how it exactly worked. The hardline's low-key pretty good. I enjoyed the hell out of it, that's for sure. The Rippy, also 4 months of the subage. Tactical, thank you so much for the sub. Say with the 200. Only jokes, appreciate you. Kappa, also with the 420. What's going on, man?
I really enjoyed the open beta, but man am I pissed about the cost. It's just getting too expensive with these new games.
Yeah.
$800 for a new CPU and RAM? SMH my head.
You know what's crazy too is I think a lot of people were anticipating, because there's the new trend. I don't know how much you've been following. Here, I'll switch back to some regular gameplay now. I think we got that post out of the way. The trend very much lately has been to increase all the prices. Like, I don't know if you've paid attention to any of the stuff with like the Switch 2 and Nintendo. But wasn't it like $80 is like the minimum game price for that now? For all Nintendo games, I think the minimum price is $80, and then they made it so like you can't put in like the fake chip, whatever, or like where you store multiple games. Like the storage is expensive too. Everything's usually expensive with Nintendo, but I think it was something like that. Yeah, for Nintendo at least. Only Mario Kart. But yeah, prices have definitely been trending upwards. I don't know what COD's going to cost this year. We'll see if they go with the $80 price point as well, or if this forces them to go back to 70, keep the 70 price cost as well. But yeah, it's going up. And then there's still going to be microtransactions in the game too, right? Like there's still going to be a battle pass. There's still going to be cosmetics that you could purchase. Now it's not going to be. I will say, like I was saying this when I went back to COD the other week after watching Nadeshot and Tim opening all those cases. I was like, you know what? These guys are spending $10,000 a day on cases, on cosmetics, and I'm looking at the cosmetics, and it's such a small difference in Counter-Strike. Now, I haven't been super big in Counter-Strike. I played it here and there, but it's not that crazy of cosmetics color difference wise for the price of what it is. Now, granted, that's all because of the market and all the other things for it. But I was like, you know what? $20 isn't that bad for a pack of all of these skins of whatever, which is still a lot though, you know? But it's like, how are some of these games doing this? Even Apex Legends, where you got to buy the knife for $500, right? Or the heirloom and everything. It's crazy. But, yeah, the thing is, if it works, they're going to keep making money off of it. And then hopefully, my hope, though, is just that, like, especially if the free-to-play does work for the BR and it brings in a ton of players and everybody's interested in it.
I play on PS5 and felt no aim assist stone, but I have been playing Armor Reforger since Christmas, which I guess helped jumping into BF6.
There you go. Joe, thank you for the intel on the 5-pounder. But I'm curious if the extra proceeds from that can actually be spent on the game. And, you know, I think the trend is a bit different now. COD's owned by Microsoft. Obviously, they just laid off so many people. Maybe we won't see more expansions. Maybe just expansions for the investors of the company, which, you know, it is what it is. But will this company take a different approach? Will any of the AAAs do that? I don't know. Realistically, I don't think so. I always assume that like it's the same thing for like people were asking, "Oh, Stone, did you see that Blackout's coming back? Blackout, it's going to be the Black Ops 7. It's coming back." I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to go back to Blackout because they make too much money off of Warzone. Mainly what I mean by that is if they were to switch back to Blackout, the way that game worked, now I think they'll take the wingsuits from it and put that in the BR. That's my guess. But they wouldn't go back to weapon attachment looting because now that completely avoids the purpose of buying the battle pass to skip the grind. Buying double XP to skip the grind. Like, that's where they make all the money. They're not going to lose, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever they make off of all of it to put a better game out. I just don't see that happening. And if they did, they would have to take like the approach that PUBG does, or maybe they don't have to, but realistically, I think the approach they would do of what PUBG is, and I don't know how many of you guys follow this lately. I went into it a little bit, but PUBG now has basically like loot boxes, but for progressive skins, which is kind of like how COD Mobile or even PUBG Mobile works, where basically you got to spend like $1,000 or $2,000 to get the highest tier version of the progressive weapons. So there's always going to be a monetization standpoint to any of these, right? They're going to figure out something for it. I actually like the system more that COD does. Actually, I like the system that Delta Force does even more. Not for all of it, but the fact that, or even actually the finals, I think they have some of the best, where you can buy a full pack, like a bundle, or you can just buy the individual piece for it. And the level of customization that the finals has is incredible. That game is just, that's always a game I want to go back to play more. Joe, appreciate the 5-pounder though. The difference is there hasn't been a good Battlefield for the last 10 years. Oh, yeah, that was a message from like 20 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that. You just reminded me about Caldera. I'll block that out. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, that was a tough launch for it. That was a tough launch for it. Just wish games cater to not only the no-life gamers, but the casual gamers as well. I think COD casual. I think COD caters to casuals relatively well, though. Like between SBMM, the cheaper like $20 bundle pack that you buy versus spending $1,000 or $500 even for the heirloom, whatever. Like not everybody wants to spend that. You can get all the melee weapons in COD for like $20-$30 versus spending $500 minimum. You know. Granted, at least in Apex, you can still play the game and get those Apex packs and get it without purchasing it, I believe.
Teamwork make a dream work.
I've said since the beginning that they, like an extraction game, like even if DMZ, imagine you were playing DMZ and you could extract COD points. It's kind of something that Delta Force has done with their mana bricks, but it's not exactly the same. It doesn't work exactly in that way. I still think there's potential for that. Imagine you're playing COD points where you get the Battlefield currency from playing the game and you could like buy stuff in the store from it for whatever. Now, maybe that probably has other implications that become really bad, especially between hackers or whatever, but I still think that concept is insane. Also, wager matches. I'm still waiting for a game to do a sick wager match or some type of leveling up system through that. I think it would be way more fun than just grinding a weapon. Joe W. Wet, thank you for the prompt. That's like, to me, that's the area of competitive that becomes more exciting than even like a cash cups or whatever. And granted, I don't play the Fortnite cash cups or anything. Maybe something like that could be really good as well. But doing wager matches, I felt like was a more scalable thing that anybody could just go into whenever and then go and wager some games for unlock progression for like, that's how you essentially, if you didn't play like Black Ops 1 wagers, you'd go in and you could gamble your COD point. I don't know what the currency was, but what you would use to unlock like gold camos. You'd get enough currency, you can unlock a gold camo, even if you don't use the gun. There was guns that I never used that I got gold for because I played wager matches and I won them, and then I would take that currency and put it into that. And I had so much fun with that. Also,
only jokers. Welcome in, locking in as a sergeant over in Discord, brother. Good to have you in the squad.
Thank you so much for subbing back over on it. Get some extra TTS. Hope to see you around on the months, brother. You clickbaiting mother trucker. Yeah. Dead game. I don't know what to tell you. Crazy. The game's dead, bro. Nobody's playing Battlefield anymore. There's like, they have like 7,000 players right now. Call of Duty's number one, man. Call of Duty's the best. Next weekend, the open beta is going to destroy Warzone. Do you think it's going to be a bigger player count next weekend? Or do you think we hit the peak on the first one? Who are those 7,000 players? Me. I'm one of them. Here's the game. It's open right now. I'm just doing my every hourly check-in on my challenges. I completed all of them. Look at this. Look at this. We're gaming right now.
Where do I post the clip at for you to see?
If you just tag me in, you could just even put it in the, you could probably put it in the Mountaineer channel there. And just at me. Or you can put it in the Battlefield 6 clip reactions at the top of the very top of the server. I think you can post stuff there. That's what I'm just going through. I just dump all my stuff that I go through on stream there, and then we go through it on stream. That's what I've been doing, at least. Especially like today, tomorrow. Today, for sure, is the day to just like, I'm just trying to catch up because I wasn't on over the weekend. I wanted to get some of your guys' thoughts, feedback on everything off of it. I can't post it there either. You can definitely post it in the share channel. There's a share channel on the server, which I think I have hidden, and you can tag me in. Yo, there you go. He posted it. Thank you, dude. There it is. Yeah, that top channel is good then. All right, let's see what Shroud had to say on this. Aim Bloom.
See that? Not a single gun, not a single set of deviation. Nothing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Is he tap firing this? Do you know? Or is he full auto? I believe he's using the AK-205 carbine here, which was the most accurate gun. And even in full auto, you can even strafe and be accurate with this gun. This is full auto, in the bottom right, it says. Yeah, but even if you're full auto, it's slow mode, what we're looking at, so you could still tap fire it in full auto. Does that make sense? And this is slow-mo, so I can't really see. But let me see. I don't even know what this is. Aim Bloom.
See that? Not a single gun, not a single set of deviation. Nothing. Look at that. Look at that.
Looks accurate.
Look at that. So if you guys are wondering why you feel like your fights are inconsistent, it's because that happens to every single gun. And usually it happens when you die and get resurrected or paddled or whatever. But that right there, that happened randomly. That happened randomly.
Is he saying it's blooming and it's not accurate to where he's shooting?
See that? See that? Not a single gun.
That definitely was deviated. Deviated.
Nothing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Those are accurate.
Look at that. Look at that.
I'm looking. I'm trying to look here. Hold on. Let's slow it down even more. He's showing both. It's before this clip.
Look at
There's
that.
A couple deviations for that first couple shots, at least. Let me see.
Set of deviation. Nothing. Look at that.
That looks accurate. Maybe some drop from that far.
Look at that.
That's a little right. Maybe a little low,
Look
but
at
I think
that.
maybe one of them
Look at
went left.
that.
Looking at it. I'm looking at it, Shroud. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it, brother.
Look at that.
That is pretty straight, though. Like, I'm just looking at it. How is it aligning to the bottom of this reticle here? Because, of course, there's going to be drop.
Look at that. So if you guys are wondering why you feel like your fights are
Watch the whole thing. He shows both.
Okay.
Every single gun, and usually it happens when you die and get resurrected or paddled or whatever. But that right there, that happened randomly. That happened randomly, just out of nowhere. I don't know. And the only way to fix it, the only way that I think you could fix it is sliding twice. Specifically sliding 2 times. I don't know why. It's the strangest thing.
He probably put more time into it, too, so he would have seen it more so. Was there something before? Did I miss the beginning of it?
It's not because you suck. I promise it's a bug. See that? See that? Not a single gun, not a single.
That looked like one left deviation there.
Nothing. Look at that. Look at that.
But most of them are accurate.
Look at that. So if you guys are
Am I
wondering
missing
why you feel like your fights are inconsistent, it's because that happens to every single gun. And usually it happens when you die and get resurrected or paddled.
This is
or
after
whatever.
rewind more. This is just a clip that he sent me. I can't rewind it anymore. Can I? I don't know. I don't know how this works. Can I skip back before this and go to the raw stream? Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna fix it. Okay, Joker's gonna get a better clip and send it to us. It's literally how recoil works. Now, I think what he's saying is bloom is where it deviates from the actual where you're aiming. So, like, if your dot is here, the bullet lands there. Like in COD, that's how it works. It lands there. Watch the full video. He's going to send me the full video. I don't know. He just sent it to me and said, what do I think about this? And we watched him say, look at that for a minute. If he has a full video on his channel or something, we can look at that too. Oh, look at it. Bloom is a real thing as well. Yeah. And, you know, there's 10 million arguments of realism versus whatever. I don't know. But what I can tell you from how I felt the game, it was like the longer, it depended on the gun, and it depended on how long you were shooting. The longer you were shooting, the more bloom that it felt like. So it was kind of incentivizing you to burst control it. The other thing is that in the past, if you were getting shot at and suppressed, you would have more bloom. That is not in this game. So when you're getting shot at least that's how it's supposed to be. That's what I read from one of the developers posted who works on this said, is that the main effect of suppression is if you're suppressed, you're not going to get your default health regeneration. It doesn't affect bloom like it did in the, or spread like it did in the previous Battlefield games. Aiming feels like another game called Rust. Yeah, I haven't played Rust, so I don't even know. Did you show the video of the jet and heli thing doing weird things? I showed the video of them being able to free look and lock on with their free look, which I think is completely broken, man. That sounds crazy to me. It looks crazy, too. I stream in 1440p. Brits, I stream in 1440, so my canvas is set for that, but then my streams for Twitch and Facebook and X and all of them are in 1080. And 1440 is just for YouTube right now because they're the only ones who have a decent system for the different qualities and transcoding. I'm new here. I downloaded the game, but I can't play it. What should I do? Cry for the next 3 days because it's impossible to play. Did you see Scump and Isaac in the chopper? I didn't, but I saw Scump's 100. I just saw a clip of it, him hitting 100 kills in a game. I saw the end of the clip. That's why I know that you could still play this game on controller to pretty good efficiency. Of course, he's one of the best controller players in the world, so. I heard a controller setting was affecting mouse and keyboard aiming, which might also be it. Yeah, I doubt Shroud has a controller plugged in. It's a real aspect of weapons. Yeah, I mean, Sniper Glint isn't real either. Well, I mean, it is, but not 24/7 as bright as it is in this game. Kind of needs the sun for it. But even on night maps, you'll see glint and snipers in this. When is the beta coming back out? It'll be out on Thursday. And that's where we're going to get this map that you see me featuring here is called Empire State. This one will be here this time, as well as we'll see Squad Deathmatch added this time around. 32v32 Battle Royale would be fun. Friday night game mode, 100%. We did 50v50 in PUBG back in the day. We got half the people were naked, half the people had clothes on, and it was so much fun. Last alive. Although what I loved about that game is when I died, I also got to spectate as the host of the lobby. It let me go to free spectate mode, which I would love. There's so many things I would love in a Battle Royale custom game mode. I've thought about going back to PUBG, honestly, but the game's not quite as popular and it doesn't have crossplay, at least with my audience especially. It doesn't have crossplay, and I know a lot of you guys are on console, and we try and do like community games. We want to fill the game quickly. Now we have a lot of people as well here, but realistically for the last while, that's one of the reasons. Hardcore is only viable way to play a sniper. Necessarily, but it definitely helps. You should play some Bad Company 2 again. What I wanted to do is play through the campaign of Bad Company 2. That's what I was thinking about. Cry and wait till next weekend, yeah. I got to the roofs of Cairo, kind of fun. It was very fun. And that's what I used to do back. I got to look. Is it Tehran Highway? That's what comes to my head, but I don't know if that's what it's actually called. Battlefield, was it? I think it was Battlefield 3 Highway map. Yeah, Tehran Highway. That's the name of it. Oh, man. This map, bro. You could get on top of the highway up here. What we would do is you'd put an MAV down, which is like the recon drone, and then you could put it down, you'd jump on top of it, and then you float yourself up, and you'd get on top of the highway, and there were some buildings up on the top of the map here that it was kind of by the enemy spawn, and you'd just be in sniper battles. This is all I would do. Not all the time, but like when I was in the mood to snipe, I'd go up there and we'd be in sniper battles. It'd be a spawn beacon down. There'd be like 4v4, 8v8, maybe if there's that many people that were committed to long-range sniping. I'd just be in sniper battles the whole time. That's why I love in Warzone when somebody's sniping and they actually stay in a sniper battle with me, because that's what I get the feeling of this exact map and doing that, where I'd be on the highway and we'd just be in sniper and we'd just be in battle of snipers. It was so much fun. But that's not how most people play that. Tehran Highway. Okay, that is the name. I wasn't sure if that was it. Heck yeah. All right, he's got the other clip here. Let's see. Let's see. Add some more context, maybe. Okay, Aim Bloom. Shroud was talking about this. Let's see. Let's see what this was about here.
Everywhere. It's just blooming everywhere like crazy. It's not shooting.
Yeah,
straight.
that was a crazy bloom. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy deviation there. And keep in mind, this is 9 bullets in. This is off of a fresh mag. Let's see.
Blooms. See how it's going everywhere? It's just blooming everywhere like crazy. It's not shooting straight. See that shit? Look at how it's blooming.
That's huge
Look at
bloom.
how it's blooming everywhere, right?
That's huge bloom. Yep.
And instantly, I'm assuming I'm going to unmute myself here, and I'm assuming I'm going to say, oh, I'm bugged. I need to slide twice. What the fuck is this bloom, dude?
Go on.
I'm right where we want him.
Spread.
Dude, my gun.
Wow, no, that is super bad.
1 and 2.
Don't die now.
Okay, now that I slid twice, now watch my gun. Now watch my gun.
Because keep in mind, he's using, I believe this is the AK-205 carbine, or it's the NVO AK, which also is pretty good recoil, but the AK-205 carbine has ridiculously good recoil, even when you're strafing. And he also has attachments on this. He's got the underbarrel, which I assume he also has the compensator on for, too. It is the 205? Yeah, so the 205 is the laser gun. Even when you're strafing, this gun really doesn't bloom much, and it's got almost no recoil. It takes a couple more shots to kill, unless you have the extra headshot damage from the ammo that you could put on it. There is an ammo type as well that increases bullet penetration that can increase recoil. But this is if this is one blooming shot going into the next one where it's stable, let's see.
This is a bug. Look at my gun now.
Yeah, that's way more steady. I don't know if he's tapping. It did look like he shot less bullets. Of course, it's still in full auto, but if he tapped it to try and shoot slower, that could be effect. But I would trust, he probably put like 100 hours into this game over the last 4 days.
Set of deviation.
Or
Nothing.
40 hours probably, realistically.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay,
So
now I see what you guys are saying. That is drastically different very quickly. That does look like a bug to me. Because typically what causes bloom in this, depending on the gun you're using, but then it also is how long you're shooting. Like if you just hold down the trigger for a longer time, it'll start to bloom more. If you're getting shot at, which it did look like he got shot at there, no? Let me see. Maybe not. Maybe his teammate shooting next to him, but he did get hit right there. He did get hit. But the thing is, the suppression does not work like it works in previous Battlefields. At least even according to the devs that posted about this on X, that I do trust, the actually do work on the game, said that it's not like in previous Battlefields where suppression causes more bloom. It just causes a health delay for regeneration. That's the main effect of it, of what he said. That's a lot of deviation off the beginning of the mag or the full mag for nothing. Yeah, that looks like a bug to me. Bloom increase whenever you get suppressed? Not in this game. Not according to the devs that I've seen post about it. The foregrip is causing the deviation. He's moving. Now, that does cause deviation, but again, the AK-205 is very stable. You are right, though. If you are strafing, that can cause deviation, especially with the grip that you're holding, because that affects handling. That is true as well. Maybe that's what's happening here. But let's see. In the first clip, was he stationary? Even if you're just a little bit strafing, but it looks like he's not even moving. Yeah, he's not even moving at all. But you are right. That does decrease weapon handling, especially while moving, and can cause spread, especially for certain guns. You want to be stationary for it to be accurate. That just looks like a bug to me, though. I don't know. Is there any... Yeah, what else is there with it, Jokers?
It's the AK-205, and I was mind blown seeing this. It explains some of the inconsistencies with gunfights.
Yep.
He talks about it happening when you die and get revived, like the game is thinking you're falling. If you want to see the whole thing, it's on his stream video from yesterday at 11 hours 46 minutes. Link posted.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. Thank you. No, that's... I think you added enough additional context there as well. That definitely seems like a bug. Hopefully, the devs see that and figure it out. There was another thing I saw from the same developer that talked about the suppression that mentioned there is a bug in the game because somebody else reported it to him. And if this clip hasn't been sent to him, I would highly recommend sending this to the devs, whether it's anybody. But I would definitely recommend. Maybe I'll even do a post for it. Yeah, maybe I'll do that in a second here. But they did say that even off of, I saw a clip where the shots just deviated like crazy when you, like, even a ledge from here to here. You take one step down and the whole gun goes super bouncy. I don't know if any of you guys experienced that. But apparently that was a bug. He tweeted, he said that is a bug in the game. They got to still fix when you're falling. It thought that it was falling from a very high height, and so the aim goes really bouncy versus it should be a lot more stable. That was a bug. Let me pull this up on X real quick. Let's see. That's really interesting, though. Thank you for sending that, bro. I appreciate that. Florian or Drunksy is the guy. Let's take a look at this. I'll see if I can find that post where what I was just talking about. It might have been a reply that he did as well. I don't know how much he replies to stuff. Let's see. Aim sensitivity, but you can see quite a few people have been trying to report things to him, so this is a good sign. Where was the clip, though?
I was just curious if you came across it in your gameplay, because normal Battlefield you get a feel for your weapon. With the bloom it's impossible to be consistent. Thank you for taking the time to look at it. Means a lot to me. Smile.
Yeah, man. No, it's great. This is the stuff that I love to look at, honestly. Honestly, I didn't play enough to even notice. I didn't put as many hours in as Shroud for sure to give you that level of detail. But I do appreciate seeing it at least. Yeah, this is going crazy far back. I'm just not even thinking. But no, I don't know where it is. But yeah, I would let me see. I thought if you have some video examples of suspected bullets, super bullets, or unexpected fast time to death you've recorded.
Do you think the infantry ping lasts too long? I can understand vehicles. Were snipers auto pinging infantry? Posted a clip in share in general.
Let me see. Was this the right clip here? I'll just tweet this to him.
Look at how it's blooming. Look at how it's blooming.
Cool. I mean, hopefully it makes some improvements there. What else did you say? Here, hold on. Where the heck did my mouse go? Where are you, mouse? Are you dead? Oh, I think it's dead. There we go. It was dead. Jimmy also said, yeah, even uneven surfaces make your gun go full bloom. It's a bug. How to be mounted bipod even for tap fire. The game's thinking you're sliding, making a maximum bloom. That makes sense. Yo, what the heck, ladies and gentlemen? Azuzi with the 50 gifteds, as well as Only Jokers coming in with the 20 gifteds. Holy! Can we get some W's up in here, guys? That is over the top. Y'all are legends. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, W's. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Here we are. Azuzi dropping another 10, 200 on the day. Current top on the day. Is this crazy? What is happening, bro?
Big Love Stone.
Just like that. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So many choppers coming in. Yeah. Dude, thank you guys. Absolutely insane. Insanely generous of you. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. W's from the stream. Wow. Pulling. Also, thank you. 11 months on the Prime subbage continuing on. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would make sense though, Jimmy. If it was an aspect where it thought you were stuck sliding or something. This footage sucks. Yeah, no, my gameplay is pretty bad. Unfortunately, even the new gameplay that I had during the Thursday, Friday when I was playing, I spent so much time talking in chat and just occasionally doing some stuff that I think my jet gameplay was honestly the best. That's what I want to do more of. And then I didn't get to play over the weekend too much. So I did get a little bit more gameplay, but it was all me going commanding officer. I literally spent 6 hours on the weekend playing, backing out of games, joining game, back out of game, joining game, back out of game. Then I pulled people from the Discord server, and it was much better. I got some people from Discord, and I was playing with them. But I was hunting for voice comms, man. I couldn't find any. Nobody's using voice comms. That's why I tweeted saying that we need some proximity chat. We need proc squad chat. And I don't know if you guys use the in-world voice chat, but that was incredible. I gotta say, I really liked that. That should be the default setting for voice chat. 100%. If you want to switch it back to flat, you can, but it's so good, man. It was so good. I loved it. Maybe that's just because I'm, you know, I want to be immersed in it fully, though. But I feel like the game, especially with how the audio already works, the fact that they even have that in the game, how's that not the default? If you're gonna make that, it's so good. Are you a bit nervous knowing that EA and they can still mess this game up? I am, yeah. Yeah, I'm keeping my expectations fairly low. I think I'm gonna definitely, when this game comes out, I'm probably gonna be complaining that I want more big maps to play. I want more vehicle customization. Maybe there'll be enough of it. Who knows? But on top of, I talked about a couple concerns that I have in my video. Not this one. This one I was pretty gassed, but my thoughts and feedback, and I talk about some of my concerns for the game when it comes out, which mainly that. But I think it'll still be fun. I was talking about this earlier. I think I'm still going to have a lot of good hours of gameplay on this. I'm going to have a great time on. From everything I'm seeing here, I think I'm going to have a great time for a long time. May not be 1,000 hours, but it'll be good. It'll be a good time for a while. Assuming that it is good on the launch, and there's a lot to be skeptical of for that launch. Are you going to be pre-ordering it? Here's the thing. I'm not the average consumer. I'm a dude who's going to be making hundreds of videos on this game. I'm going to be streaming it. I'm going to play through the full campaign. Probably a lot of people are not even going to buy the game. They're just going to watch me play it. They're going to watch me play the campaign. They might not even play the campaign. Probably when the game first comes out, I'm going to play through the full campaign off the beginning of it. That's usually what I do for these games. That's just how I prefer to do it. But I play like all the CODs. I like all the COD campaigns, Battlefield campaigns. 2042 didn't even have a campaign. So, like, even with Black Ops 7, I'm sure I'm going to play through the Black Ops 7 campaign. So, you know, if you're somebody on the fence who hasn't been playing games a lot, you're trying to decide between COD or Battlefield this year, I can't give you like, oh, this is what you should do or this is worth the money or whatever. I don't think, but I can give you all my perspectives, and that's what I try to do with my videos, is I give you some of my backgrounds, the games that I enjoyed, and then what I find from the games that I play. Is usually how I frame it. So even with like my first impressions on a game, changes about a month after. Like even for Warzone off for Dance launch, I talk about some of my thoughts off that. Then I talk about it a month later, and then 3 months later, where the game's at and such. But I like my general recommendation, if you can have the patience, would be to wait to get the game until it comes out, watch my stream, and again, it's gonna sound biased because it kind of is, right? Watch my stream, give me some extra views, you know what I mean? No, but realistically, watch some of the content, see for yourself. Obviously, you got a taste of it with the beta. Probably that's going to be enough for a lot of people. A lot of people, there probably are going to be satisfied with the game, assuming that, you know, launches, it's not full of bugs, the campaign actually works, whatever. They'll be very satisfied with the Battlefield game coming back in the state that it is. But I think there's also going to be a ton of people who are, you know, maybe COD enjoyers or other game enjoyers that they look at this and they're like, yo, this is just another Battlefield game. I didn't even like the Battlefield games of the past. I don't want to be stuck to a class. Where's my kill streak? I want a chopper gunner. I want to play search and destroy. It's not going to suffice, I think, for a lot of people. Now, things could change. Maybe somebody makes a Portal mode, a Portal Zombies. They put Easter eggs in with a Portal Zombies on a custom world and custom map. You go to MCOM stations, make purchases. Apparently, that'll be viable in the game to do. There could be a world where that even pulls some COD zombie fans over. Who knows? Fine it regardless for the campaign. Always worried about the multiplayer, though? Yeah. I'll make the choice when I have the chance to play the COD 7 beta as well. That should be coming as well, yeah, and you can make a comparison with it. Holding off, been burned too much by the AAA games. Battlefield's my jam. Large map, slower gameplay, more team-based. I just wish it'd go back to Battlefield 3 and Bad Company. Battlefield 1 was amazing as hell. I will say the player count is up big on those. So if you really just want to scratch the itch, you can go play some of the old games, and you can have a pretty good time. That was my intention today, was to play some of that, but we've been pretty much just chatting all day and looking at everything within Battlefield 6. I feel like we've been doing pretty great in the Battlefield 6 category, and I don't know if there's good etiquette or if it's bad etiquette on Twitch, because obviously I've only been here for about a year. If we switch to playing 2042, but if I'm in the Battle 6 category, I think people would be mad at that. Even if we're talking about Battlefield 6, I don't know. Of course, the game's not, you can't even play the game right now, so I don't know. But nonetheless, I just want to talk about it anyway, since I wasn't on over the weekend. I'm worried that they're gonna mess up the data migration. They never fixed my issue going from Xbox One to the Xbox Series X. None of my data transferred between any of my EA titles. It was like I was level 1 all over again in every game, so it's stupid. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't really have any transfer over on this, but there should be cross progression at least. You know what I mean? Had to sub. Welcome in. Remaking COD maps in Portal would suck
Shroud
in COD
just
players.
Hopped on Battlefield 2042 lol. I think he might be a bit addicted. Do you have a code or something for BF6 pre-order?
No. We were talking about that earlier, though. The 2042 or the Apex Legends does have a creator code now. So theoretically, maybe they will make a creator code for us for Battlefield. I would be stoked on that, man. I've never had a. I have one for Fortnite, or for the Epic Game Store, but I don't really play anything in the Epic Game Store, and anybody can get one of those. But man, I would have loved one for some of the other games that I've played. Especially for COD, man. I've been so sick. Probably would have done great off of it. Well, you know what? This would answer my question. Yeah, he's in 2042. See, that's what we should do. That's what I did last time, too. But, you know, Shroud's got a pretty big audience, I'd say. I think we're definitely taking advantage a little bit of the Battlefield 6 category here, and I appreciate you guys all stopping by from it. I'm sure quite a few of you guys are just looking for Battlefield 6 content, thinking, why can't I play the game? I'm just stuck on the menu. So you came to Twitch to be like, how is Stone playing the game? What is this nonsense? And then you realize that I'm not playing the game, and this is just footage we're looking at while we're talking about it, and then you realize the circumstances, and you bail. Or maybe you've stuck around and watched and heard some of the chatting about this. You've been enjoying it. No, you don't need a code to play anymore. This next weekend, you also don't need a code to play. I'm here for the Twitch drop. True. Yeah, apparently there's Twitch drop still going on, too. For the camos, for the cosmetics. So, I'm down. New map next weekend? Yes, this is the map. That's why I've been repeating it quite a bit, but this is Empire State. This is the new map that we're going to be playing next on Thursday here. Yeah, I just got a drop. There you go. Pretty sure everybody loved the experience from the beta. Now we enter the waiting period where we just overthink and over-criticize a video game. Fair. Being 36 years old and playing 1942 in the very original CODs in 2003 and 1.6 player, we should be very thankful for the experience that we had and will continue to have. Just my opinion, I feel like we got way too overcritical of these games. Games that only cost like $100. Yeah, I mean, fair point. They're pretty good experiences that you have a lot of, you know, if you look at it in the bigger picture of content only. If you look at the framework of the amount of hours that you put into a game for the cost that you pay for a base game, it is pretty insane. If you go to a movie and spend, what is it to go to a movie? I haven't been to a movie in a while. You know, what is it, like 20 bucks or something for a movie ticket? Maybe you go watch it IMAX, maybe it's 25 bucks or something. 25 near me, too much. And you get a 2-hour experience there versus, you know, you could spend 70 bucks in this. I'm anticipating putting 200 hours into this probably. Maybe 100 hours. Maybe more. But in Warzone, I spent $0. Well, I spent a lot of money in Warzone. But, you know, if you could spend $0. And I've played thousands of hours of that game. A lot of these games. The amount of game time that I get relative to the costs is pretty insane. So in that sense, I think I could understand what you're saying. What I don't see or hear much people talking about is playing as a squad, as a team, and effectively operating as a team is where this game or even other FPS games shine, but the quality of teams are far and few. You are 100% right on that. And that's what we were talking about earlier with, like, the voice chat in the game. I didn't hear anybody talking. And I think this game, the gameplay that you saw from, like, the event of us playing together as a squad, and especially the squad gameplay from this event was awesome. I think that's one of the things that probably, at least it stood out to me, was really fun and great. But you didn't see from, like, when I was playing this weekend. But I think a big part of that over the weekend was you would go into a game and 10 of the people were just in the back of the map. The blueberries are just standing still, changing their settings. I don't know how much you experienced that, but I experienced that a ton in the last 2 days. I was trying to go in and talk to people in my squad. Nobody was saying anything. Everybody's AFK, standing. Not even AFK. They're standing there trying to fix their settings in the back of the map. And the settings menu's so chalked. Like, it takes forever to even go in and customize your sensitivity settings. It takes ages. So, I don't think we're getting the full picture of what that's even going to look like here. The title, Lamau! Sorry, that was me. It was everybody, brother. It was everybody. Shifty, also, thank you for the sub, man. Most recent sub on the day. Welcome to the squad. All right, should we try and get some Hilo gameplay in for the end of the stream, guys? What do you think? Let me see. There might have been. Let me see if there was anything else. Let me see if there's anything else. I think I might have had one more thing. Oh, yeah. One more thing.
So if Battlefield is popping off still when Arc Raiders come out, what do you think your main game will be?
Well, Arc Raiders comes out first, right? No, that comes out in October, in Halloween. I don't know. I don't know how I have time to play Arc Raiders, honestly. Chat, ladies and gentlemen, Azuzi King 07 coming in with another 50 gifted subscriptions. What are we doing? This guy's crazy. I don't know where he came from, Azuzi. Hey, but stick around, brother. Appreciate it, dude. Drop it another 50 gifteds, ladies and gentlemen. The insane top on the day here. Stolen card, lol. I don't know, brother. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully it's real. It seems real. I mean, it's coming through. So it's, brother, you're insane. You are insane. All right, let me get into this, and then I think we'll be able to play video games, maybe. Arc Raiders is looking sweet. I know, dude. Delta Force comes out the end of the month. I know. No, 19th? Does it come out on the 19th? It's like one more week. I saw this post. We've talked a lot about UI changes. I think that they need to, for example, just have the compass at the top of the map be a default option. But something else, and I didn't even realize how clean this was back in Battlefield 4. This post actually comes from clean. But, and I heard Tom McGraphic, my buddy, talking about this too, and he's actually in the comments. We'll read some of these as well. You guys remember the UI, the way that it used to look was on top of the minimap. And in fact, you could change the minimap size on Battlefield 4 to make this thing much bigger. That's how I did it. I made this thing quite big. Let me see if I could find a clip for it so I could show you guys exactly what I had. Oh, let me go to my lives here. That's the problem.
Pilot.
This was this stream, I think. This is when we were in 2042. Here we go. Yeah, so look at how big you can make the minimap here. You can not only make the minimap or the details within the minimap bigger by zooming them out, which you can do in Battlefield 6. We used to be able to make the map bigger, and then look at how the UI was over that to kind of clear up the top middle of your screen, add to some of the immersion here. And I thought this was pretty good. This, like, looking at it now side by side, this looks a lot cleaner. I think it would be nice if they at least had the option to put it there. Now you are limited to, you can't change the size here. You can't change the position of it. Of course, you couldn't do that in the past either. COD had that as an option, and they took it out of the game. So you could change and move things around, at least for Warzone. And then they've got this this UI at the top, which I don't think is the worst, you know, but I do like this. And it would be cool if they had this as an option for it. I thought this was a really good point. Tom said, I've been saying the same thing. The current HUD is far too cluttered. So it'd be nice to at least have the option to change the ticket positioning and the compass location to the old Battlefield 4 layout. And to the point of the compass, you could even put the compass. I don't think I have it in my gameplay here, but you can put the compass. Maybe it's because I'm in the vehicle as well. I'm not sure. But you can put the compass on top of this as well. I think maybe that was even 2042. I don't remember. But nonetheless, it makes it so the UI is, it makes the gameplay a lot cleaner, especially if you're going to be playing like hardcore or something, which I know a lot of people like. Everything is so much more compact and nicer to look at, in my opinion. Hoping we get a load of UI options at launch. And we didn't have too many UI options. Fortunately, you could change like the opacity and size of the objectives, the team names, and I did do a lot of that. So like if it was occluded or not directly in your line of sight, it would be, I think I had it like 40% opacity, or if you're zoomed in, if you're aimed down sight, you can drop the opacity to nothing or far lower. That's what I had. So it would make it harder to see. I left reses so they were still bright, so I would still see those. You can even increase the HUD scale and stuff. So they do have quite a few options on it. But that would definitely be something cool to see for the launch of it, I think. Also, Tonka, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Hooking up Bloop 52 subtrain back on board, boys. Okay, I think that might have been it. We looked at the gameplay from Silk. If he posts anything else, also, if you guys see any other games or gameplays or clips or things that we should look at to, like, only Joker sent that in. Joker, if you see anything else too, feel free to let me know, put it in the channel, and we'll take a look at that. This is most of the roundup that I saw over the weekend, though, that I wanted to at least show you guys clips on, talk about player count on, the Jet gameplay. There was one more video that I saw on 2142. That was a 20-minute one. The greatest battlefield we'll never see again. That I wanted to watch. I never saw this, and I never played 2142 either. Would you guys rather we look at this, watch this video? This is a 20-minute video from Slorgs here. And see some about 2142, or say F it and we just go play some 2042. 2142 is the video, 2042, and go set up our custom portal game and do some of that with all the jets. Love 2042. Watch it. Let's watch it. Play. Go play. 2042, still mid. It is, but now we can cope a little bit. And also, it's not as bad as what it was at launch for sure, especially with all you guys hopping in. It's great. All right, let's just watch this real quick, and then we'll game, because I think this is the last thing, and I do want to see this because I've never seen 2142. I want to have more context to talk about as well, and this video is insanely well liked and discussed here, so this should be pretty good. This was from a couple months ago as well, 6 months ago. Hopefully Slorgs doesn't mind me watching this on stream with all you guys. Call of Duty will boot stomp COD this year. We talked about that. We'll take a look at this. Let me just see if there's any other...
Okay, I could use a
clips here. This is a Ghost of Caldera
Okay,
clip.
I could use a defib. But we're doing it Ghost of Caldera style.
Defib from the jet? Look how good the eject is now. Oh, how did he land it without even pulling the chute? Oh my gosh. Ghost is a melee guy. So the defibs are, these are kind of the best melee weapon. I hope they don't nerf these defibs either, because this actually was so sick that you could even do this. Like, even if you were going for a res, you hit a res, boom. He didn't get the res there, though. But when you're fully charged, you can keep on flatlining people. And off the same charge, you can hit multiple reses or hit multiple kills. Of course, we only saw the knife. You could get executes, which were kind of quiet. And then apparently there's the sledgehammer that's in the game. Is melee only? Is this better? You might be better melee only than me actually with the gun. Believe it or not. Okay, that was actually a sick clip too. Oh, we also had this from David Serlin. It's quite amazing to install the open beta of your game on your personal PC for the first time and see the amount of people playing / wanting to play. Wow, I'm very humbled. This is one of the core guys that, what he explained to me, he's a Battlefield lead producer. He works on a lot of like the core mechanics and gameplay of this. So if you have any stuff that's like reporting problems as well, of gameplay wise, he could be the person to reach out to as well. But I thought this was pretty cool to see. You guys cook, should be proud. I know not really the place, but please consider a flight model of the game. I'm so slow compared to BF3 and 4. Open beta will teach us loads of tuning and balance. Indeed, vehicles, weapons, economy of attachments, modes and balance. Please fix the bunny hopping, dude. Just hopping around fast like COD apart from that. And now, I don't know if he's talking about the bunny hopping off the shield that we saw earlier, but that was crazy. Just shoot him. It's not very effective in the habits of other players. Yeah, so I think he's just talking about the regular sliding, but the actual bunny hop that we saw, that's got to be a bug. That's the idea that you would jump, slide jump, and then you could launch yourself off of a shield into the air was crazy. I think that's a different issue. Not been this addicted to an FPS game since Battlefield 5's Japanese maps launch. Only thing that I'm afraid that I'm not a fan of, though, is the rocket damage to near and the side of tanks. Should be more than 25. I'm not 100% sure they're in the beta, but incendiaries are my favorite anti-engineer pile-up solution for invincible tanks. We definitely didn't see incendiaries, right? I didn't see it, at least. Leaked. Leaked incendiaries. That's directly from David Serlin himself. So that's one I'm going to start quoting now. See, this is why it's good to read what the devs are saying, man. I'm not sure if this is up to you, but there really needs to be some way to matchmake with 4+ people groups on official servers, especially for lobbies disbanding after every match. It's a frustrating experience to make everybody join again. And this has always been a problem with Battlefield, joining games, because a lot of times you would join, but then the server size was unbalanced. You'd try and get your buddy to join on the server, and you'd have to wait for it to fill, or you'd have to team swap once it got enough players, and get everybody on the same team was a pain in the ass. I mean, that is what we have been harping about. The portal browser is basically enabling that plus map play styles in the persistent way to. It's not the I stumbled upon a very cool server in Be My City server browser, but for organized play, it sure hits the mark. Okay, that leaves me optimistic.
Teamwork make a dream work.
Because I think even a limitation in that is like the team swapping. Because if the sides are unbalanced, then it doesn't let you switch sides. Maybe with AI, it lets you, or with like the AI bots, it makes you do that. I don't know.
Jared Clymer, also welcome to the squad.
Please revisit the helicopter physics. Battlefield 3 and 4 have it nailed down, but here it feels so floaty and unresponsive, like a balloon. I understand making it accessible. I don't even think it makes it accessible. Half the people that I saw that were new were just crashing straight into the wall. I understand it makes it accessible, but there should be advanced control options for more experienced players. 2042 also suffered from this. I think the controls feel pretty advanced to me, at least on mouse and keyboard. I think it just doesn't give you a lot of freedom of flight that something like the Little Bird does in 2042 or some of the other ones. Helicopter physics were initiated from Battlefield 4's attack helicopter. And even those, I will say, fly much more nimbly, quicker to respond, quicker to pull up, quicker to rotate, everything. It feels like Battlefield 4's versus the new ones. We've done more to them, and more will be happening too here. It's not at all the same as 2042, and I would agree with that, as it has the dive and hover mode of Battlefield 4, for example. Yeah, they had it in that where there was an assist that would basically let it just fly flat. I think you could even have it so when you hit shift, it flies flat too. I don't really use it though. Maybe I need to. Power curve wise, I still think they are a little weak. I think it's also a skill issue too, though. It's like seeing people in the jets. It's like watching Slick in the jet. I think a lot of people would say the jets aren't very good, or, you're not going to be the top of the leaderboard for it, and then you watch Slick play. Of course, he figured out all the mechanics and the instant reloads, and I think that had a big part to do with it. And even in that 60-kill gameplay, he still lost. But Razius also, thank you for the gifted out to Rob Raven. Welcome to the squad. I'd wish you'd leave the beta open for another 2 weekends after launch. Such good fun. By far, this Battlefield is worked in it. You and team have done an amazing job.
Show love 200. Show love 200.
Showing the love.
200.
Valentine, thank you for the huge 1K.
Show love 200. At Stone Mountain 64, if you have never seen 2142, you should look at Titan mode.
So I know about Titan mode.
It is objectively the best game mode that was ever added to Battlefield.
Yeah, and I will say, so they added Titan mode too, and we'll talk about that maybe when we go into this video, but they added that in Battlefield 4's Naval Strike DLC, where you go into the other team's ship and blow it up. That was sick. I really liked that mode a lot. We don't have time for that. We need to keep going. Labs will need some more space too. Yeah, understandable. And the thing is too, they're not going to do this because they need people to actually buy the game. So, yeah. But I agree. I mean, I'd love more time on the game. Most matches one-sided just get destroyed. Ooh, skill issue? It used to it used to balance teams after a match, but now it just disbands. Yeah, that is true. It just puts you into a completely new lobby. Like, I had a couple guys that were talking to me at one point, and then straight into the next game, everybody's new in the match. We're very much monitoring these things in arduous detail and how well. I think the other element that to me was a bigger issue is especially for the quick play aspect that was in the game where you just queue in, you would go into the same map over and over again. It was a lot of times it was like, I want peak, but we're not getting peak. So then I started backing out of games and then re-going and backing out and re-going, etc. And it just wasn't the best. Game's interesting, but there's still cheaters, even with the invasive Javelin anti-cheat. This would be a lot easier to handle on a client-side level if we could have our own servers with server browser. Yeah, and that's coming, I would think. But oh, wait, he says, no, that's incorrect. Making server-side binaries available would make cheat makers very happy indeed. Is he talking about... Hold on. Client-side level, if we could have our own servers with server browser, much love. I think he's talking about the ability to have your own server, and if you suspect somebody from cheating in your server, you can ban them. And then I think he's talking about making server-side binaries available, like if we could have our own servers at our home PCs. But I don't know. I see. Is that why you guys decided to not go with full server lists? On another note, if you have the time, look at this 13 seconds for obvious. Take care. Isn't cheating. I watched several clips. Okay, yeah, we're not going to go into somebody's specific take on if they're a cheater or not. Okay, that's all the ones that he replied to off of that. But that was pretty good. I don't know on 2042. Maybe we should go check. But can you ban people from a specific server? I assumed you could, without it being like your own server. Like in Battlefield 3 and 4, you would buy your own server to run. But yeah. All right. Good stuff. That was another post that I saw. I wanted to read. We have another post that was from Alexia. Dude, there's just so much to go over. This is insane. Quick note about queues and early access open beta. Since this is the biggest open beta ever, we're putting in work to ensure that players have the best possible experience and servers remain stable. To support this, we will use queues to protect the player's experience, but expect the impact to be minimal. You may encounter this during high peak moments, such as the start of servers going live. The team is working. Yeah, we saw queue times, but honestly, I thought they were fine. We'd have a 50,000 queue, and then you get in like 2 minutes. Is that how your guys' experience was? I was 150,000 in queue, and it took 2 minutes. Yeah, exactly. It was super quick. Queue times were fine. Yeah, it was fine. David Serlin is amazing and common sense, listens to the community when needed, but not always for good reason. Need more guys like that. Yeah, he's great. He actually was gone for 2042. He left for that, and then they brought him back. He said when he heard that, you know, what they were doing and what they were planning to do with this, he was on board and came back. 200K in queue, had to wait 2.5 hours. Damn, that's the longest I've heard, if that's true. I was 240,000 in queue, but I got it in 12 minutes. So there's contradiction there. 278K in queue, and I was in 5 minutes. Yeah, most of it seemed at least like it was super fast. Within 5 to 10 minutes, even considering how long those queues were. I'd rather have a longer wait for a server than have a laggy game. True. And honestly, when you're queuing in for specific servers, when we get to that with the server browser, it's going to be much worse. Because everybody's going to be wanting to join specific servers, especially if they can't create their own, or, you know, if everybody's trying to join a specific server or something. We even see that in the game now. More so now because there's not that many servers. Like if you want to go back and play Battlefield 4, like on West Coast for it, I've seen a lot of long queues. But I think you get priority with like premium and stuff, so maybe my queue time hasn't been as bad from that. Okay, that is officially everything that I had on my list. It only took us 5 hours to get through it, guys. And a couple things from the community brought up, which is great. That's exactly what I wanted. Let me see if there was anything else tagged here. Battlefield 6 maps. All Battlefield 6 maps in the beta. I think we saw this as well, but it didn't have a breakdown of what everything was. Like the sizes for it. I don't think we have that detail yet.
Big Sweaty!
Also dropping a 5 5 gifted subscriptions, ladies and gentlemen. All right, how many of you guys want to boot up 2042? Oh, wait, we should look at this other video. We still had the this video to look at. Okay. The greatest battlefield that we'll never see again. The thumbnail was about 2142, which I have not played. The only thing I know about it, there was a couple maps, in particular the mode, Titan mode, which I believe was first reintroduced back in Battlefield 4 with that water map with the naval strike, where you had to go blow up the enemy team's aircraft carrier, and I loved that mode. I did think that was really fun, but I've still never actually looked up anything about 2042. So this is a video from Slorgs here. I've never seen it, but this has a ton of views, and this was 6 months old. Hopefully it doesn't mind me watching this on stream with y'all, but I wanted to take a look at it. If you guys are down to take a look at it with me, let's learn about it.
Gaming life and YouTube life almost 16
This was only
years
on
ago
PC.
When I was barely 13 years old in the game Battlefield 2142. Previous to this, I'd played countless N64, PS2 and GameCube single-player titles, but 2142 was my first proper foray into the multiplayer shooter experience. Are you impressed? I used the word foray. And hot damn, when I got my greasy
2006, I think I
prepubescent
said that.
hands on this game, I hardcore no-lifed it all the way up until Bad Company 2 came out. To this day, no Battlefield title, or really any multiplayer game, has quite been able to fill the hole that Battlefield 2142 left behind, and trust me, I've tried. And while some will of course claim that the nostalgia goggles have clouded my judgment, I have realized through the making of this video that my love for 2142 is not just a longing for a childhood lost, but a fair and reasoned yearning for the lost innovation this game introduced into the world that was never seen again. So join me as I explore the incredible features and unrivaled game design of an innovative Battlefield now lost, in this love letter to my favorite game that will likely never
What an
exist
introduction,
again.
man.
What's going on? We want to welcome everybody to Gamecasters Battlefield
What is
2142 Invitational presented by Gameplay HD.
If you're a channel
What?
surfer, cool your jets. Set down the remote because, Rich, what our audience is about to see, no one has ever laid eyes on.
Was this competitive?
Oh my god.
I've also never seen any of the Battlefield, like I know some of the older Battlefields, people were competitive and they did compete, but I don't think it was ever super popular. This had mechs in it too, huh?
Wow.
How many of you guys played this?
Battlefield 2142 was released in 2006 by DICE and published by Electronic
This was
Arts.
perfect.
The game, unlike any Battlefield before it or after it really, is known for its unique futuristic setting and the bold innovations that this entailed. While earlier titles in the
While
series,
this one
such as
is the
Battlefield
best.
1942, focused on historical warfare, and Battlefield 2 explored modern-day combat, Battlefield 2142 pushed into the future, introducing a wide array of groundbreaking features that set it apart from the rest. All those games, by the way, are made on the Refractor engine. That was the original engine that was used in
Interesting.
1942. I will now be using my narration voice. Battlefield 2142 depicts a bleak future war about a fight for resources. In the year
Now it's the Frostbite
2106, a
engine.
new ice age displaces millions globally, with Russia and Japan hit hardest. Struggling to secure resources, the Pan-Asian Coalition, PAC, grew increasingly desperate. Meanwhile, the European Union, supported by resource-rich North Africa through its alliance with the Union of African States, managed to endure. In 2139, the PAC launched a full-scale invasion of Europe and North Africa, igniting the 22nd century's Cold War. A brutal fight for the planet's last habitable land and resources. Remember that this game came out in the early 2000s. At the time, scientists in real life were beginning to link climate change to an increase in extreme weather events, and you can see the inspiration in the game.
Damn,
That's my
look at the
flat
heli
right
gameplay.
there. 2,000 a month minimum, spacious, open plan freezer. Something I really love about Battlefield 2142 is its commitment to the lore and the beautiful way in which
It's still look at how the, because I haven't seen all these old maps per se, or games rather. So to even see like the top down, it still very much looks like Battlefield. I'm assuming they still have classes. Obviously, they got the big vehicles. They got crazy vehicles. Look at the map size, though, you know?
The maps. The game doesn't have a single-player campaign, so the only way
that's
to
what I was
experience
curious
this
about.
Twisted future is
he
through
gave
the
a lot of lore for something that doesn't have a single-player game, but that's what 2042 as well, which came out in 2021, was a similar way. They had giant maps, just multiplayer, though, no campaign.
level design and a few short accompanying paragraphs in the loading screen. Whether you're traversing the desolate plains of an overheated highway Tampa or the snowy remains at the Bridge of Remagan,
Halo means Battlefield, Titanfall mode, so good.
A prosperous future crushed within the firm grip of nature's hand. This kind of storytelling has felt somewhat vacant in more modern multiplayer shooter releases.
Yeah.
Battlefield 2042, for example, describes a world gripped in the aftermath of a Kessler Syndrome event, causing 70% of the world's satellites to fall from space and a total blackout to engulf Earth, which sounds pretty cool. And yet, the only reason I even know about this Kessler Syndrome event thing is because I found it on the wiki. You would literally never know from playing the actual game.
You actually had to go to the wiki or the website and read all of the information that they put as the lore for the game. Even for the lead up to it, there was like a whole website and all the lore and anything, even for the specialists that were characters that were like the no pats versus what it was all you had to go, I think, to an extra website to figure it out. I don't know if they ever put it into the actual game itself though.
By the way, for this video,
like
I had to reinstall
it.
Battlefield 2042 just to get this footage. And if that sacrifice isn't worth a subscription, I really don't know what is.
Go subscribe to him, guys. I just subscribed and liked.
The point is, 2142
Slords
knew what it was, and it expressed it.
We'll link the video again here as well.
Now, let's talk about the reason you clicked on this video. Titan mode. Very few Battlefield titles.
This is what everybody says. Honestly, I clicked on it because I just don't know about 2142, and I've never seen any. I haven't seen any good overview videos about it. But this is the mode. This is what chat's been blowing up about here. Let's see.
Shooters in general, especially in modern times, are defined by their game modes. This is because every shooter now is either an extraction shooter, a competitive search and destroy, or some variation of conquest. The Titan mode in 2142 was single-handedly the best part of the entire game, and a huge missing piece in any future multiplayer release that I've never seen again and really wish would come back. Absolutely textbook. The Titan is a flying fortress, initially created by the PAC to move displaced civilian populations over hazardous terrain. They were later repurposed for war. Sporting 4 ground attack cannons and 2 fast-firing anti-air guns, as well as a hangar bay fit to carry an attack jet and a transport vehicle, combined with drop pods to rapidly and safely deploy troops, shielded behind heavy armor and an outer energy shield. These vehicles became high-value target number 1 on any battlefield. Titan mode tasks players with destroying the opposing team's Titan while defending their own. Anti-Titan missile silos are located at strategic locations on the ground. Capturing these allows teams to fire automated missiles towards the enemy Titan, initially taking down the shields and then damaging the main hull directly. Once the shields are down, players can either continue firing missiles to destroy the hull completely or board the Titan using assault pods, transports, or spawn points.
Naval Strike definitely had this then. This is what it was, but it was an aircraft carrier and not a flying ship that you had to fly up to. I think you had to control points in order to launch rockets to burst open the hole, and then you could go through, and then you could essentially detonate it or win the match there. Yeah, they had it. Did they have it in any other ones as well, though? I don't think it's been in any other Battlefields, and that wasn't even at the launch of Battlefield 4.
Inside, they must destroy 4 reactor consoles to access the main reactor and
Carrier Assault. I think that was the name of it.
Escaping within 30 seconds before the Titan is destroyed. Or not escaping, as is often the case. Oh, that's me! Titans can actually be moved across the battlefield via input from the team's commander and perform a defensive, offensive, and tactical role of great importance to the outcome of the round. If you can't already tell, Titan mode is sensational. It uses the full breadth of 2142's large maps, exploits the multi-capability of many of 2142's unique vehicles, and requires teamwork at every stage of gameplay to complete various objectives. Unlike Conquest or Rush, standard Battlefield game modes you see across future titles, Titan mode has a variety of different ways of winning the game that appeal to different players and playstyles. God, I'm the best. Capturing missile silos is similar to Conquest and is required in the early game to access the enemy Titan. The more silos you have and maintain, the faster the enemy Titan shield is going to go down. From here, you could opt to continue to win the ground war and chip away at their hull, something Conquest enjoyers will happily do, but you could also board the Titan, turning the game into essentially an infantry-only rush mode where you have to destroy 2 initial consoles inside the Titan, which open up the next 2 consoles, which open up a final core. Winning a battle inside the Titan is very much a team effort. Getting to the Titan requires air or ground.
He assassinated him, got the dog tag.
Inside the Titan is very much a team effort.
Has that all... Now, I know in Battlefield 3, they added the animation where you pull the actual dog tag out, but has this always been part of Battlefield?
Titan requires air or ground transport. You can't just walk there by yourself. Breaching these tight corridors is grenade
collecting the tags?
hell, and also the enemy can spawn here, so your respawn points better be close and well maintained.
Always,
also,
since 1942, since Battlefield
leader,
2.
So don't think you'll just be respawning easily on whoever you
Bad
want
Company
that
2
happens
had
to be
it.
on the Titan. Because of the interplay between the ground conquest mode and the Titan
Battlefield
attack
2, a lot of you guys are
style
saying.
mode in one playstyle, you might find yourself flying jets, keeping the skies clear of possible Titan attacking transports.
Crazy
in
that they
another
had this, though.
playstyle,
This looks
you're on the
good.
ground in a tank dominating the ground war. Or maybe you're an infantry player in an APC desperately fighting your way to the enemy Titan's location to pod up. And no, that's not some vaping thing. You shoot up onto the Titan. No, that's a drug thing. You know what I'm saying. The Titan can also be moved by the commander. Maybe you put it in the middle of the map to have an easier
the
time
commander
capturing
too,
and holding ground points. Maybe you put it in the corner to make it harder for attackers to jump on. Also, just because the enemy Titan shield goes down first doesn't mean you've automatically won. Once you
Some of you guys were saying as well, I think that the commander used to be on the battlefield. Was it like that in 2142 as well? Where the commander was actually like playing on the battlefield with you? Or was it more like Battlefield 4 where it was just a top down and he wasn't actually playing the game? Yeah. So he was on the battlefield as well. On the field, and then he could control things as well. The commander was on. That sounds sick to me. That's something that I didn't really like about Battlefield 4. I know a lot of people were gassing up the Battlefield 4's commander mode, and they were hoping that that even would come back with this. I thought it was kind of cool for a little bit, but wasn't as exciting to me. And they kind of changed it. Even with Battlefield 5, you'd have the squad leader who could call in like the dubstep bomb and a couple different things. And then even in 2042, they had a way you could spend your squad points on like vehicle call-ins, I think it was. Or I don't know if you could do that at any point. You could get like a TAC Rover dog that came down as well. So I guess they've tried different variations of like a squad leader or a full commander. But this, having a full commander, you can actually move the point. That sounds crazy.
shields are down, a strong infantry Titan assault can beat
I haven't
you
played Planetside
faster
2.
than
I
your
don't
ground
think.
dominance can beat them.
God, I'm the best.
It is, in so many ways, the pinnacle of large-scale multiplayer shooter gaming, and I continue to be shocked that we've never seen this mode, or anything even remotely close, ever again. I cannot stress to you how sad I am that this innovation has been lost.
That is cool.
But Titan mode is nothing without the unique and innovative 2142 vehicles that accompany it.
Yeah, especially if you got to get that high up into
the
a
drop
flying
pod
ship.
is a staple of Battlefield 2142 and is equipped to a number of vehicles to turn them from basic transport infantry fighting vessels to essential Titan assault technology.
These look insane.
The BTR-20 Yastreb or UD-12 Shepherd armored air transports perform a multi-purpose role of being effective infantry fighting vehicles, mobile team-wide spawn
They had some
points, and Titan
Ospreys
assault
in
vehicles
2042
players
as
can
well.
drop pod from to attack the Titan. The BTR-20 Romanov and AMV-2 Groundhog APCs perform a similar function on the ground. These vehicles are also fitted with an EMP grenade capable of temporarily disabling any vehicle hit, which you definitely don't use to troll your own team. How you use and manage these vehicles forms the backbone of your team's air, ground,
Big
and
Sweaty, thank you for the
Titan
5 gifted,
combat,
man.
and
It's so
makes for some
calm, thank you.
beautiful examples of ways in which a game can create teamwork through design instead of artificially ramming it down your throat with arbitrary squad point rewards or something similar.
No, I never played
2142 also came
2142.
with advanced hover technology, with the PAC
I've never even
getting
seen
the
this.
mighty Type 32 Nekomoto tank, which couldn't traverse the turret horizontally, but could spin like a Beyblade.
Didn't
the
they have
EU
some
had a more traditional tank, which
tank
I felt
like that
was
in
a pretty
2042 as
brave
well?
choice, considering very few
Hover tank or
mainstream
something? I
games
don't
commit
remember.
to asymmetrical vehicle combat. but it meant that there was actually unique strengths and weaknesses to each faction's tanks, and your understanding of the vehicles directly affected your effectiveness in tank combat. Absolutely schooled him.
Nice.
This hover technology extended to the Type 36 Hachimoto, essentially a hover bike with a grenade launcher secondary seat that could also fire TV-guided missiles.
In
which is pretty
BF4 there
wild.
was.
What's really crazy about these hover vehicles is that they weren't jank at all, and legit actually worked quite well. And you can see how in a snowy or icy environment where conventional roads have been lost, a switch to hovercraft technology.
It was a map that was
like
a reference to
appropriate
2142.
I'm the best to ever do it. Stop looking at me. But we can't talk about the vehicles of 2142 without talking about the iconic
these look
Battlefield 2142 Walker. I mean, come on. It's on the bloody box. The Walker of today is a piece of kit old people use to get around the house. But in 2142, the Walker is the L5 Reisag or T39 Bogatyr, both equipped with a machine gun, rocket pods, and anti-air machine gun on top. These bipedal vehicles were introduced into the war for their high firepower and all-terrain capabilities. I'll be honest, in real life, I'd question whether a bipedal vehicle has any kind of effectiveness at all, as I think in general they're far too easily toppled by something as basic as rope.
That's
but
the meta.
Damn, do they look cool. These actually had a little vent on the bottom that you could shoot with any small arms weapon to do damage to the vehicle, which was an interesting touch. One final honorable mention for the A3 Goliath infantry fighting vehicle, a slow-moving, heavy-armed and armored IFV with unique regenerative cells on the side that automatically repair the vehicle and have to each be destroyed before you can detonate the vehicle completely.
Damn.
Another unique and innovative idea that I don't think I've seen since. But
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Interesting layer to multiplayer gameplay that feels sorely missing in modern titles. Overall, I can't help but feel that this collection of vehicles, and I didn't even mention the VTOL jets, offer up a smorgasbord of well thought out and creative ideas that make for iconic vehicle combat you just don't see anymore.
I saw the VTOL in COD. You guys remember that kill streak?
So many games keep it unbelievably bland, with standard tanks, realistic helicopters.
This
and
is
yeah,
2042.
did add this hover bike thing.
That thing
but
is
this
actually
doesn't
sick.
seem to have any rules. You can kind of just do whatever you want with it, and I'd argue doesn't fit within the game world at all. This is like when GTA 5 started adding random bollocks just to keep the GTA money rolling.
Yeah,
in.
you could
Let's switch
fly
over
so
to
fast with
infantry
that.
combat. Squads and squad play form an integral part of 2142, and
look
were the
kinda
main
weird, though.
reason I played the game for as long as I did. It's kind of wild that even now there are still people in this game using the in-game VoIP.
Really?
He's clueless. This game had a class.
There's
and
nobody
unlock
even
system.
using VoIP in Battlefield 6, bro. I looked for 6 hours for lobbies trying to find people with VoIP. I found a couple guys who had VoIP, and it was one person at most. I'd hop between squads. It's just people standing around trying to fix their settings for the most part. Nobody had freaking VoIP on, man. It sucked. I need some VoIP.
Well as
in there.
loadout customization options, all of which were pretty innovative at the time, but many of those innovations were actually carried forward, and you do see that in a lot of modern games. Now, I could offer up a deep exploration of 2142's unique weapon systems and innovative unlocks, but we would literally be here all day.
Do you guys know when they added a ballistic system to, like, where you have to deal with lead and drop for Battlefield? Because they definitely beat COD to it. Because the first time I saw, I guess it was in 2042, or it was in Bad Company 2 as well. Because I remember using a slug shotgun and having to deal with drop. Battlefield 2 had it. Bad Company had it. I think I remember Bad Company 2. I'm pretty sure Bad Company 2 had it as well. Because, well, I remember using the shotgun at least. It doesn't look like he's leading any of the shots with anything here, but of course, those are pretty close to range sniper shots that I'm seeing. Literally just watched this video randomly. Bro, it popped up on my feed, and that's what I was like, I want to watch this. And I was like, you know what? I bet you a bunch of people on stream would want to watch
To
this
the
too with me.
Clark B shotgun, still the best shotgun in gaming. I am just a shotgun one trick.
Add some
But what
context
this game
here.
also had that seems to have been entirely lost in mainstream shooters was a far more interesting squad leader role. First and foremost, in 2142, the squad
he talks
leader
about it
was
here.
the only player in the squad that other squad members could spawn on. This drastically changes the way the game is.
Wait, what'd he say?
In the squad, first and foremost, in 2142, the squad leader was the only player in the squad that other squad members could spawn on. This
Interesting. I thought he meant that you could spawn on any squad leader, but he's saying only the squad lead is who your squad. Now you could spawn on anybody in your squad as long as they're not in combat. I think they had another mode like that in Hardline, if I remember correctly. They might have tested that in other modes as well.
Drastically changes the way the game is played and greatly elevates the value of the squad leader within the squad.
Yeah, it definitely does.
As not only are they the ones giving orders, but they may also be your only way onto the battlefield. Future Battlefield titles all allow for squad members to spawn on each other, which fundamentally changes the squad dynamic and removes much of the squad leader's intrinsic value, I think, for the worst. Also in 2142, the squad leader is given unique squad leader unlocks, having to choose between a spawn beacon or a spotting drone that follows you around, or a drone with a weak auto turret gun attached. The ammo class could unlock an infantry spotting radar, while the engineer could unlock a vehicle spotting radar.
Well, they did bring this back to a large regard in Battlefield 5, because the squad leader there could call in essentially like that nuke bomb. I forget what it was even called. I think there was a couple other things too you could call in, but that was the best one. And so that's all I ever called in, was a big dubstep bomb. The V1 rocket. Yeah, I think that's what it was called. That thing was insane. There's a smoke barrage too. Yeah. What did I just do? Killed the audio.
Vehicle spotting radar. If placed on your spotting drone, you suddenly had
I'm
a
very late
mega
to 2142.
drone, turning the squad leader into a mobile UAV, again bringing squads together and elevating the value of the squad leader. In future Battlefields, by comparison, squad leaders can unlock arbitrary
right here.
and not particularly impactful.
And what else did they have? A tank of some kind? Oh, there was a resupply too, but why do that when you could drop a nuke, brother?
Impactful call-ins after farming squad points, which have always felt ridiculously lackluster to me and feel a bit like a spit in the face of 2142's innovative squad leader.
Damn, that
role
was a
of
good
the
rocket.
past. But while we're talking infantry, let's talk about stabbing them. Knife fight. I wouldn't be a Londoner if I didn't talk about the humble knife. In most modern shooters, it's used as a humiliation weapon more than something that actually provides any kind of combat effectiveness, unless you have Commando Pro.
This is the worst commando launch of all time.
In 2142, this is taken to the next level, not with gimmicky microtransaction hell execution animations, but by giving you the dog tags of the enemy player that you stab and meticulously tracking them forever. Well, I say forever. All the 2142 stat pages are long gone, as is the in-game tracking, but trust me, I had your mum's tags and I had them several times. It was really fun, especially if you played with some regular people or on a regular server, to see just how many times you'd stabbed your mate.
They did this in future Battlefields as well.
Kill over simply humiliating
collecting dog tags.
I'm pretty sure some future Battlefields had a version of the dog tag collector and added.
There was even a version of dog tags in, I don't remember if it was Hardline or Battlefield 1 or when they had it, but I remember there was definitely there was a developer dog tag. So if you killed a developer by assassinating him, you got his dog tag, you put that on. You would then, I think if other people killed you, then you would get their tag. I know they had that for creators, though. There were some creator dog tags, and if you, I think that was in Hardline. But anyways, if you assassinate him, you get that dog tag. Then if other people assassinated you and took your dog tag with that, it kind of spread from there. But you could be one of the people. It was in Battlefield 4? Really? It was on, isn't that too? I remember that, yeah. The developer dog tag was like a legendary one if you could get that.
Some customization
it was fun.
To the tags, but something about the way it was done in this game just feels better than that weird stats in the Battlefield 3 web browser thing they had going on. Now I know that despite my best efforts, Battlefield
that's a core memory there, dude.
Was far from most people's favorite Battlefield.
Battlefield 3 too, really.
Sales figures are to be believed. It's literally the
I know you could collect the dog tags, but I didn't remember if there was like the creator or dev one or whatever in that.
Least popular game in the franchise, and it's not even.
You know what else too, bro? Knifing. I think it was in Battlefield 4, right? If you were getting assassinated, if you realized it and timed the key correctly, you could counter knife and turn it around and kill them. That would be sick to come back as well. That's not in this because I did get assassinated at least once or twice. But remember, there was, so he pulls you around, you're going for the assassination, but you could hit the button at the right time, a melee, and then you counter it, and then you end up killing them. It was sick. That was really sick.
Even close.
That was Battlefield 4?
It's so unpopular that this other Battlefield stats page doesn't even include it in the list, and that's pretty devastating. Not only does this show that once again my opinion is wrong, not only does this almost certainly doom this video to a life of never being watched by anyone, but it's also devastating because I think this game offered up
That was only if they tried to assassinate you from the front. Yeah, I think the back you still got the assassination, right? Or if they're prone or anything.
impressive, innovative ideas in a gaming package that I don't think
remember.
I've ever seen again.
I just
and
remember
based
doing
on the
it.
sales figures, probably never will see again. Obviously, this game was released just a year after the far more popular Battlefield 2, which was probably a mistake, and existed in a world where modern combat was definitely where it was at, and future combat was of absolutely no interest. I think, to be honest, we're kind of still in that world, but that's also pretty sad, because
Maybe
I
the
think
side
with
two.
a game focused on a conflict in a time that doesn't yet exist, the developers are given the license to create something you've never seen before, full of stuff entirely unique to the imaginations of the talented people on that team. I think the only shooters that come close to the innovations of 2142 are perhaps Titanfall and The Finals. And unfortunately, both of those games
Finals is
are
great.
kinda niche. There's an
Yeah.
argument to be made there. I'm calling them
I think
niche.
Battlefield's pretty
Certainly
niche
not
as well,
failures,
honestly.
but, I mean, they're no Call of Duty. I look out across a first-person shooter gaming landscape, and it just feels like everyone is making generic copies of the same thing, over and over again. And I get it, you got shareholders, the stakes are high, innovation is risky, and frankly, you only have to look at the example I've used in this video to prove that innovation is not always the path to financial progress. But seriously, just look at the 2142 trailer.
For the time, too, this must have been such an insane game. For this much chaos for the vehicles that were in the game.
Today. I mean, look at it. It's sick. I want to play that game. Battlefield 2142 is a shell of its former self. As much as I sing its praises in this video, the game today definitely feels somewhat lacking. Unfortunately, it's not because of the game itself, but because of the lack of people playing it. And also because the people that are still playing
It's
it
just all
may be
modernized
the
here.
sweatiest god gamers I've met in my entire life.
Oh my gosh.
What? And while I will tell you that the Reclamation project exists and that you can follow a link
Well, there
in
you
the
go.
description if you want to try this for yourself, I will warn you
If you need
that it
something
may
to
not
tide
be
you
the
over.
2142 that you remember.
Maybe you could try it. If any of you guys try it and you're in modern day and you end up liking it, let me know. Maybe we could try it too. I went back and tried. We played Quake too, and that was
In which case, it might be an incredible time to
That
play
was
2142.
interesting to
I
play.
have all my fingers and toes crossed, and no,
Or no,
I'm not showing my
Unreal
toes.
Tournament. We played
At least
Unreal
not for
Tournament.
free. Anyway,
That was
thanks for
wild.
watching. If you made it all the way to the end, you're probably a lot like me, which is frankly the biggest compliment I could give
Dude,
anyone.
this
And you
guy is
should
awesome. I
definitely
don't think
like
I've
and
ever seen his
subscribe.
video
You should
before.
Also watch another one of my videos. This deep dive on Foxhole, another niche game, is practically legendary.
You know what? I've heard about
At
that
this
game,
point,
but I've
why
never
not
seen
take
it.
a look at the best World War II simulator you've probably never even heard of. Thank you very much, and I will see you in the
Isn't that like the... I think I saw Summit playing that at one point, actually. But yeah, definitely go check the video out. I'm going to stay sub to him for sure. We'll see what else he's got cooking up. That is a great video. Almost at 100K. Heck yeah. Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Great. Love. Like. Okay. I think we boot up. That was the last thing that I had on the list, though, for today. Now maybe we play some games. Let me see if there was anything else that you guys put in here. Yeah, let me play. Let me just AFK for 1 sec. I will play you guys a little bit more gameplay. Although I think I just closed out of it. Did my computer freeze? I can move stuff, but I can't pull up the. Oh, there we go. There we go. Custom game stream. Game PC. I'll play a little chopper gameplay here for a second while we're AFK. I don't know where all my good jet gameplay is. I don't think I have any on this computer right now.
Oh, that's bad. We're in the wall.
Audio
Come on.
tracks 3. There we go. And I'll be right back. 1 sec. Then we'll get into probably 2042. So if you guys got it, boot it up. We're probably going to want some players on there. Okay. No, 2042. Did I say 2040? I'm cooked, guys. You know what I'm saying. Hopefully. Dude, we went through a lot of good information today. This is great. This was great.
Our forces are controlling the fight. Keep pushing.
Early access is done. You no longer need an early access code. Everything from here on out is just open beta. So on Thursday when the game is back, it's just open beta. Halo, Blood Gulch, Capture the Flag, Remake, and Battlefield 6 Portal would be amazing. I don't know if that's you that's been spamming that the whole time, Thrash, but I agree with you, man. It would be insane. I don't know what else you want me to do, but I agree. True. True. Can't wait. I'm legit having withdrawals. Yep. I think that's been the premise of the stream today. If we are all just coping together. Open weekend 2 coming up. All right, let's see what we got here. Portal. Are you guys cool? Should we do the Portal extra vehicles mode that we did last time? Extra vehicles conquest, 128 player. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe we change the maps, go back to Caspian to start. I think everybody loves that as a good starter map for the day. Erica Harbor. This was the 2042 map, right? That one was pretty fun. Caspian border. Let's put this at the top. Oh, this works today. That's the 2042 map, Erica Harbor. I felt like we didn't have enough cover there, though. For the vehicles. Reclaimed was okay. I really want the big map for this, though, man. That would be sick. Redacted. I don't even remember that one. Orbital was pretty good, though. I did like Orbital. Maybe we start Caspian, go Orbital. I think Erica Harbor, I don't know. Maybe we try Manifest this time for the third map. Or Exposure. I don't even remember this one. Was this an older map, Exposure? Do you guys know? Caspian, 2 goated. Yeah, even though that map's fairly open, there's not a lot of cover. There's still a couple ravines, like by Charlie, you can fly a little low on. But I think that's a good place to start it. Spearhead might be good. Flashpoint wasn't too bad. All right, let's try that for now. We'll save that. And then hopefully this refreshes. This, if you didn't play this last time with us, this is a little wild. There's 10 little birds on each team. We kind of have crazy settings. Go search Stone Mountain 64 if you guys want to play. Just leave me a little bird. I am switching my category over as well. So, sorry if you guys were trying to farm drops. I don't know if it's okay for me to... I don't think it's okay for me to stay in Battlefield 6 or playing 2042. I think Twitch will get mad at me. Oh, I forgot I even clicked go live on my second stream today, guys. I'm cooked. I was just too excited to get into it. Whatever. I'll just unlist it. Sweet. All right, are we good? Is there anything else I'm missing? Wait, what happened? Did you guys join the game without me? I got kicked out of my own game? I'm banned? Yeah, the beta ended yesterday. Weekend 2 will begin on Thursday. Weekend starts early. It's coming back. Oh, shoot. All right, let's get some prac in, guys. Let's get some prac in here. I hope the little birds are good in Battlefield 6, though. Let me tell you what. Oh, yeah. It's already so much more nimble. We're going to be flying. I think I have air-to-ground missiles as well. Although I do have the 7.62 minigun, I think is what I have on this. Stone, I killed you before. Get good. And brother, I'm too old to get good. My time has passed.
Our troops are advancing on Charlie 1. We got sector Charlie.
I'm trying, though. Yeah, see, my guns don't even damage the vehicle. Only my air-to-ground lock-on does. Can't even shoot him out of that. Oh, there's another tank there as well. Yeah, see, that doesn't damage either. There is a 20 mil cannon that I could use. Whoa! What the heck? Woo! Little bounce off the ground! B2s are coming in! Trying to hit the anti-tank where I can here. Nice, they got it. And any of the transport vehicles. It looks like this one's just a transport, but I don't even know. Reloading, reloading, reloading. Good. Launching! Bro, we're pulverizing this. Get it, Xeno. Take that thing down. All right, let's go see if we can recap Alpha 1. It's so hard to get that little AD strafe going. I don't want to stay too stationary here. We got to try and stay mobile. Tap the ground a little here. Are the jets similar to Battlefield 6 in 2042? Not really, no. Somewhat, but the way the speed and momentum turns works is so different that I think it's better to practice in Battlefield 4, personally, if you wanted to practice. I am so low. I would so be dead in a regular game. I'm cooked!
Our forces
Oof.
just secured Sector Delta.
Yeah, that's, that might have been my bad there. Yeah, it might have been a skill issue. Maybe. We'll review the tapes later. Little bird. Oh, just got taken down. No flares here. Let's work our way back to A. I don't have flares. We eat that. Go for repair. Oh my gosh, look at them all crossing the field here. Uh-oh, that might be an anti-air. I was too close for the cannons to get hit correctly there. I needed to aim to the side or get more distance. Been watching for a long time. Just started watching on Twitch. Welcome to the stream, man. Feel free to join in on the game if you want. Oh, he's already dead.
Allies moving on Alpha 1.
Allies moving on it.
They've taken Sector Charlie.
So in this game, too, you can request an order and take over the commander role for the squad if nobody's doing it. Woo! That's a wall. Still like 2 more guys below me here.
Still time, but our forces are paying a cost.
The audio's cutting out, though. Do you hear that?
Sector Bravo is ours.
It's probably because this game's too chaotic. See, I kind of, when I'm too close, I have to just choose which cannon I'm going to hit with, the left or right one. There's audio. Go for a tank hit there. Oh! Caught me out of the air. That's an adios. This game looks bad. This game looks good. Why do people hate on it? Looks like a remake of Caspian Border. You're exactly right. This is Caspian Border.
Keep that objective safe.
It comes. Good
We're with
intel.
you, squad leader.
Good man. Good man in the chat. You love to see it. If you guys want to join the game, just search Stone Mountain 64, and you should be able to find our lobby and join in on it.
Just captured Sector Charlie.
R.I.P. Yeah, it's not super popular game to stream or anything. I want to get as much reps in and practice as I can for weekend 2. So we go in strong, being able to aim a little better. Maybe we know we're doing a little better. Obviously, they don't even have a little bird in it, but I still feel like this helps me figure out... It helps me make the connection in my head for how to aim and play on choppers. I think this is still one of the best ways to play. Crack. Myself. Even shooting like this for jets is really helpful. Even though it's not the same.
Russian territory everywhere. We have to retake.
Yeah, I put it right in the middle there. Yeah, it's crossplay as well, I think. Yeah, you do have to be on next gen to play with these rules, though. I believe. Current gen, whatever you want to call it. Oh, what a roll that is. Do you see that? How we flew down for the escape there? That was insane. Nice flying. How did he have 2? Oh, no, his vehicle assist, maybe? Oh, no, I got out! You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. V was a different keybind. I forgot I had V as my eject on this game.
Enemy forces have taken a blow.
Don't. You didn't see anything. You don't tell anybody about this, chat. Wait, where's my vehicle? Oopsies. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, don't clip it. No, anybody clips it's banned. Testing the ejector seat, guys. Calm down. It's just testing. Yeah, did a better job of focusing the right cannon there. Did not do a better job of flying through the sky, though. That's fine. Oh my gosh, I'm getting hit. I'm getting cooked. Oh my goodness, Dodge. He freaking slammed right there. That was insane. Good spray down. Orange Juice also.
Welcome to the squad.
Brand new member of the Mountaineers, most recent sub on the day. Appreciate you, dude. That's what you need to do to get a kill, I guess, Dodge, if you're going to camp spawns. Honestly, kind of embarrassing, but that's okay. If you're into that kind of thing. Woo! Is this him?
By any measure, we're at half strength.
Good flying. See how much speed he got on the exit there? Jet's trying to take me out here. We got 2 more little birds over front and center, hitting the repairs. There we go. That's how I look back as my middle mouse. There we go. There we go. How am I getting long? Oh, it's this guy, huh? Audio's cutting out again. We're breaking the servers, guys. We're breaking them. This guy's so low health, though. Hit a repair.
Just conquered Sector Charlie.
See if we can get around behind the lines here. There's a jet carcass there. Here's a little bird. Here's a little bird. We'll swoop on him. We'll swoop on him here. I lost him.
Fucking shit!
Damn, he sniped me from that far. Those are the 7.62 cannons as well. Didn't get on the 2042 train? Nah, most people didn't, man. Oh my gosh, all 3 of these vehicles are right next to each other. Uh-oh, that little bird's cooking me. Oh, I'm going right next to him, too. Hit a repair, nothing I could do. We got overswarmed there. Glad they didn't wait till 2042. To put out a good game. I mean, it would have been cool if this game was good. But, yeah, hopefully, you know, hopefully Battlefield 6 holds up. You get a fantastic one.
Wonderful!
Oh, that's a wall. Damn, good spray down.
Taking Sector Charlie.
I don't see him on the list here. I saw a video today where the heli in Battlefield 6, when you free fire rockets, you could fire them in any direction. Dude, we looked at that earlier. It is it is crazy broken. You can do the same thing with the air-to-ground missile as the jet, too.
How's it look? Lost a lot of sectors. We need to make it up.
Nice.
We have enemies attacking Alpha 1.
Oh, I did good damage there. I did good damage there. Little overturn. Hold on. Leaned into that one a little too much, guys. Why is the game almost over? Is it on time limit? What's going on? Is that what I'm hearing? There's the bomber.
Not long now. Maintain control of those sectors. Not running out, Notepad. Clear those sectors. We're attacking one of our objectives.
There he is.
Step.
Appreciate. I don't have reps yet. I don't have reps yet. Locking, reps.
While Battlefield OG in 2042 is busted at launch, the developers actually did a lot to bring this game around.
Yeah,
I've
they did.
enjoyed my time on it.
Heck yeah, Josh, thank you for the 5, my good sir. Yeah, we're running out of time. It said time limit. I didn't realize I even had one. All right, well, that's fine.
You are overwhelmed. We must take our losses and retreat while we still can.
I don't think people are
Squad
real
retreat. Battle's done.
really taking
We've lost
the
enough
title
troops for
as actual. Hopefully, articles aren't picking it up like Battlefield's actually dead. That's insane. I think it's just people trolling. This was like the #1 title on Reddit today. GG's, GG's. We got a good game going here. They don't have all chat though, huh? Is this game good now? It's way better than what it was. But mostly I only play Portal though, so I don't know. I don't know, man. But they did a lot. So now there's an actual like assault engineer support recon. When the game came out, it was all just a bunch of specialists. Now they've at least given each of the specialists kind of roles. But this lobby is set up mainly for little birds. And jets. And if you want a tank. You can go infantry too, though. Some people have been doing that.
How much for a signed hat?
Well, you'd have to have a hat because we don't sell them anymore. But if you do have one from my old collection, you could send it to me and with return shipping, and I could send it back to you.
Contact. American forces spotted.
Now, no time.
We are assaulting Charlie 1.
Fucking son of a bitch!
It reps.
Fucking shit!
Oh, there's another bird on me. Couldn't quite get the finito. Appreciate you though, man. Tyler, thank you for the 5. But if you got one at this point, priceless because you can't even buy it. Josh also.
Cruise Monkey, welcome to the squad. Brand new member of the Mountaineers. Over.
Appreciate you, man.
Alpha sector is lost to hostiles.
Need a buddy in the heli? So because we have 20 helicopters in the game, the server doesn't allow us to do that. You're not allowed to have passengers when you have this many vehicles on the map. It's a limitation to the custom portal rules we learned. Because there's 128 players in the game and 40 vehicles. Or 20, 30 vehicles or something like that. Crazy. Something crazy.
US forces have the edge. We'll need to secure more objectives quickly.
We are flying right through the middle of the battlefield here. Did I just get run over? Bro, this guy, is he level 623? We got us a gamer here, dude. He knows what he's doing in this. I need his build. that somebody talking in game?
Hello?
Hostile hero located. 130 meters away. What we were waiting on just
Dude, crazy flying by this guy. He's dead now, but that was insane. Bro, why am I hearing... Whose mic am I hearing here? Is he playing music or is that my radio? I think that was my radio. What the heck?
Marking flag. 60 meters from your position.
Little bird, top right behind. Just following hot. Oh, good connections there. Oh, he's on fire. Boom! He's dead. Adios! Another little bird behind. Little shake for the height. Controlled 3 burst. Flew too close to the sun there, brother. Oh, wait a second. Here we go. We got a gamer. Ah! Oh, he crashed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're doing the same thing. Oh, it's the edge. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, we did not, in fact, make it through the situation here. This is why we need to practice, guys. This is why we need to practice. Here we go. Big run on this. Ready, 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 ready. We fly up. And I'm dead. Damn it, bro. Saw me coming in. Found me and swatted me out of the sky. Thought the demo was over. Yeah, the beta weekend 1, if you're talking about, is done. It'll be back on Thursday. Hit some flips as well. Is this game worth it at $4? Maybe. It might be on Battle Pass too, or Xbox Game Pass or whatever. Not sure. Shit, little bird behind me. I don't even see this guy. Here's one flying down low. Woo! Somebody hit him with the rocks. Oh, damn. Maybe it's better to stay in third and go for the ADS off this side. It's not bad. Hit some repairs.
No incoming, no incoming.
Oh, shit.
No. Return to the engagement.
Get some repairs in here. Whew. That was close. That guy's level 600. Yeah, he's a beast, dude. That's why we need time in, though. We got to compete with these guys, you know? I don't remember how I had it, too, for the aiming in BF6 for up and down on the jet. Or the helo, but right now I'm inverted. It's hard because you have to do A and D for side, and up and down is inverted for this, which I can change the inversion, but I think I'm already used to this enough. That it's just a matter of like figuring out the fine tuning and actually staying on target and how the lead works. Yeah, we're cooked. I feel like this is more fun than normal air superiority, though, because now we have a bunch of ground targets that we can also fight at the same time and throw some strafes on some ground units, you know? It was inverted. Was it inverted by default for the helo? I'm assuming it must have been because I didn't change any of the settings. At least for heli.
We must shift this balance. One of our objectives is being invaded.
I think the gunner was not inverted for me, though. I got two little birds on me here. Oh, yo, Dodge is going crazy, bro. Respect the hustle here. See if we can work some ground units too.
Enemy soldier.
We could put the Hydra rockets on as well, because honestly, we haven't really been hitting. Oh my gosh, he just tried to full send me in the B2. We haven't been locking any of the ground vehicles.
Bravo sector 6.
But I haven't really been looking at any of the ground targets anyways. I've been working on some of the sky combat here. Aerial combat. I'm sitting too still, though. I got to be able to hit that D-strafe while we're going. Oh my gosh. This is the other little bird on me. There's two of them. There we go. Decent damn. I don't know how realistic it is to kill those. See, he's got the rockets trying to hit me with those. Oh, there's too many of them, dude. Woo! Now that's what we want to do. Catch them where we know we can just full burst them down. That's the dream right there. This guy's still on me, bro. There's a... Oh, here's one. Head to head. I lost him. We ate the rockets there. We got double little birds on the 6. Woo! Game over, though.
We've won this.
GG's. That was pretty good. I feel like we got a little better there, especially compared to the first game. How easy was learning flying on KBM? The thing is, I have history of flying on it, so these are like me rekindling some of my old chopper skills. Granted, I didn't have much, but I think it's fairly easy to pick up, I'd say. Need some tips? I'm 3 or 4 in the world. Dodges, I would love some tips, dude. You're frying out here. Whose server is this, Stone? This is my server. You can just create your own in the game. I don't know if you want to hop in Discord and give me some tips, but I'd be down.
I'm the expert, so shut up and pay attention.
Yeah, just join in waiting and I'll drag you in. Chat, we can get some tips from number 3 in the world. On the friggin' Little Bird. He's destroying our lobby right now, so seems like it. I feel like we're not even using the AGM right now either. I might throw this on. Kept trying to snipe you out of the chopper. Man.
Bring me a victory, Notepads. Secure those sectors.
Oh, that was decent, damn. Here he is. Yo, what up, Dodges?
What's good, brother? How's it going?
Good, dude. Have you just been grinding this game nonstop?
I took a little bit of a break. I'd say, like, when it first launched, it was terrible. And
Yeah.
I've been playing attack helis since Battlefield 2 in 2005. Like, I was #1 in the world in Battlefield 2 and, like, 2v2 helicopter ladders for a long time.
Damn.
So I kind of gave up on this game at the beginning. I didn't really play the Nightbird at all until, like, Season 4. And then, you know, once I realized how fun it was, I just started grinding it.
Yeah, I've seen some clips on this every once in a while. But, yeah, it definitely seems pretty fun to control now. I'm just trying to get, like, some of the controls down for when 6 drops, so I actually remember how to fly and can
yeah,
hit some stuff.
You want
I
me
did
to
okay on
tell
attack
you,
jet,
like,
but...
the like, adjust... I use, like, a modified rifle aim. if you want to peep
Well,
your settings real quick.
Yeah, let me see. Let me pull this up. You're on KBM, I take it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Let me see here.
Careful out there.
Just land back here or something, see if I die. Okay. Options. Most of my settings were pretty default, I think, for vehicle, keybinds, for helicopter.
So you want to go to helicopter. Okay, and then go to movement. So
movement. Okay.
You just rebound E to execute.
Yeah, I know. I switched it to V and I accidentally launched myself out in the last couple games. So
yeah, I have mine unbound, so I can't get out if I'm flying.
yeah, that's probably for the best.
To get out.
That's probably for the best.
So I have yaw right and left on the mouse, so that's rifle aim. So yaw right would be mouse right, yaw left would be mouse left. So that way it's more like, you're aiming on the ground. So then you roll left and right with A and D. So then so that makes it a lot easier to aim with your mouse, and then you roll with your A and D. And then I also have, since like if you want to do a 180 and you don't want to swipe, you can have yaw right and left. I have it on space and shift, so space is right, shift is left. So like on my pinky and my pinky and thumb is left and right, and then I can spot with control. So pinky and thumb is left and right. Middle or ring and index are roll left and right, and then middle finger's obviously up and down, and then you aim with your mouse.
And you're rolling with A and D, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That does sound pretty good.
I would highly recommend, like, I flew default for 20 years, essentially, up until, like, I don't know, probably 2022, 23, when I started flying rifle aim, and it took me, like, a solid week to reprogram my brain, but I feel like, I mean, you can get great either way. Like, the #1 helicopter pilot in the world is Ash. I don't know if you know who Ash is, but Ash BF,
so.
but, like, him and Silk, I think, both fly. Silk flies rifle aim, but Ash flies default, like just straight out of the box default. And so does Little. He's another one of the like.
But does Silk fly rifle for jets as well?
I don't know. I don't know what he does for jets, but I know he like that's how I learned how to do rifle aim, is watching Silk videos.
Interesting.
But yeah, a lot of the like little intricacies of the heli are.
It's just so hard to aim with A and D.
Yeah.
That,
I would try rifle aim out right now, bro. That's what that's what you got this air superiority thing for, is like just to go in there and mess around. Like,
so
I think it's much more natural. So yeah, you roll left and right. Let me go back to my settings. Let me go land again.
It must be yaw right is move right.
Yeah, okay. Vehicles, key bindings, weapons, and movement. Helicopter. Yeah, so yaw left and right is the mouse, or space and left shift. So I have space is yaw right. Yep. And then that one would be left on the mouse. And then yaw right, space, yaw left shift,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then up and down is normal, then roll left and roll right. Right is D, left is A.
Roll
right is D.
Left. Okay.
And A, yeah. And that's it. That should be it. So
flight mode. We don't need that.
Yeah, I have that off. But then, when you just go up and hover...
Do you play inverted as well, though?
I do. So if I push my mouse forward, my nose goes down. If I pull back,
that's what I'm used to.
Up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
all right, I got to reconnect my brain here.
Yeah, it's going to take some getting used to, but once you get used to turning left and right with the mouse, it is so much easier to do micro adjustments. Like dogfighting in 1v1s, like, you can really smoke somebody if you have rifle aim and they don't. Like, you have a huge advantage, especially if you're up close. Like,
oh, I'm so cooked. This is going to take a minute. Yeah, but no, this makes sense. This makes sense. So then you just kind of, do you mostly just dive around then? Like, how much do you actually roll? I guess it is nice to, like, roll into a turn, though.
Yeah, yeah. I'm constantly rolling. I'm always rolling and adjusting my my elevation. So, like, I'm always WSing all the time, up and down, always swinging my tail back and forth, left and right, because I get, like, people get really annoyed with me, obviously, because I'll go, like, 150-0 every game.
Yeah.
So I'll have, like, the whole squad, you know, shooting AA and TVs at me. There'll be, like, 10 TVs coming at me all the time.
Yeah,
so.
that's what even the people in chat in this game are already like, yo, this guy's insane. So how does prestiging and leveling work in this game, actually? Or not prestiging, but, like, once you hit max level, because your icon's red, right?
Yeah. So once you get to 100, then you're S001. That's basically
Gotcha. Like max
prestige.
level.
So I'm technically like level 728, not 628.
What did they call it?
The levels go up to 11
in Battlefield. Wasn't it like once you get max level, it kept going past it or something?
Yeah,
I don't know. 100 is usually
I didn't
the max
play
level.
too much 3 and 4. I played like probably 10,000 hours of Battlefield 2, you know? But,
yeah.
But I didn't really play a ton of 3 and 4, maybe like 2,000 hours combined. I have 2,000 hours just in 2042, so.
Damn. Bro. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
Where are you at on the map?
So cooked.
I'll try and come find you. Are you way in the back?
I'm over the water trying to figure this out. I feel like I was doing good when I first switched it. Now I'm just... my head's not connecting.
I'm guessing this is you. Yeah. Oh, I got somebody coming to try and kill me. Hold on. 1 second. I'll make quick work of this.
We're going to need a lot of work, guys. We're going to need a lot of work on this. Do you ever do, like, the full barrel roll where you're, like, up high and then you roll all the way, like, do a full flip over?
Yeah. That's what makes rolling on A and D really easy, is because you can just hold A and you do a barrel roll.
Do you,
Hold W and A
oh,
and
that's
you can do an
so
easy barrel
clean. That is so much cleaner.
Yeah.
When you're upside down, do you hit S to, like, rear throttle, you know what I mean? Or does it not matter?
You can.
You
You
throttle
can
when you
spin
do it?
around slightly faster a little bit. Depends on where you're doing it. Like when you get good at it, like you can, like, you know, in orbital on A where there's the rocket inside. Like
Yeah.
you can fly in there at full speed and just like nose up and then do a barrel roll basically, and then flip directly nose down. It depends on where. Like I don't really do the counter throttling that much. Like if I'm just flying around, because it's not really practical. But I like just like starting a match and flying over like a cliff and doing a barrel roll off the end, and then flying under that oil rig or something at and then flying up and killing some helis. Yeah. My favorite thing to do is like so you discard it. I always start and fly through the boat and come out the other side and catch the transport as they go to Delta, because they do it every time. So
when you turn, are you just turning right, or do you kind of dip down and then to the right and roll into it?
I do a lot of rolling. I try to roll to put my because you have to think about, like, you are always going to go in the direction of where your top rotors are pointing. Like that's where you're going to go. So if you're trying to make a fast turn to the left, if you just turn left, like you're not going to accelerate towards the left. You're just going to pivot your helicopter around its like axis to the left. So you need to point your rotors where you want it to go. I'm always constantly nose downing all the time. Whenever I'm trying to turn quick, I'll nose down and snap and like hold roll, hold the direction that I'm turning with the mouse, like left shift A, all that shit with my mouse, just to quickly snap to like 90 or 180 degrees. And then I feel like double binding, yaw left and right along with the mouse helps you get a little bit of an extra speed boost when you
Oh,
turn
you know
as
what?
well.
I'm not even. That's my problem. I'm not even using shift at all. Or
Yeah,
space.
use shift and space.
Yeah, that's my problem. That's my problem. Okay.
Some people use that to do like nose up or down, but I prefer left and right.
That's where I'm getting cooked here. Okay.
Yeah, because if you hold space while you're doing it too, like you turn much faster. So that's what like allows me, like if somebody sneaks up on me real quick and they have the jump on me and they're above me, I
Yeah,
can
you
just
basically max turn
snap
speed
around
them.
and yeah, you max turn speed out and just slip underneath them and let them dive over you, and then you know, get elevation on them and shoot them out of the fucking cockpit.
Yeah. I wasn't even using that, guys. I wasn't even using it. Your controls are still mess? Well, I switched over, so I'm having to retrain my brain on how I fly right now. We'll see if we like it, but
How long are you going to leave this server up for?
Theoretically, probably. I mean, I'll probably leave it up today. Oh,
I got a bunch of heli sweats that would probably come in here and go to town. We're all sad that BF6 is over, so anyway, we have to come back here. Might not make your community too happy, though, if there was 7 of me in here.
yeah, dude. I didn't even realize what time it was. I got to get going, actually. So I'll leave it up as long as people are in it, though. It'll stay up, right?
I think so, yeah.
Dude, this is so crazy. I'm getting the hang of the turning a little bit with the shift in space. That's what I was missing in my head.
Yeah. Good luck, man. Give it a shot. I hope it works out a little better for you. I'd say give it like at least a week. You know, give it a few solid hours.
I'm gonna get a few nights of playing this in.
Stone is my math teacher.
And see how it feels. But then, so do you mainly turn with shift if you're not actually shooting? Shift in space? Or is it kind of a combination of everything?
Still, I use everything all the time. You know. Depends on how quickly I need to turn. You know.
Yeah,
I also
get
fly
that.
with mouse acceleration on like a custom curve. So I play at 1600 DPI, but when I like move my mouse slowly, it's closer to like 1300, and if I really move it fast, it's closer to 2000. So I can do micro adjustments for like infantry, and then if you know a jet's flying by, I can swing on that quickly as well.
Yeah. I feel like every time I move left, just with the mouse, my whole kilo tilts over though. It's like I'm rolling as well still. Is that double bound for me?
You might have something double bound. You might have roll on something else as well.
Let me see. Vehicles.
Maybe you have roll on. You might have roll left on your mouse as well as.
Can you double bind that?
Yaw left. Yeah, you probably can.
Pilot, helis.
It'll be under
movement.
Helicopter, movement. Yeah. So make sure.
This roll?
Yeah, roll left. Unbind the mouse controls on your rolls.
Wait. Do I do that?
Yep.
So then it's just yaw?
Yeah. That should feel better.
Oh, yeah, that feels better. That feels better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that feels better. Okay.
So now move left and right is just with the mouse, and then if you want to roll, it's only A and D. And then you can also use shift and space to do left and right as well. So if you really have to turn and you
so you're always control. That's what you mean by you're always controlling with A and D how much roll you've engaged.
Yeah. And it makes it nice to have the look left and right on shift and space, because like you can do a 180 to get a jet without having to move your mouse at all, and then have your mouse in the center of your mouse pad when you're ready to engage, not swiping, and then trying to
Dude, it's hard to aim.
re-engage.
It's hard to aim though when you're rolled, I guess. No, not bad actually. Not bad.
You just got to get used to getting your guns in a spot where you want to shoot. Like if you want to get used to shooting with you always being parallel to the ground, or you could just sorry, I'm in a dogfight here.
Yeah,
guys look at it. Yeah, but that should be,
that's a bit better. That's a bit better.
Be better for you if you don't just put it in the water.
Was that the setting that I needed to change, guys? You think we're good? All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate the intel. I'm going to try this out a little bit and see if I end up liking it. See if I can stick with it for a while.
Good luck, man.
See if
for,
it helps with the
thanks
aim.
for popping me in.
Yeah, thanks for the intel. Appreciate you, dude.
Have a good one.
That was Dodges. If you guys saw him in our lobby here, he's the one who's been destroying everybody. And basically, he was showing me the assault rifle style aim, where you just aim with your mouse fully for the helicopter. But it's taken a little bit of disconnect, so I'm going to have to prac a bit. I got to go, though. I didn't realize how late the stream was running. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of an overview for the Battlefield 6 recap today. Fingers crossed tomorrow we get some more gameplay in. And maybe we'll do some more prac on the Helo tomorrow. See how it's feeling. If you guys are down to do some more of this with me. Because I need a lot of time in. This is gonna be interesting to reconnect my brain here.
Sector Bravo is now under hostile control.
This is gonna be interesting. But you can do really fast turns with that 180s, which is nice. Dude, this is going to be tough, though. I don't know if I even uninvert my heli controls, too. Is this even worth it, though? I don't know. We got to fly it for a bit and see how it feels. Is flying more similar to 2042? For helis, it felt pretty similar to me. Oh my goodness.
Russians are retreating. Spectacular work out there.
All right, I gotta go though. GG's, guys. Catch you later. Have a great evening. Thank you so much for all the support today. Freaking Azuzi King, you're out of your mind, dude. Thank you for the insane 250 gifted. You're a madman. You are a madman. Top of the day. We'll see how it goes. Until next time, Noah B, thank you for the 2 months on the sub as well. Free men die free also with the insane $50. Jamie with the 30. Wayne with the 20. Sitting up on some top spots. Jokers with the 20 gifted. Nasty with the 10 gifted. Germ with the 10 gifted. Appreciate all the bombs today, guys. Appreciate you. And catch you later.